it was like so long. I'm like, oh my god, when's it over? When's it over?
It's true. As you get older, it becomes nothing. Especially for me, because I'm at working the synagogues, right? So it just flies.
Yeah, how's your week, bro?
Yeah, good. I've been away a lot. I'm still away, but good. Uneventful, thank God. Um, which is what I want. But yeah, a lot of running around.
Yeah. Well, what's up, Nye?
Did you guys read about the laser became operational?
Space laser!
Well, it's not going to be in space, but
Like next year.
yeah,
When it's like a good test, another good test, and they kind of rename it.
really, because the article I read said it was now declared operational.
Yeah, it's something that operator. Yeah, but it will become operational. Maybe it's like a play on word base. It is declared operational. It will become operational. I guess now deploying it and whatnot. The beginning of next year.
I read it was going to be in a plane first.
On the plane, did you hear about the way that the missile in Qatar was made, like was launched?
Missile on Qatar. The one that took out the house? I mean, the building where the Hamas guys were?
Yeah.
I think I know what it was, but tell me.
So the planes actually, when they took off, they didn't fly towards Yemen, but the other way around, and then was a ballistic missile that was launched from the plane. So it didn't go over like territories that would risk them, like Saudi Arabia or whatever. So it was launched basically from.
I don't think you mean ballistic missile, but kind of similar to like a cruise type of missile, glide bomb.
No, I think it was ballistic. Why not?
Ballistic are like ground to ground, or from land to land, not from
the air.
Yeah, there's. I think wrong word, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Nye, how are you?
Air to ground missile.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, what's this thing about what happened the other day? Or maybe, I don't know if you can answer it. I think you can, but with the movie, some awards, and these people making a stand, and there's like 3,900 signatures. What's that about with Israel and
You
stuff?
talking about the Emmys?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I did see highlights, and I remember. The highlights I mostly saw were actors saying, like Javier Bardem said, he's not going to work with any production companies that support Israel or Israeli funded. Was one of those quotes. It's either production companies that are Israeli funded or Jewish, backers, financial backers, or but so he's very pro-Palestine. And I saw other highlights of other attendees ranting on and on about pro-Palestine. And I remember thinking, how, like, you just want to watch an award show. I don't care about these actors and their political views. Maybe somebody does. I don't know who. I guess maybe that's what the people want to see now, where their actors stand, their favorite actors. Maybe they want to tune in and see actors and musicians taking a political stand, whether it be, voicing if they lean more right, more left, if they're pro or against Israel. To me, I'm going to be honest, I was just thoroughly disgusted. I didn't watch the Emmys for a number of reasons. But the highlights that I saw of all these actors, like, yeah, pro-Palestine, pro-Palestine. Never mind their opinion. For me, it was like, man, can you just come out to the award show and just celebrate the arts? Do we have to make it a political stance on the red carpet? I was a little disgusted, to be honest with you.
Yeah, plus winner, what was her name? Hannah Einbinder made like a really strong public quote that just she had to like separate herself from Israel or something to that effect. Her conscience is disgusting.
Honestly, I was a little surprised by the reactions, considering how many Jewish executives there are, Jewish producers there are, a lot of Jewish-owned production companies, And so I just thought it was kind of first, and the number of Jewish actors there are in Hollywood. I was a little startled by the stance that folks were taking. You know, it seemed to kind of contradict with the long-standing history of actors in Hollywood. You know, they're typically either they're pro-Israel or they just don't make public opinions about this. So it's very curious to see why they switched. Jaya, I would suggest you be quiet while I'm talking. And if you want to stay in this room, I have you blocked. You know I have you blocked. So if you leave, you will probably won't come back.
I moved him to the bottom, so.
Yeah, he came into a all female room last night and streamed our room and then changed the headline to make it seem like we were, you know, leaning one way when we weren't. It was very disrespectful, very creepy, and very abusive. So I'm blocking you across all channels, even though it doesn't matter. You'll just create new accounts. So I'd advise you to shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
Well, there's a problem with somebody that wants to run for a government position that doesn't respect people's privacy.
Yeah, it's really annoying. He came into an all-woman room last night, mostly black women, but not exclusive for black women. It was all women. Why you were in there, I don't know. And we kept telling you to leave, and we reported your YouTube channel. I don't think it'll make a difference, but I'm really tired of your bullshit. I'm really tired of you. You're so disrespectful and so weird and such a hypocrite. You got the nerve to come on people's stages and tell them that they're clown house and they have nothing better to do, and that you're so well read and you read all these books, but yet you spend all your time violating people's privacy and harassing people online.
And he's got 60 fucking phones.
Wait, is he still in the room? Is he still in the room?
Nah, he's there under anonymous, but I hope he has the common decency to understand what I just said and respect people's right to privacy.
So now my homegirl's got to change her room to private because of John. She had never even heard of John. Now she's got to change her room to private, right? Limiting the amount of women that she can invite into her space to support and encourage women because of this creep and freak, John Kitover. Sorry, BB, for hijacking this.
Nah, not at all.
Mention that he interrupted me.
You know we love you.
And to Norm's point in the chat, yeah, it's a bunch of actors virtue signaling. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's when I thought Hannah's, statement was about. She's the most interesting one because she grew up modern Orthodox too.
This mind disease is spreading very quick. It's going to be amazing though when people start supporting these psychopaths. Like, you remember all those people, all those actors that said they were moving out of the United States if Donald Trump won?
A couple did. I think there should be a law that if you say you're going to move, if so-and-so gets elected, if they get elected, you have to move. Like,
I agree.
It should be a requirement.
Yeah, Rosie left and who left? Ellen
and her wife.
Yeah.
What's the actress? I forgot her.
Portia DeRoss?
Yeah. DeRoss or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. And a couple others did. England seems to be the destination of choice. How they get by the immigration?
Money.
That's probably the answer. People try to get into that country legally. It's really hard.
Okay, this is Green Bean Fascists.
Yo, so I got a back channel message tonight from Scotty. He said that he's trying, and I asked him, you sure it's fine? He's like, yeah, man. JB, is he trying to get you to open a room with both sides?
Well, when you say both sides, what do you mean? Well, he asked me a couple of days ago if I would host a room with him, and I said, sure. Right? I said, what day, what time? He said, it's up to you. I'm like, okay, what's the topic? It's up to you. And then, I think later that night or the next day, that's when JB went off in the room because of his PTR, and I was like, oh, fuck. PTR. So I haven't spoken to JB about it, but I don't think JB is at this point willing. But yeah, I agreed to co-host a room with him before the JB debacle on the stage. And so that's where we are. We haven't said anything, we haven't scheduled anything. But now, I don't have an issue with Scotty. I have no problem with him. But now I'm second guessing it because I'm like, wait, if folks think that he's anti-Israel and I host a room with him, then they're going to think I'm anti-Israel too.
No, he's trying to get me. He wants me and you and him to do it. So, and I don't have a problem with him either. I think he's just he does him, right? And yeah, it's funny because he's been bugging me about it. So then I'm like, oh wait till I see her to ask her.
Well, if you want to do it, I don't mind, but it depends on the topic.
Yeah, I know. It has to. Yeah, because I don't want to get hijacked and we're put in the corner. That's the only thing I don't want.
Yeah, and if it's like and I say this respectfully, I try not to involve myself in conversations about the Jewish community and a war, because I feel like that's a conversation that should be had with the Jewish community and hosted with them. I don't mind listening and learning, but I definitely don't want to lead a conversation so it depends on the topic. If it's a Jewish Israeli Hamas Palestinian, I'm probably not going to want to do it because I don't have a lot to say.
You could call that intelligent of you, Nye. Who knew? Got a little common sense inside of you.
At the same time, I've said
surprising.
And I've had Jews check me.
Now that we've recorded you being a racist, she hates the biracial complainers. Hates her biracial countrymen. You're a biracial woman, don't cross this one. She'll destroy you.
According to the UN, they are, but I got pushed back on that, so yeah, I feel like the best position for me to take in these conversations is just to kind of be the spook who sat by the door and listen and learn.
Listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said. There's people starving in the USA as of today.
Exactly.
There's people starving in Canada. There's people starving all over the world.
Really?
That's it. People they're failing, but they want you to only say that there's only starving in one specific place, and then they want to open up a room. Well, I said,
exactly.
And that's where they black people.
Dude, it's insane that the league,
may end up in somebody up in the corporate level making a decision that ends up, killing somebody else. What about them? Like, where does all of that end is the point. Like, the assassination of this guy is wrong, and also what the healthcare companies are doing are egregious in killing the American people. But that's the system that America has and set up, that our representatives have voted on and agreed to and have bought into, and all of us have as well, because we don't have, if we want to change it, the courage to elect people who want to change this system. So are all the representatives then responsible? So where does that end in all of this?
Oh, that's there's a lot of responsibility. Now I wonder here if shooting the CEO who puts the face of the company, I wonder if that's a bit of a deterrent for other CEOs to have a foster a climate of saying, okay, yes, we are going to deny these people. Maybe they will think, this could really fuck up someone's family and they might come after me. Maybe I should look at this claim and maybe not screw them over.
so they should make
Marshall, take a few minutes if you want. Go ahead.
I've heard the argument.
I was just gonna say, you're putting a CEO doing their job. One of their key motivations should be, I might get assassinated if I make the wrong call in somebody's eyes. In what universe is making that fear-based decision okay? And like Scotty asked, where does that end? You acknowledge there's a lot of
They might be held accountable for predatory behavior on someone who is a policyholder who has paid into their policy their whole life. but yet still does not receive the care that can save their life instead of dying.
Predatory behavior in our system receives a prison sentence, not an assassination. What's at core here is, again, I'm with Steve. I don't want to exactly say you're excusing it, but it kind of sounds like what you're saying is, well, if they didn't deny so many claims, maybe people wouldn't be getting tapped in the back. And I'm sorry, murder in all circumstances is wrong.
Hey, Mick, can I
But
jump in here for a
executives who
second?
make
Hold
those
on,
decisions
Mick.
in prison would be absolutely fantastic, and I support that 100% over.
So what I wanted to say is that the idea that someone who sits at a CEO level is actually making the decisions on whether to pay or deny a claim is absurd. It's just absurd. What is the problem is that we live in a society where we never want to talk about mental health because mental health is nothing that people want to talk about or address. And we have many individuals in our society that are teeter-tottering between a good day and a bad day. And when you see these incidents, to me it should be like a clarion call that we need to start working to identify individuals in our collective society who might be capable of doing these things, because the truth is the average person walking down the street, whether or not their surgery got approved or denied, is not going to grab a gun and go shoot someone. That's just the truth of it. The average person is not running down into the New York City subway stabbing people because the train's late. But we have outliers in our society, and I think we as a society, we just need to do better to one, talk about mental health, because there are a lot of people are having a lot of problems, and we turn our backs on them as a society.
And Meg, I want to hear from you. Meg, I want to hear from you, but if you could just wait a few minutes, can you go on mute, because there's something really important I have to do. Very important. It's so important. I've got to do it right now.
Stars, and Michael Jackson had an issue with him, and he goes out in public and films himself antagonizing folks to get them riled up, and then he accuses them of being anti-Semitic, and I'm like, I don't know why members of the Jewish community doesn't.
Nah, he's a shit disturber, and that's why I don't even like talk about him, because I don't want to make it relevant. He's a fucking. He is, in my opinion.
I don't hate him as much as other people do.
Advisor.
What's that? Resistance?
He used to be Michael Jackson's spiritual advisor.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
He was a professor at Oxford. He was a rabbi at Oxford for about 12 years. I've known the guy for like 30 years. He's a real heavy narcissist. He like screams at his family when he's trying to film and they speak, or like some 3-year-olds in the background talking, he'll repeat himself 25 times to warn them that he's filming. He's a really, really strange character. He's going after Lizzie Savetsky because he claims that he was almost murdered at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami.
That's right.
Yes.
He was threatened there. The guy did threaten him. He said, but the guy said, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, is all he said. I'll fuck your shit up. So then he like sensationalized the whole thing by saying, and because I do security, so he contacted me for security, and I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm too busy, because I would never attach my name to his. But he was like, I was almost murdered. I said, okay, so send me, whatever you have, and I'll look at it, and, I'll let you know when I can get there. And he sent it to me, and I said, like, is this the whole thing? He said, yeah, that's everything. That's the whole proof right there. I said, but the guy, obviously he was being aggressive with you. He was way too close to you, in, proximity-wise, but all he said was, "I'm gonna fuck your shit up." You know, he didn't say, "I'm gonna murder you." You try to stab you in the eye, like he didn't even threaten that he's gonna kill you. "I'm gonna fuck your shit up" doesn't mean I'm gonna kill you. And so Lizzie, he started this whole like lawsuit against the Fontainebleau Hotel, who the owners are Jewish millionaires.
Rabbi Botea?
Shmuley, yeah.
Right.
And so then I guess the owners of the Fontainebleau or Lizzie, they probably have a relationship or whatever, and they asked her to come and try and help them with some better PR because Shmuley was being really loud about it. Like, Jews shouldn't go to the Fontainebleau, you're not safe there, and blah blah blah. So Lizzie flew out and she went to the pool and she started interviewing people, and she's like, "Are you Jewish?" They're like, "Yeah." "Do you feel safe?" "Yes, I do." "Have you ever felt, in danger here?" "No, I haven't." So then, he started going after her really hard. And then he took one of Lizzie's posts where she said, all she said was something about Rabbi Kahana, like that Rabbi Kahana said one thing that she agreed with. It's like, okay, you don't have to agree with a million things a person says. If you agree with one thing, that doesn't mean you're like a supporter. It just means you agree with one thing he said. So then he took that as an opportunity to go after her, saying that she's a Kahanist, that she's this, she's that. Meanwhile, I have videos of him with me at a rally that was basically the Jewish Defense League, because I used to do security in the Jewish Defense League. But he used to attend rallies with us, and so I messaged him and I'm like, "Listen, it might be a good idea to shut the fuck up because I'm about to send her these videos." And he's like, "Okay, I understand." And he hasn't said a word about her since. But the guy's just like a mega narcissist, crazy maniac. He does more. If you look at any of his posts, look at the comments.
Yeah,
there's not one person that supports him. Every single.
Well, I like him more than you do. I just feel like I've heard you say a lot, and now I want to interrupt and just say I actually like Shmuley Botea. He's not perfect. I don't stand by everything he does, but I do think he's a righteous man. And yeah, he may have made some mistakes. His heart's in the right place. He's done a lot of good stuff, and that's that. Let's just say more about him right now.
I respect that. That's your right.
So then let's move on. If we have nothing nice to say, let's move on. We've said enough.
Well,
okay.
Listen.
He's done a lot of good things.
Between you and I is, I fucking know him and you don't. That's a difference.
Well, there's a lot of differences between us.
I look at the person. So if you want to talk, no issue. I respect it. But talk.
If you want to keep talking shit about him, I'm going to ask you to stop. Okay? You said a lot.
I don't care what you ask.
Hey, Randy?
You've said a lot. You're repeating yourself, and you haven't added anything new. I'm not going to start attacking you yet, but you've said a lot.
You can't attack me.
Hey, Randy?
Yes?
You're not going to like this, but I agree with him. I don't think he's a good look for us. I think he's not a good look for rabbis. I think he could get his message across in a different way. And I just think it does us a disservice to be that aggressive in people's faces. I don't know him. I'm just observing his posts and his videos and stuff, and that's my take. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Guess what? He's stressed out like a lot of other people. October 7th in the last 2 years has stressed out a lot of people, including him. I think he's only human. I have no beef with him at all.
Aleph, what's up, bro?
Who were we talking about?
Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh, he's sorry, I won't say that. He's a disgusting character. Sorry, and he's always been like that. I just think he has done so much damage and drawn so much attention to himself because he's a narcissist and he loves the attention. Also, the whole story with the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, it was disgusting what he did. especially with Lizzie Savitsky. It was absolutely vile. And he's not done himself any favours whatsoever. And also, I shook the guy's hand about 4 years ago at an event, and he shook my hand like a wet fish. And my late father, always told me, when anyone shakes your hand like that, never trust them.
Absolutely. Like a limp handshake?
Yeah, an extremely limp handshake.
Kiss the Navy goodbye.
And he was also busy chasing all the celebrities around the room as well.
Things with dramatic cuts to the
Listen,
Hey Greg, how
he
can
walks
U.S.
his
officials
talk,
make cuts
as
to
you
the U.S.
know.
Navy?
He has multiple children, and the idea he's not perfect.
But listen, Randy, there's nothing wrong with calling them out. It's like saying that we shouldn't call out Buttercup.
No, it's a lot different. All right, I said what I said. He's not an enemy. He's just somebody, he's not an enemy of the Jewish people.
Yeah, but
Of course he's not. Of course he's not.
He makes us look bad. I don't think he's a net positive for the Jewish people.
Yeah, he doesn't help. He doesn't help. He actually hinders more than help.
When you're in Vienna and you're sitting in a crowd and you're inciting people so that you can get a video out of it, that's not helping the cause. That's got nothing to do with helping the cause. You want to help the cause, no issue, help it. If someone accosts you and you want to video it, I understand. But don't incite it so that you can get it on video. Oh, he touched me. Where's the police? Let's get him arrested. That's what he does. And that's a fact. That's not my word. That's a fact.
Listen, this is what he did in the Fontainebleau Hotel as well. There was a whole story behind the story that he posted as well, and it wasn't good.
Right, exactly.
Wait, I can't tell who was that who was just speaking who said don't incite, 'cause two people
That's
smiled.
Jewish resistance, and
Okay, got it. Okay. I think I gave a thumbs up.
you did. It's okay, right? Hey, Yaakov will take
I
it.
did say something. I thought maybe it was a delayed reaction because I said something very similar to Olive.
I love you guys, man. It's funny.
We're funny people.
Yeah, it's funny. It's okay, but yeah.
Rise with the dark humor because things have been dark.
I want to enter primatology class in schools, and I want to be a teacher of that class at a school. Or just write curriculum. I don't need to teach.
Did you see that the fighter jets were scrambled over Canada on Monday from 3 flights coming in from Germany, landing in Calgary with bomb threats? NORAD scrambled a bunch of fighter jets.
No, I just sent you something though. Can you look at that on WhatsApp? Let me know if you know that.
Canada's CF-18s are very interesting. Jewish.
Yeah, for sure they are.
You know what's interesting? In the bottom, they have a painting of the canopy. So it looks, you can't tell, like, if you're looking at the bottom or the top in a dogfight. Not that they dogfight much.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very interesting.
Well, the shame is that there aren't that many in Canada.
No, it's like 18 or something like that.
There's like 4 of them.
Yeah, no, I think there's a little bit more.
There's 70.
But yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That was 18.
Well, that's why Canada relies so heavily on the U.S. for protection.
Good to have a big brother.
It's very good to have a big brother. They should treat him better, if you ask my opinion.
Yeah.
Damn, I just got a post from NBC. Disney has pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely after the host comments about Charlie Kirk. Now I gotta go see what he said about Charlie Kirk. This is crazy.
Yeah, what did he say?
I'm about to go Google it right now and find out.
Let's see what he said.
Mexican.
Who?
Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, during his opening monologue for Monday Night Show, had suggested that Tyler Robinson, the man accused of fatally shooting Kimmel last week at Utah, was aligned with President Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again. Here's the quote. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving, he added. Well,
Well, looks like a lot of people are having their fuck around and find out moment in wake of Charlie Kirk's death.
they think free speech exists in the workplace, which it doesn't.
Yeah, right?
How many people are on that list? There's like 20,000. You know, the list of people who said things about Charlie Kirk. Defended. I think it was like 20,000 a few days ago.
Wait, there's a list? Is somebody keeping a tally of folks who are saying disparaging things about Charlie?
Yeah, it's like a public list. It's like the longest list of its kind.
Wow. Yeah, normal. I just saw your comment. I went to Google it. Judges ordered him to Syria. Man, these people are insane. Everybody's having that fuck around and find out moment. Oh well. See you later. See you later, Mom.
Did anyone see see that Jimmy Kimmel's show was canceled because of some disparaging remarks he apparently made about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, we were just talking about that when you were on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Good timing.
I just saw that. That's why. Yeah, good for them for doing it.
Yeah. Normally, Dad used to say every decision has a consequence.
Absolutely. Shouldn't disparage people, especially those that are not here anymore. Well, specifically those that are not here anymore.
Well, to be honest, he was disparaging Trump and his allies. He wasn't disparaging Kirk. I read of his quote. Here, he said. The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. So, he was really trying to get political points from it, not disparaging the guy who was shot.
Yeah, true.
That's my read of it.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
Also, in case anybody wants to see him actually say it, I just posted a short clip from Twitter of Jimmy's remarks.
Thanks, Mike.
FC chair said it was truly sick, and it said they have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with an obligation to operate in the public interest. Ouch. That carried a lot of weight with ABC. And at the FCC, he was really on their case. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. We can do this easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. Ouch.
George.
Hello, Nick, and no pics.
No problem at all.
Daniel, are you still in this room? Sir, I wish it wasn't so. Jewish, El Normo, Yaakov, I have to leave and you guys are on the phone. Yaakov, do you want to hold up the fort?
Did BB leave already?
Yep.
Yeah. Gotta get Harry up here.
Is Harry there? Oh, okay. Why do you want Harry up there?
He's the best. He's funny.
He's been giving me an invite, but I'm not seeing anything. Not saying yes.
Yalla, Harry.
It's not coming up.
Yaakov, it's on you.
I'm not hearing anything.
I think everybody's called it a day or something.
I think so too. Well, I have to go, so let's see what happens. You guys have a really good night.
You as well.
Some people just can't let it go. Some people, they're real slow. Some people just can't let it go.
Time we find the commandments of Yama and Niyama mentioned, though we must never forget that the conditions of success vary for every individual, and that Crowley might advise one pupil to drink more
Unless
and others to abstain.
unless there's a declared war,
The extreme
unless
virtue is a necessary
there
condition
is like
for one who is
unless you
desirous
are
of attaining
actually
this
defending
status.
life and
Again,
meaning not like not to say that you can blow up an abortion clinic or something like that, to defend a person that can actually like conscious life. I think that there are those exceptions, of course. But what I was going to ask you, Marshall, because you have the historical background, could you make an argument that right now that the Trump administration is behaving more like a revolutionary group that has assumed power but hasn't yet decided to exercise and hasn't established that it believes in the principles of the government that it is now running or managing?
No.
I think an argument you could make is that it's comparing people today, that kind of class disparity, the race disparity, some of that stuff in major metropolitans is exacerbated because cities tend to have that trouble. It's not like cities are bad or anything, it's just like cities tend to have a lot more of that art and class struggle because people are in such close settings. I think the PC
Okay, look, this has been an episode of Green Bean Fascists in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is your good friend Jaya. Take care. Hope you have a good evening.
I think that's an astute observation of governments that don't exactly know what they want to do. I don't know that I would call it French Revolutionary. The way it comes across in my head is extreme upheaval of the status quo. Right, like the Republicans, for example, want to get rid of mass bureaucracy. That's been something that's a 100-year-old belief in the Republican Party.
Bipartisan.
But it would, bipartisan. Anyway, it would upend the system in the way it currently functions, right? So in that sense, yes, it could be revolutionary because it's completely trying to upend the established order and remake it. Now, I think the question, and this depends upon the person and their knowledge of history, and thus the examples they can think of. I don't know if that is always bad. It can be when the worst angels of our nature are emphasized over the best. Then we end up having a problem. I'll give an example in my head. The president.
Marshall, I apologize. I think you might be a little bit in the matrix. I know sometimes you go in and out. I apologize for asking a more, complex question, and maybe it's something we can revisit another time.
Can you hear me anymore?
Corey and Finley, speak. You're on the stage. You're just shitting on me and Victoria. We'll chat. Go ahead and talk.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the delusions that you were spewing, or what?
Hey,
Where do we want to go?
Doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's happening in Steve's room.
Like everybody, I'll meet over his mouth and I'm going to start.
Like I said in the chat, you're not behaving. It's not that difficult. Don't attack the ladies. Talk about their points. Don't say they're fascist. Just listen. Don't say they're fascist. Don't attribute motives to them they don't have. I may disagree with Victoria all the time, but she does not deserve to get crap on from you, and neither is Jane. And you know what you're doing is inflammatory when you do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't say the things you're saying. You need to manage it in a much more persuasive and respectful manner. That's like, that is the tenor and tone of Uncle Steve's room. We do not get into the gutter.
We literally had somebody say that somebody didn't have the right to speak somewhere. When you start to do that, that's
No,
a ideology.
the proper response to that accusation is that in a public venue you have the right to speak. Thank you, whoever moved him. I appreciate that. That was me. Yeah, we're just not having that conversation on stage.
Thank you. Yes, really appreciate that. Also, the whole idea of like, where do you have the right to speak, etc. Obviously, like in work settings, it's different than in the public square. And in the public square, it can still affect your work setting. So just be careful, everyone.
Hey James, I think you wanted to say something and we got tired of that morass. What were you gonna say?
Actually, nothing. I was just
I have a question.
to the. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Dara.
Jane, why did you say thank you to Marshall?
Because he showed a modicum of pleasantness to me that I appreciated.
The modicum of niceness was what?
Telling that guy, what's his name again? Yeah.
I'm just gonna take
Already
a point of
forgettable.
I'm just gonna take a point of moderation. We're talking about the subject, not about the moderators. If you'd like to get about the subject, I'm happy to have you.
I do want to
Probably
talk
my
about the
white,
subject.
my white woman.
No,
Yeah.
I was, it was just like.
I felt appreciative that one Republican would say one pleasant thing that was moral.
But would he say it when you're not here?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he would. I think he would. And Marshall.
Yes, of course I would.
Marshall is a very pleasant person, and there are a lot of
Would you say
very
it for us?
like.
Would you say it for us, Dismal, when we're not around?
Yes.
Yes, I defend her when she's not around.
We're getting off track.
I'm just curious.
I think the whole other conversation is for another room.
But I haven't been able to finish my thought here.
Because your thought's about me and we're not
Oh,
talking
she's
about
asking me something. I appreciate this.
It was gonna be a longer conversation, but everyone feels like they're hit as soon as we start having a conversation. As you've noticed, a lot of your stages don't have a lot of people from diverse backgrounds. I wonder why that is. I wonder why you're not able to be in spaces where people from other communities are having conversations about this, where they're talking about what the issues are around this.
What point do you not get we're not talking about me? I don't understand why this has to be a referendum on me instead of the actual subject.
You're not actually
Because you were talking about me.
I feel like this is a diversion though from the topic of the space and it was this is literally meant to be about.
Is the topic not about the critical thinking after party? I thought we were talking about Uncle Steve's space.
I think we were talking about
a conversation about subjects relating from the death penalty to health insurance to whether or not
Those
people
things
should
are not
be
related
killed
to
or whatever. We weren't talking about moderators. We weren't getting into the personal shit. That's what we were talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you people talk about the things that you would like to talk about because clearly you do not want to have a conversation.
That's correct. Okay. Goodbye.
I don't think that's.
24 hours ago, and the room is still here. Not sure if it's the same topic, but congratulations to the members.
I couldn't hear most of what you said. It sounds like you're actually in the plane that's taking the phone right now.
No, I'm walking. Shout out to living in a city of public transportation.
I just want to say something because I think she's still down in the audience. Tara, it seems, and I could be wrong, but it seems when you want to talk, you want to gripe about something. And it doesn't feel like you actually want to have a conversation. You just want to, it seems, I'm not accusing you of anything. It seems like you're not an honest interlocutor. It's more like you want to come in, gripe about something, and just cast aspersions. And I think like anybody up here is tough enough to stand on their own. but it doesn't actually seem like you actually want to talk about anything as opposed to talking about someone.
I know Taro actually has quite a few like really interesting perspectives to offer. I don't follow people like willy-nilly, especially on my new profile, and I think sometimes it's really easy on Clubhouse to go into a conversation about the setting of the space rather than the topic. And so I really think that you guys do a great job of trying to moderate, but sometimes, and perhaps it was like my own fault, I did ask a question that led Marshall down like a little bit of a history lesson or history rabbit hole. And maybe that was for another space as well. So I did get off topic as well. So my apologies.
So, what is this topic?
Well, I want to say the great Jane Rosenzweig is down there. So while we have a moment, if you haven't heard Jane's podcasting host debut, Jane interviewed me for my 300th episode of one of my interview show. I was the guest of James, and Jane did a great job. So not to make it about the mods, but I will make it about the mods. So I'll put the link in the chat. Great job by the great Jane Rosenzweig. I call her one of the great ones. She's amazing, and I'll put the link in the chat. And yeah, great to see everybody. I'm walking through the streets of West Philadelphia, and appreciate everybody being here for the critical thinking after.
Scotty, you're in a big city. Like, I haven't been to Philly in 5 years. Like, what's the homeless situation like?
There are, I mean, it's present. I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen it. I've lived here on and off for a really long time, and it's real, right? I mean, but it's not, same thing like with the crime situation. It's not, like, Philadelphia is not awful. I mean, it's just not. I mean, I've seen it in safer periods, but it's far safer than it was, say, decades ago. I mean, it's not, I walk around, I live in neighborhoods that are not, bushy, posh neighborhoods. I mean, they're, I walk around, I mean, I feel pretty safe here. I mean, I think our mayor is she's done some things like around, addiction stuff, like the homeless addiction community I don't love, like around needles and stuff, like not like getting rid of needles and stuff. But all in all, I mean, our mayor's not, she's not the worst we've had. I mean, she's doing a decent job. So I like my city. I think my city's, on the upswing. So it's no New York, Daryl, but really, Daryl, what is New York? What is New York? Nothing. There's no city compares to New York City. I mean, it's the capital of the world.
Yeah, capital of everything, unfortunately, sometimes, right?
Well, just gonna say I love both those cities, you guys, so you don't have to convince me. Absolutely love them. Lived in Philadelphia for 4 years in graduate school. Love that city. And New York, I mean, it's in my back pocket. But I do want to thank Marshall for trying to return. I am late to this party, but for trying to return the conversation to the topic and not let the drama take over, because there's so much happening in this great country of ours. And I wanted to know, has anybody heard that CNN reported that Jimmy Kimmel is being taken off the air? I think that's
he's next. He's next, indefinitely for the some comments he made. Yeah, he's out.
That's just incredible. It is incredible. I'm flabbergasted.
What were the comments that he made?
It was something about Kurt Scott. So he got dropped by one of like the biggest affiliate stations, right? So it's like channel 2, 4, 7, and 11. They tend, and I learned this from NBC, but like they tend to work on affiliates who carry like broadcasting. So that's why, there might be a show that airs on channel 4 here in New York, but it might air on channel 7 through syndication in Philadelphia. And apparently, this affiliate owner didn't like. I don't even know what Jimmy said, but didn't like something that Jimmy said and dropped him. And so that would be a big financial burden for Disney, ABC to continue to put the show out if there's no actual ad revenue coming in via like commercials. I said the same thing when they canceled Colbert. That show, according to some estimates, was losing $40 million a year and was only averaging like maybe 2.5, 3 million viewers a night. And big productions are really expensive to carry, and you need a lot of ad revenue. You need to be selling 30-second commercials for $30,000, and nobody is.
I understand all that, but why I asked the question, what did he say?
Don't know.
Did he not grieve enough for them? Because I don't trust in what they're saying that he said rose to the level of a cancellation.
The quotes in the chat. I didn't find it particularly egregious myself, but the guy who owns Nexstar does. So
This is what's interesting to me.
It's objectively not egregious.
What's so interesting to me is some of my conservative friends, some of my best friends are conservatives, that feel like that they are so oppressed. I've been talking and texting with people around some of these issues over the past couple of days, and they act like they're so marginalized. I'm like, you're taking down media personalities. Like, this is. I mean, you have cultural power. You know what I mean? Like, they act like they don't have cultural power. They've got massive cultural power. They've taken down Colbert now. They've taken down Jimmy Kimmel now, right? Like, I mean, it's just interesting because there's this sort of conservative narrative oppression story, and it's like you've got all branches of government, and people are so afraid that they're canceling major programming. How are you not in the driver's?
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Len, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
No, I just want to, to talk about these cancellations, because this scares me. This really, really frightens me, because we're moving in a direction that has nothing to do with American democracy as I know it. I mean, did the Democrats ever cancel political satire? Where, we all take for granted, some jokes might be way off color, but we take for granted that political satire is allowed and can be heard with several grains of salt, right?
Now, the last big Democrat censored person I can think of, and I could be wrong, but is Tipper Gore. Right? Tipper Gore was when she was second lady. I mean, her sort of stuff was rap lyrics and and she was big explicit lyrics
labels that went on to Walmart and stuff like that. So that's the last Democrat I can remember that was sort of in the forefront of a censorship.
I'll tell you one of the things I find odd about the remembering of Kirk as it's going on is the attempt to semi-deify him as some sort of a saint. I don't mean that literally, I mean that more figuratively. The kind of idolatrous behavior that is going on with his memory is, I'm sure, by all metrics, he was some sort of a devout Christian. I don't know which denomination he was, but he believed heavily in God. The man who believed heavily in God, I highly doubt would want himself to be made into an idol. It just seems yucky. I'll also comment on the thing where conservatives still present. Conservatives still present. I live in an area that still has governance, Democrats in Texas, and it's had it for over 100 years. I don't feel oppressed in the Rio Grande Valley. I think it is weird to, in the wake of this stuff, get one's feelings hurt. People are allowed to think Charlie Kirk is a terrible person, while also thinking he didn't deserve to get shot down like a dog in the street. Those two beliefs can be in one's head at the same time. And I think we do ourselves a real disservice on the right-hand side of the aisle when we, for lack of a better description, for snowflakery reasons, become very sensitive to the way this stuff is portrayed. I can understand one's personal life being offended by it. I understand not liking on Clubhouse because it's distasteful, but this kind of like, oh, we have such a big offense to carry. Like, that doesn't work for me. Now, I don't support, well, he said nasty, terrible things, and so therefore he should have known what he was going to say, and he got what was coming to him. I don't think that stuff's appropriate. But I do think it's totally appropriate to say, I'm not a big fan of the dude. I don't like him, or as Jane has said properly, that he punched down. And Jane still believes, I know she does, that political violence is bad no matter who it happens to. Right? Like, I don't understand the conservative head, on the conservative side, why we can't both of the pieces in our head at the same time. Because it gives you the.
Oh, can anyone hear me? I guess not.
Because, hold on, Tucker, 1 second. But, this is selective because, again, I've been, blowing this horn. We're not talking about Epstein. And it's like for the first time in maybe 6 months that Epstein isn't carrying the daily news or the daily headline. And I think that whoever doesn't want Epstein talked about is going to ride this wave until people just move on, because people tend to move on.
So I have kind of it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander take on the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, at least as an initial reaction. I always kind of felt like broad strokes conservative reaction to, cancel culture was, a bunch of pearl clutching essentially, because the way I saw it and the way I experienced it was people were like, well, no, I'm not going to consume. I'm going to consume in ways that make sure that money doesn't go to actors, producers, writers, comedians, so on and so forth, who I disagree with, right? And leveraging economic power to have views expressed. And that included, supporting platforms that wanted to take people off of them, because platforms are allowed to do that. I don't think that Nexstar is in the right here. I don't think that ABC is in the right here. But ultimately, Jimmy Kimmel has a lot of name recognition, a lot of ways to get his message out still. And so I would just, censorship is bad. There's lots of real concerning things that are going on squarely in the censorship realm. But I don't know, and there are good, valid criticisms of consolidation in network TV specifically that has been guided politically, let's say. But again, I don't think, people acting on their, on their sincerely held beliefs in the marketplace is the censorship critique that I want to adopt.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's all just very confusing. I mean, no one wants political assassinations to happen in this country because we all live here, and it doesn't really matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. That's evidence of a society that's really collapsing and hurting. So, and a democracy that's in trouble. That's one thing. The other thing is that when we start to witness censorship, whether you are going to lose your job because you didn't agree with what Kirk said, that doesn't mean that you don't mourn for a political assassination. I mean, most people are logical. We don't celebrate assassinations, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be following the law. And this is a particular extreme example. Not that any murder is okay, every murder horrendous, but this was really extreme. But to lose your job because you said publicly or on social media that you didn't agree with him, these things, we're going down a very slippery slope of censorship, and I turn towards authoritarianism, and that is something that I really worry about.
What's going on with this space where it just ends up being like a bunch of people, like it's like one of the dregs of this app right now, where people come in and just continue to attack other people, and all these like rabid people on the right keep doing it, and I don't understand what's going on. It's not the space I walked into earlier where we're having a good conversation.
I started checking out the chat and deleting a couple of comments where there were some personal attacks. Like, I just think it's everybody wants you to be mad about what they're mad about, and if you don't, you're somehow a failure because you won't pick up their cross to bear.
Hey Chuck, if you got some stuff to say in the chat and you're on stage, you should be willing to say it on stage and not in the chat. Otherwise, I fail to understand why you're up here. If you're just gonna sit here and be a chat warrior. Hey JCC, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I just got done working for a little bit. Thought I'd come back. How'd this room go?
It was good.
It was good.
I'm with Scott. It was good.
this is a bit of a non sequitur, but since things are winding down, I started reading The Spirit of the Law, sorry, by Montesquieu, which was published in 1790. So it's one of the kind of classic texts that the founders would have read when they were thinking about how to frame the Constitution. And one of the things he talks about, kind of ad nauseum actually, is the concept of virtue, and he defines it in ways that I think are interesting if you understand American history. For example, he talks about the value of citizenship, and he talks about preferencing community over wealth accumulation, and I think it's reflected directly in the Constitution, because he says bribes are anathema in a republic, which is literally explicitly incorporated into the Constitution. And the founders in their writings talked about virtue in much the same way that Montesquieu did. I don't know, I just passed a part where he says very explicit, a republic is in decadence when magistrates preference making money off of their position because it shows that the morals and the virtue of the republic system have been corrupted. So it's just very telling. And I think just one aspect of U.S. history that I think has been lost on many people is before kind of the Industrial Revolution, and like the 1870s, 80s, Americans as a people generally their concept of a good life was not getting super wealthy. It was like having a homestead, and what they referred to as a competence, which put you among your peers, right? It allowed you to know among your peers. It didn't separate you because you were so wealthy that you couldn't understand what other people were going through. So, just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you, Tucker. That was interesting.
Marshall or anyone who has a current depth of knowledge about white nationalists? Marshall, do you? Are we splitting hairs here? Groyper, Proud Boy, KKK, sorry, MAGA. What do we have to prove? These are bad people. They're anti-American values. Is that safe to say? Does anyone want to argue? And I'm not saying American values, by the way, are executed purely, but why is there such defense of these radical, maniacal, homicidal, evil groups? What's up with that, Marshall? I mean, I'm asking you an honest question, politically. Chuck Finley, read the Constitution. Come on, mods.
Well, I agree with you, Jane. I have nothing to say to the contrary. I mean, I think it is scary when we have Christian nationalists, white supremacists, groypers, doing what they do and convincing people to that ideology is dangerous, I think.
I mean, Jane, you're saying like there's not a point in parsing out the differences between the stuff that it's a wasted breath even.
It's a big umbrella.
Paint them all with one brush. They're all fucking assholes. They don't deserve a microphone, and we should dismiss them all definitively and unceremonious.
You know what? I might not. Although I don't agree with the way the First Amendment is managed in this country, as you know. Do I think they all have to be painted with the same brush or shut down? No. because of, the commitment to the Constitution. But Scott, should our dominant, currently in charge political party be putting their affiliation with these groups? That's what I have a problem with. Why would our president, I'm asking it facetiously, why would the American government be taking a positive standing with these people? Groyper, Proud Boy, yeah, whatever, Scott. I guess you're right. I'm lumping them in.
Is it because they're mainly Christian? And Christians are the high populace of the country and viewed with, a high regard kind of sort of?
Yeah, maybe.
No, I think that's a different question. I mean, I think the question, if you're asking why does the Republican establishment, right, sort of, why is it seemingly overprotective of people that seem out of the mainstream?
Anti-American, yes.
Yeah, anti-American, out of the mainstream, tribal, extremists, Nazi, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to say. Yeah. Choose your poison. I think, so this is just anecdotally, but I think that when people say, when people start to say, well, these people, Charlie Kirk's a white nationalist, I think that their base, while maybe not white nationalists, right, or at least part of the base. I mean, I'm talking with some friends I'm in pretty active dialogue with right now. Very interesting, very intense, a little frustrating at times. They are inherently defensive, right? And I think that's there's just a sort of circle the wagons, right? That you can't give an inch. That this is, Jesse Waters gave an interesting editorial on his show. I say interesting is a clinical neutral. Interesting is a clinical neutral term.
Let me guess, did he talk about white replacement theory?
Well, no, he talked
about that, Scott.
These people have declared war on us, and he went on a litany of all these provocations, and the left has declared war, and so there's the siege mentality. So there's the sense that compromise is the language of the devil, right? That if you give an inch, then you're equivocating, right? And that so you get this, so you have these folks who want a full-throated defense, right? And so you wind up, I think, unable to talk with some complexity and say, yeah, no, I mean, we condemn this, and because that stuff is seen as weak, right? It's seen as downtown. It's seen as, I think, I think it's pathetic on one level, but then you think, like, how many times, though, and I'll just say, this isn't a defense of it, but it's maybe intellectual empathy. How many times are you in rooms or conversations with people on the left where it's like, don't cow out of these people, don't compromise to these people, and I've painted with a broad brush and probably been pretty unnuanced, especially when it gets heated, and especially when I feel defensive and when I feel like there's things that matter to me that are at stake, and I feel under siege. So but I think that's part of it. I think there's this sense that condemnation of some of the uglier sides will be perceived as a weakness on the part of the base, even if the base doesn't find all of it praiseworthy. It's sort of like they're assholes, but there are assholes. There are assholes, and so go after their assholes, not our. But I take full ownership of the fact that that's impressionistic and anecdotal. So what is that worth? Although what I will say is not anecdotal, because my friend, I was just in this group thread. I was pointing to just all these studies about sources of violence, right? Political violence, and it's not nuanced. It's not ambiguous, right? I mean, if you look over the past, the past few decades, it's overwhelmingly on the right. There are instances on the left. I'm not saying there are none, but it's not equivalent, not even close. And so, my friends basically dismissed all my sources. So it was interesting today. I found somebody posted a source from the Cato Institute. It was just, I don't know how you get more right wing than you can.
Their own shit. They're rejecting their own shit.
So I'm going to post that tonight. That will be, of course, denied. Somebody said to me when I was pointing out the studies, don't believe the data. I said, what if I just go by the data? Don't go by the data. Go by your eyes. That's right. Okay. I mean, well, my eyes tell me a lot of stuff too, but I feel like there's this sense in which we could try to have a more objectively anchored conversation. But this is. I thought we were the subjective emotionalists, but that's less and less the case. I am totally straight. Tara wanted to come up. Tara, I do not. I tried to disagree with you. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Here, I'll bring you up.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hey, I think that's what's frustrating, right? Like, people are not having objective conversations around these topics because they have no objective kind of like grounding to political theory work. And so it's kind of hilarious listening to people talk about things that they don't really want to be grounded in. Like, they just have built up a delusion and they are far gone in their delusion at this point that they don't want to address the obvious issues. And that makes them feel very uncomfortable. Like, it's important to understand the difference between Klansmen and groypers, and because this morphology is very much harming people today, right? We talk, like, about the two black men that were lynched in Mississippi, right? Like, currently it's being ruled suicides. Who knows if they'll even ever, like, political violence is not new. Political violence happens every fucking day. When did you think it was not happening? Were you confused? You just got political because your guy got infected. Oh, who was your guy then? Let's look into that. Let's try to understand who your guy is. That you're only concerned that this guy died from political violence, and not the fact that on Fox News an anchor said to go ahead and kill the homeless. Who are the homeless? 65% of the people that are homeless in the U.S. are foster children. Children who have been failed by your society. You want to kill them. That is what is being peddled on your TVs. And you are okay with that because everyone should have the freedom of speech. Everyone should be allowed to kill anybody they like. And it's okay. But don't do it to us. The absurdity is like laughable in these rooms because people don't want to be real about anything. They think it's a fucking joke. And that's the reality. Scott?
I mean, it's Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, I do think people do come here. You're right. I mean, I do think this isn't the Oxford debate. So,
They out here for jokes. They out here for jokes.
Yes.
They try to get one off, right? They think everything's a fucking joke. Until, oh no, now there's political violence. Today, all of a sudden, not when Native children are being detached from their families. When that ICWA hearing went down, how many thousands of Native children are going to be dead because of that decision? Those are not political deaths. Because Native people are free to kill. Kill them as much as you want. We commit genocide in North America, and it is okay. That is what these people want to talk about. It's only political when Charlie Kirk does. That's when it becomes political.
Hold on a second.
Right? See that?
Lena, girlfriend. No, we heard you. We heard you. No drama, girl. No drama, girl. We can don't get in the drama, girl. Hold on. Don't. Why are you gonna be a drama? Drama. Don't be a drama queen. Don't be a drama queen.
Hold on, King, for a second. King, for a second. Like, excuse me, Taro. Like, this is not like one of those rooms. You know,
she's the one that said that I was being drama, Daryl. Did you actually stop her?
That's fine. But
You want to start spilling politics on her?
Wait.
Did you start getting it respectable? Did you get her to get real respectable with you?
Hang on. Just wait. We want each of you to talk. Let's not over-talk each other. That's all that we're trying to say.
JCC, was something going on before you came into the room, maybe?
All I'm seeing is someone wanting to chime in a little bit.
You might just want to let the moderators that were in the room at the time deal with the problem.
The problem I'm seeing is you're over-talking someone trying to put their 2 cents in.
You would see it that way, JCC. You would see it.
Well, you know what else I see? I see you going down in the audience. How about that? For them, fees. There we go. Capital C for me.
I wouldn't even do that. Let's bring it back. Let's give her a shot.
Yeah, give her a shout out. Give her a shout out for being a bitch. There we go. Yeah, I call it.
I don't think she's. Come on.
Come on. No. I call it like I see it, bro. Come on. Let's not sugarcoat it. All I was trying to do is allow 2 people to talk, bro. That's it.
Okay, can I just respond? Taro, you're a very emotional person, and I respect that. I spoke, I think, very logically, and I'm not interested in emotionally addressing the issues. Of course, there's a lot of political violence that's very nuanced. I'm talking about a particular moment that has been broadcast live to the entire United States, okay? I fully accept, but we will be here for 3 days if we go into all the subtleties of what constitutes political violence. I'm talking about in a full-blown paramount production of political violence, because I don't have the time to discuss all the nuances. If you do, I think you should open a room on your own and go through every act of political violence that happens in this country and in other countries as well.
I guess she doesn't want to say, Maria, welcome up.
What's up, everyone? What's the topic?
Not the one that started.
Neato. Hey, Lena.
Hi, Royamu. I mean, we're talking about the issue of the day, and it's been very well moderated up until recently. Marshall was in here, Scott was in here, Daryl's fantastic. I mean, it's been a very good discussion, but emotions are running high, let's just put it that way, on what constitutes political violence.
By the way, I mean, it's a interesting topic. Like political violence is definitely one of those terms that gets thrown around a lot, but actually sitting down and saying like, oh, well, what actually counts? Like, is it only physical harm, or is it politically violent to implement intimidation tactics? Is coercion considered political violence? As the prior speaker, I think it just got a little bit unhinged, to be fair. But that is a question. Now, if that's not the question of the room, whether or not systemic violence also is political violence. Those are all things that can be unpacked and civilly. But yeah, I'm gonna listen more to see what the room has to say, so that I can listen and respond accordingly to the temperature and a specific frame that you guys are laying the conversation out.
Well, glad you're here, Roya. Because you're always a voice of reason, and it has been a reasonable space until recently. But yes, I mean, there are a lot of things that we've touched on. Why Jimmy Kimmel has been canceled, why Charlie Kirk is turning into a martyr, and we're going to have a spectacle on Sunday. And is it okay to abhor a full-blown spectacle of assassination, but also disagree with what he purportedly stood for? And people losing their jobs over saying that they didn't agree with his opinions. I mean, these things, they go to the very root of democracy and what we're all aiming for. And any conversation, my goal is to find a united front as to what's happening, not to be divisive. But I don't always, I'm not always successful.
Hey guys, JCC, you still there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Right, so I got a bill. I got class in the morning, so I'm gonna leave you with the reins. Steve said that you can shut it down whenever you want. It was a good room until it wasn't, but yeah, I'm out.
Gotcha.
Have a good night, ladies.
Yeah. We'll keep it going as long as you folks want to keep chatting. All I ask is let's be civil and not over talk each other.
Hey, JCC, beautiful man. Hey.
I'm all right, Lula. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, everyone. So just with reference to people getting fired, have they not been fired because they've kind of been laughing about him being killed and celebrating him being killed? No? I thought that's what was happening, and that's why people had been removed from their jobs, not just for disagreeing with him. Or am I?
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable. I heard of people being distasteful in their commentary about the death. I think that may be a means for removing them from their position. But I think someone was it Lena? Were you saying like people were not agreeing with his position, and that was causing them their jobs? Is that what's going on?
I have not gone into the weeds on this, but I don't know where you draw the line, right? I mean, either we believe in the Bill of Rights or we don't. I'm taking an absolutist position for the sake of argument, right? Pam Bondi came out and said hate speech is going to be persecuted. Well, guess what? I mean, hate speech has been around since the formation of this democracy. So what are we doing here? Are we refiguring the democratic ideals I mean, we all have to agree on some common truth. I don't think it's right to mock an assassination. I said that from the very beginning. It was horrific. But you can't pursue people for ridiculing somebody they did not agree with his values. I mean, you can't pursue, we can't run a democracy with a culture of persecution.
Right. I'm just going to only talk solely about the ABC situation because that's what I'm the most familiar with and that's the most recent. So, I mean, I don't think that it's okay that ABC pulled Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Like, yes, they're a private company, and yes, technically they're not bound by the First Amendment in the same way that the government is, right? But you know, the principle still matters here. Like when networks are going to be punishing speech just for being offensive or, I guess, politically inconvenient due to the zeitgeist or whatever it may be, or their, you know, the bottom dollar of their, you know, their broadcasts and their network, it just sets a really dangerous precedent, right? Like it's telling comedians, journalists, and I mean, it sends the message to everyday people that you can speak, but only if your speech is market friendly and acceptable due to the temperature of the culture. And I feel like, or a segment of the culture, right? And so I think that really, I think that it definitely does create a rather chilling effect, like where, you know, people can start self-censoring out of fear, which is the opposite of what you know, healthy democracy needs. Like offensive speech, however offensive, like is not harm. And the role of media, and from my vantage point, is that it should broaden the debate and not go out of its way to narrow it, if you catch what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I actually think that ABC is being a bit of a sissy, and yeah, and
I don't disagree with you, Roya, unsurprisingly. And I think that, but I think when people are, I've seen some of these TikTok videos where people are literally dancing, laughing, celebrating this man being killed. And a lot of these people are in positions of authority, a lot of them are teachers, and so on. You cannot be standing in front of a classroom and putting that on your public social media. You should be neutral in those kinds of roles. So I agree. And as a teacher, I'm a teacher myself. And if I did something like that, I would expect to lose my job because it's not appropriate. It depends on the role also that people are doing. So I don't think it's people being persecuted necessarily. I do think that people need to take responsibility. And if they're in a role where they influence other people, then no. And also, why on earth would anyone celebrate a young man, whoever they are, being shot in the neck in front of his wife? That sickens me. Like, you can disagree with what you said for sure. We should all be able to speak about what we agree or disagree with, but to celebrate someone being assassinated, that's all kinds of wrong.
No, I agree. And of course, private employers, they do have parameters around the speech. And now, you know, in employment contracts in which there are limits on, you know, your usage and your expression on social media platforms. And I do think that, yes, teachers are public servants. They hold trust from students, parents, community. And, you know, when there is, you know, a violent death being celebrated, I mean, that does kind of, it definitely does. It's not a great look, you know, that they're, you know, the idea is that these people are the stewards and, you know, caretakers of values, and, you know, a teacher's role is to model civility. So, I mean, I can understand that. And also the moral example in which we're trying. So, I mean, I can understand that part. So, I mean, of course, free speech isn't free from consequences. So just because you can legally say something doesn't mean that there aren't costs to that. You know, especially like you mentioned in public facing and, you know, authority roles and such. So, I mean, It depends on the speech, though. I mean, what a comedian like Jimmy Kimmel did is not the same as celebrating or celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, right? So it's not the same.
Absolutely. And I've only seen the Jimmy Kimmel update tonight, and I'm pretty shocked by that, actually.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, you guys, you see that, and here's where we get into the weeds, right? Like, when is it appropriate? As I said earlier, and Roya, you hadn't come up yet to the room, into the room, that we take for granted that political satire is just that. Political satire is satire. When we start censoring political satire, that is very dangerous. On the other hand, was it Meg or Lula? I don't know who said, people who are in the position of stewardship, to quote Roya, have to be very careful because they're influencing minds that aren't yet formed, right? And can't make the distinction. But, then we get into this whole issue of what's private and what's public now in discourse, and now that we're living in this age of social media. We're crossing some boundaries that are very tricky to navigate.
Well, I think we're gonna have to catch up and really figure out what our values are, if there are any boundaries, because social media influencers are not public servants, they're not teachers, but they have the power to guide, particularly the young people, in some really horrible ways. You know,
Agree.
Andrew Tate, like if Andrew Tate were to meet his demise, I'm sure a lot of teachers would feel relieved, even though the damage is done already, right? The normalization of misogyny and rape culture. I'm sure a lot of because a lot of children have regurgitated the nonsense from their classrooms. And I really think that we're not better for this at all. I remember, and maybe my memory fails me, when people were sharing cartoons of Obama as a monkey, and Michelle Obama like a monkey, and people saying that she was transgender as an insult. All of these things that occurred, I'm not sure that outside of only the worst or most egregious, but then it does, context matters. It does depend on what's going on. But, Charlie Kirk regurgitated some very bigoted views, and the fact that I have to tiptoe around that for fear of sanction when it's the truth. It's not an opinion. These things aren't opinions. Stereotypes are not opinions. They're stereotypes. They're not based in fact, and they're very harmful. I think what people are missing is the fact that a lot of people work hard on Kirk's rhetoric. Definitely bigoted views that I don't know if anybody has ever, I imagine Charlie Kirk saying that, classified, and I'm just pulling this off of the top of my head because I know the shit that people
say in the world, the dumb shit people say in the world. Imagine it coming from Charlie Kirk's mouth that Jewish people should not be classified under protected class citizenship because they're white. Right? Imagine that. We're in an environment where people who have critiques about other governments that they're not citizens of are being sanctioned by the state. You know, they're being sanctioned under pressure of billionaires, which is highly problematic. You know, to kick these people out of school, to take away their degrees that they worked for. This shit is insane. Like, it's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Charlie Kirk. It's not just about Jimmy Kimmel. It's not just about Colbert. And I think that we need to be very serious about this moment as it relates to what exactly we're doing here. Because this is not familiar, at least in my lifetime. In my lifetime, people had the freedom to burn the flag if they so chose, because it was speech. You don't have to like it. Klansmen have been on national TV. You don't have to like it. But again, it always seems very one-sided. It's just interesting to watch what people tolerate. I definitely did feel what that young lady was saying about the outrage and the energy around the perception of political violence, quote unquote political violence. Because I'm not sure that it's political violence, actually. I'm not sure that just having a political opinion and having reach, there's just a lot of elements going on, with the social media influencer, the parasocial relationship, all the things. I'm not sure. I still have some things that I'm trying to figure out, but it's just weird. And sometimes, do our children need to be filmed getting gunned down in order for people to be as outraged? There was a school shooting at the same time this was occurring. I don't think the president said anything about that shit. And it's preposterous. Do we need to put video cameras in every classroom so that when inevitably those drills come in handy and they have to dodge for their life, and so we have to watch children being shot for us to be so moved, because we're turning our whole, all of our mores, all of our norms upside down for Charlie Kirk. And the reaction to Charlie Kirk, that's a political moment, but nothing for the children. And that continues to happen over and over and over again. So, I don't know. I don't feel positive about the moment. I anticipated political assassinations would increase because it always does in every country during times of unrest. Political assassinations occur, and they've been occurring. Right? This is not the first. So I just, interesting to me, the people whose lives you really value.
Yeah, I mean,
For whose lives we don't.
So sorry, King. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I love it. You're good.
No, I mean, you're absolutely, like, what makes this moment so different is that, shifting from, condemning violence itself, which is, which is normal for just decent, uh, civic stewards to usually do, especially in the top position as president, but like, to using it as a springboard to go after speech and then pin blame on an entire party in such a blatantly, not even cloaked or tacit, you know, um, way of politicization. Like in the past, like leaders might have said, we denounce violence, we defend free expression, but now we're hearing Pam Bondi talk on a podcast, about the DOJ quote unquote targeting hate speech. And then we have, the Trump with saying that it's Democrats' fault and the thing that he said to, who is the ABC, Jonathan Karl, I believe, that he in the middle of Jonathan Karl asking him a question about speech, threatening him. I mean, we are in really, really, really dangerous waters, and that's like a new line being crossed. All of these actions, instead of like drawing the legal boundary at incitement or true threats, it's not okay to threaten or say that there's the intent to broaden it to include offensive or partisan speech. Like, that's not about stopping violence, like what they're alleging. Like, that's about actually expanding power on who gets to speak and who doesn't, from my vantage point.
So, Queen, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, you brought up some excellent points, and so did Moria, and I think that the issue that we're dealing with is what is free speech? Where are the boundaries of free speech? And when do we slip into an authoritarian system? And I think we all have to, I think, if we distill the issues, because if we're going to talk about political violence, that is so nuanced. I don't think that a room like this has the ability to really go into it. I mean, we would have to have a 3-day conference to really talk about that. But I think the issue revolves around what can you talk about and what can you not talk about under threat. And maybe, this is a reaction from the right for the years of what is perceived as left-wing elitist diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that we are at a sectional moment, a very pivotal moment, and I don't know where it's going, and it worries me. It worries me a lot. I'm sure it worries a lot of people.
Yeah, it definitely is concerning when folks like Jimmy Kimmel get fired for, a comedy skit that's pokes fun at someone in a high position. So, yeah, where are the boundaries of free speech? That's kind of a good point.
Well, I mean, like, the boundaries around free speech in this country are intentionally vague, right? Like they're intentionally written broadly, right? So that the government can't easily move the goalpost and decide what ideas are allowed. And as we know, our courts have only set the precedent and carved out super narrow exceptions, right, around true true threats, actual threats, incitement, and everything else is pretty much, I can't remember all of the, I'm no lawyer, so the rest, whatever's left is kind of, everything else is protected. And so, I cherish that vagueness. That vagueness is the actual safeguard against authoritarianism, right? It forces us to err on a side of more speech, even if we don't like it, right? Even if we find it distasteful, even if we find it crude or crass or even morally shitty, like that. It's better for us to err on the side of more than less. And the moment you start to, all of us should be afraid if there's threats or actual moves to start defining speech too tightly. Because, you hand politicians that power to censor anything, they don't, who knows what's going to happen? And who knows what they're going to label as harmful or hateful? Seems quite partisan if we don't even have, even if, the actual, if we haven't even gone through the correct investigation and legal proceedings around this shooter, this assassin who's committed this heinous crime, but he still is, under the United States Constitution, he still has his right to his day in court. So there's lots of things that are still vague, and we still don't know a lot about what's happening. But yet, the President of the United States to turn around and blame an entire political party in such a blatantly, polytainment energy way just for clout is really, really not okay. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's kind of the scary point to hear from our leader of a nation to say things like that are very insightful, that can cause problems, and that's where it's an issue for sure.
Yeah, it's like, I get it. Now the mudslinging, the getting a little bit, down into the trenches, kind of being the bad boy of the campaign cycle, that's one thing, but it's completely different once you're actually in elected office. But again, I mean, it's not like I expect anything different from someone who's not really taking on the role of president to be able to serve the public. That's not really the motivation here. So, rules are different.
Yeah, so Roya, you bring up an excellent point, and I just have to reinforce that, because the government should be in service of our democracy. And when the government fails to be in service of our democracy and starts to veer off in a direction that could be easily interpreted as more authoritarian, and the government is aspirational, right? It's what all Americans want to look up to. And that starts to go in a direction that may be full of censorship, animosity, violence, rhetoric that is agitating rather than calming, then we're in trouble.
I definitely see the ACLU being very busy for a while now, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you for the room, JCC, and everyone else. Nice talking to you guys.
You guys are great to listen to. Thank you. Yeah, just I don't want to take any credit. I came in at the beginning and I had to leave for work, and I came back at the end, so I wasn't much of a contributor. But I appreciate it, all your guys' points, and lovely lady speaking your mind. It's greatly appreciated. So you guys have I think it's time to say goodbye. It was a great room, I heard, and so glad you guys got your time to share your thoughts and opinions, and that's the beauty of this country, right? You all have a good one.
Thanks.
Was trying to mock the little Republican.
Okay, let me stop right there for 1 second, right? So, do you remember like about 5 minutes ago, Miss Deborah came on stage and she said that we already read that and asked you to stop reading? And I said, and you said this, you're almost done, you can read it again? That's exactly what you read 5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
said you saw nothing wrong with it.
But after I thought about it, I really agree with sometimes these. What I'm trying to.
Y'all are far.
I don't think. Well, let me just add this now, man. I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be thrown out the air for the comments. But I agree with Mike because sometimes these comedians can go too far, and we have to think about what has really happened here. Someone lost their lives, and Trump, he's a very close friend of the family. So Trump, with him having the influence and being the president of the United States, I guess he can do say something. Things could be done differently. If you're mocking the president of the United States, close family friend, then it's 10 seconds. We got a full stage. Please, we got a full stage. We gotta pass this around. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still understanding how you
Okay, so learning to you that should have been thrown out the
Jan 6. This is some important information. Please, Lanisha, finish his point, and I promise you guys, because I have good mods. I have Gemini, I have Moose, I have Coulter with me, I have Sandra, who I'm modding for the first time. She always has very good information, some of the eyeballs. And Debbie, who's a very sweet, sweet woman and very insightful, patient. Please just allow us to moderate, and everybody here is going to have a very good experience, I promise. Okay, so go ahead, patient, finish up, and then we'll.
It's just odd that you read it, you heard it, and you read it, you said another wrong, and now you're thinking something wrong because it's a close family friend. You're thinking everything with a close family friend. Is that why Elaine got moved like that? Is that what it takes? What does a family friend of the president have to do with anything? One thing is everything. It's not a dictatorship. This is not a dictatorship, though, man.
He's a good close.
They don't play like we're going to hear each person play this girl, face your own respect, let them land. Please let them land. So, again, it's not a dictatorship. So, whether you want to say something nasty or not, it's your right. Right? Is it the First Amendment? Or does it change because it's Trump? It was okay for them to say, Michelle Obama was a man with being and stuff. She was the first lady.
I don't remember him saying
Obama did suck a dick.
Okay, so can I just ask something really, really quick, and I'll get off the way. I'm gonna get out the car. So when you're saying that Trump is gonna stop all this negative, and I see him Infinity and Mike and Notorious, what happened when he was calling certain people that look like me low IQ?
Accurately describing the situation.
Infinity, please stay on mic. We're talking about how this is right now when you're talking.
You know what she meant.
So,
Oh, Moose is a little angry. Oh, poor little Moose.
I'm just going to speak and say, this man didn't say anything wrong. I will read this one more time if you're having a hard time understanding or comprehending what we're talking about. But what Jimmy Kimmel said was not even that bad. But when you've got people talking about the President of the United States calling mostly black women low IQ, let me go pull up some of the stuff, because that's what really stuck with me. I was very offended when he kept trying to call, black women who were trying to get the truth and take it to task with the justice system, low IQ. But it's okay. We got more quotes. I'll just start with that one because that's the one that jumps out first to me. But go ahead, who's next in the queue? And I'll go do my due diligence. I was next in the queue about Jimmy Kimmel, but we had changed the fucking topic now. Go ahead and do it.
Oh, somebody's a little angry.
Anyway, Jimmy Kimmel, so, Lord help me, Jesus. Listen, and forgive me for cussing y'all. I'm trying to do better. I love Jesus.
Please.
Okay, look,
You don't have to convince.
Jimmy Kimmel has a show, everyone has a TV show, and under the First Amendment, freedom of speech, we are allowed to say what we want. Guess what else is also protected under the First Amendment? Actually, hate speech. So, right or wrong, and of course we know hate speech is wrong, right? But when you consider the alternative of stopping people from speaking, when you consider that there is a government that wants to control what you say, that is detrimental to all people, to everybody. So for you to say, but he's the president, he can say what people know, because the document on which this country was built was the very first amendment to the Constitution was about having the freedom to say what you want. It's not because you're a president that you get to say, you don't get to say that. That's not correct. And if that were the case, then what could you be held from president, and that's just close to friends, so you can't say that. That is not what. That is not the foundation on which a society, a free society, is built, Christine. And so when you agree to let a government control what is said, you are asking for a lot of trouble. You can have your family, you right back working for free.
Doesn't mean I agree with it, but I'm just, reality is, Martin Luther King is no longer our leader. You all fail to realize our universe has shifted. We are not living in those times anymore. President Trump is the president now. Freedom of speech is free, of course, but freedom of speech comes with certain consequences.
Exactly. No, it doesn't.
Andy Kimmel is that he lost his position on ABC. So freedom of speech is still real, but you have to it comes with consequences. Wait.
I'm wrong, but there's some perspective that Mike,
Mike, you gotta mute up. It's not you.
Thank you.
Y'all don't throw him to the goo enough for me.
So I just want to impart some things because I keep saying.
So I thought, Christine, hold on one second. I just want to impart some facts
before we go on.
Shut up, damn! Stop bringing him back up, y'all.
Fuck up. Like, why you keep? I'm trying to explain what's protected, because we keep throwing out different things. So here's some facts to inject into the conversation, so we don't just go off feelings and what we think, because we think we have a king. So Snyder v. Phelps, 2011, the court protected the right of individuals to express extremist views, even in sensitive contexts like military funerals, affirming the principle that speech cannot be punished simply because it is offensive or deeply upsetting. Mattel versus Tam, 2017, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that there is no hate speech exception to free speech, writing that the government cannot discriminate against speech based on its viewpoint. So I'm saying that to say that you guys are talking about, this and that, and the president does not control the Constitution. These things are already protected, so there are laws guiding these things. Now we can have a conversation about company rules and things like that, but lawfully, people have the right in this country to say whatever the fuck it is they want to say, no matter how offensive it is to you. And this is expressed supremely from the right, because Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk was one of the main people who was trying to go to different universities and make his speeches, and they didn't want him to come there, and he used this same ruling and some First Amendment reference to make his way to those campuses. So I just wanted to let y'all know that before y'all keep saying, "Oh, Trump is the ruler," because he don't rule, he make the rules.
So first of all, we gotta back this up a little bit. So I think it's very. I find it to be very rich.
Mike, it's not your turn to speak.
No,
not yet. What's the cue?
I was in the queue.
You wait for the mod to tell you to go. God damn. Ray was off mic. Ray?
One mic on Deborah. Who was next, Deborah?
I was definitely after.
Ma'am?
Okay, then Ray said,
I was able to speak after all my name. It was crazy.
Wait, can you guys establish a queue so I know who's going
I was after Scone.
You were after Scone?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
These lines are crazy tonight.
Keep a queue. Keep a queue.
Ray, you go after Mike.
But specifically, I find it to be very rich that.
You guys don't be doing this in what's his name's room. Come on, stop.
And if they did have mob actions, they wouldn't be able to do it.
No, it just feels like a bit disrespectful. You need to quit telling them.
It definitely is disrespectful, but I find it to be very rich. I find it to be very rich that you have people on the left that are talking about the First Amendment and so on and so forth, when all throughout the Biden years, all throughout the Obama years, there was something called cancel culture. So the left was canceling anybody. If you didn't agree, they wouldn't put you on platforms. They wouldn't put you as correspondents. They wouldn't have you, and so on and so forth. I mean, even up to now, I mean, CNN. I mean, maybe Scott Jennings. Maybe. I mean, other than that, it's just everybody's on the left on all these mainstream platforms. And so, the Republicans learned the game and said, hey, y'all want to cancel everybody and y'all want to silence people, then hey, when we get the power and we have the influence and we have the decision making to our wherewithal, we're going to do it too, except we're going to do it better. We're going to start suing people. We're going to start calling out lawsuits. We're going to start tapping pockets.
Exactly.
And I just think, and what I think is, and again, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I just find it to be very interesting that the left all of a sudden is taking this position when, 8 to 10, 12 years ago, it was canceling everybody that you didn't agree with.
Can you give an example of who was canceled? Can you give an example of the cancel culture?
If I can land my
Can you
plane,
give an
if I can
example?
land the plane, if I
Can
can
you give an example of what
if
you're
I can land
saying?
my plane, if I can land
Can
my
you
plane,
give an
if I can land
example?
my plane, ma'am, if I can land my plane, ma'am, there you go.
Okay.
Again, this is the type of rhetoric and this is the type of stuff that you were pushing, and now that you're on the front end of it, now all of a sudden y'all want to cry. That's interesting.
Okay. Can you give an example of the cancel culture? Who was canceled?
Who's
Give him a minute. Can he answer that question, please? Because
look it up for yourself.
all he's doing right now is rhetoric off Fox News. We heard about the cancel culture today. But can you give an example? Do you have one example?
How about that?
Do you have an example?
That means he doesn't have an example at all. He doesn't.
Right. So shut the fuck up.
Can I jump in?
And he's going to continue to screw y'all out.
Can I jump in?
One mic on Lisa. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay, so some of the things that he said, now you guys have all heard and you hopefully read what Jimmy Kimmel said. So let's go back here. He said, talking about Kamala Harris, she's slow and lethargic. Kamala Harris is being exposed as a dummy. Kamala is mentally impaired.
That's what Charlie Kirk said, not Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay,
I just wanted to correct.
wait, I'm not. No,
You said that Jimmy
what?
Kimmel said that. You misspoke. That's all. But
Okay, no, I'm saying, I'm back to my original thing of bringing up everything Trump has said. And I said, do you guys have read what Jimmy Kimmel has said, which got his show canceled? And I was also that I was going to supply you with verbiage from Donald Trump with the way he talks and disrespects people. Okay? So Kamala is mentally impaired. And that was September 29th, 2024. September 29th, 2024. She is retarded. We can't even say retarded on this app without all you guys losing your fucking mind. I'm much better looking now that I really look at. She's a bum. She was a bum 3 weeks ago. She was a bum, a failed vice president of failed administration. She's so bad. Oh, that was July 27, 2024.
Never call her a bum.
July. Would you stop talking when my lips are moving? Because I have my lip gloss on. Can you tell? Okay. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. She's fucking bad. July 3rd, 2024. Let's see. Very, very nasty. The meanest, most disrespectful of anybody in. Okay, now you're talking about when she was in Senate. August 11th, 2020. So for Sunny Hostin on The View, no, this is for Whoopi Goldberg, I said. Oh yeah, she said, August 9th, 2024, she's so filthy, dirty, disgusting. She was so dirty. Every word was filthy, dirty. What a loser she is. Okay, it's for January 9th, 2024, in regards to Fannie Willis. She's out of her mind. Let's see. For Nancy Pelosi, June 20th, 2024, she's crazy as a bed bug. She's a dog. September 29th, 2023. Let's see. I'm not going to read that one. October 2018. I don't know, talking about Sunny Davis, horse face. 2025, March 25th, 2023, Sunny, again, I never liked horse face. That wouldn't be the one.
Let's see. I can go on and on, because he's been in office twice. This has so many pages. I would be here all night discussing about other people, but we're taking what you've heard that Jimmy Kimmel said, and if you got the script, which you've read, does not even compare. Go ahead, y'all. Next in the queue, and I don't know who that is.
I'd like to respond to Mike.
I don't care what Trump has said in the past. He's gotten away with. Look at all the things he's gotten away with before he even was elected president. So now that he's president, you don't think he's gonna get away with even more? So what was you going through all of that?
Do you understand? Do you understand the power of the president, ma'am? This saddens me because you're one of the elders in our community.
And we all have to use.
Ma'am, why are you first ma'am, I'm actually trying to be very respectful to you. All right, but when Lisa's not answering, I am. So you don't listen, you're not my grandma. You're not my grandma. You're somebody else's grandma. My grandma is way smarter than this. So you need to chill out. You have said dumb thing after dumb thing after dumb thing. So what I need to know from you, ma'am, is do you understand what the power of the presidency is? And do you understand what unilateral power is?
I do know what the power of the
Okay. So then
power right now.
you know he's not. Do you understand that these things can be overturned? And
Using his power. That's why you got y'all all upset.
girl, you're stupid. You are you are a dumb old lady.
You are really dumb.
You talk too damn real.
No, you talk too damn much. You need to go get your grandbabies and have them become something.
You are really dumb.
Little green Bibles at your door. 5 mics open on the stage, y'all. 5 mics. So what was your
This is absolutely crazy.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach with.
He pointed out the horrible things that Trump said because you took umbrage with the fact that Jimmy Kimmel said something inappropriate. That was why he wanted to show there was hypocrisy. The other point that I want to make is so Mike used to talk about the whole cancel culture, but cancel culture is a society. It's based on the culture, the different subcultures in the community, within the nation. So yes, people have a right to join together and say, we're not going to watch this show. They have a right to join together and say, we're not going to spend money for your product. Cancel culture is a way to show your voice that you dissent against whatever that person stands for. But cancel culture is of the people. That is not a government that cancels people for saying things on their own television. So that is the difference. And so that's why you make the argument, but your premise is not on a solid. It's not an even.
It wasn't the government that kicked Jimmy Kimmel off. It was Disney, a private situation. So you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. It was.
Let her finish and blow your nose.
Everybody know the man. Go on mute because I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because the head of the FCC loves Trump. He removed DEI. He did a whole lot of things within the government, and he made it specifically extra strict when he got in January 20th. So although you may want to say it's ABC as a company, I assure you, ABC does whatever it is required to at the behest of the FCC. So.
Yeah, you gotta be able to prove that. So again, ABC called the sign.
I don't have to prove anything. You need to know your life.
You were fake news.
Okay.
Lisa, can I get in there?
Okay, wait, real quick. See that throne? He wants you to come
come up with an example or something. But he could say whatever he wants to.
Yeah, I ain't coming up
Talk
with no
about
example
cancer,
of
but you
nothing.
have to prove what you're saying.
I know I know, so you really
Trump didn't do anything. It was ABC who fired her.
You
But
know
the fact that your black ass asked her something, told her she got a proof, that's my point.
Yeah, but those who did
You don't have to do shit, but repeat what Fox News said. That's your job. I'm like, they're paying your black ass to repeat what Fox News said.
How is the Democrats going to win, Deborah?
I mean, you are
We're gonna win by shutting.
Shut up. You are we don't need an actual release.
Who's next in the queue?
Yeah, who's next in the queue?
Yeah, we need to get back to the queue. Who's next in the queue? And then you guys come off.
Is it Royal? Is it Royal next week? No, it's TC, I said. God damn it.
And then
It's definitely Royal than
Should
TC.
have.
again, I'm gonna go after them.
Okay, so it's Royal, TC, and
What's up, Alfred?
Hey,
Is there anybody else that wanted to get in the queue? We got Royal, then TC, then Alpha Glam.
and then me.
Alfred was
I'm just gonna yell shit out tonight.
Okay, so
go ahead.
okay, so
In the queue, you're more than welcome, Ray, to speak. I would never stop you from speaking.
I don't feel like being intelligent tonight, so.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay, go ahead. At least you're being honest. Go ahead.
Royal,
Okay,
what am I gonna do?
okay, so when it comes to stations that are regulated by the FCC, right? The problem is the administration has made it clear that they want things to go their way. They will go as far as doing lawsuits or even threaten to pull licenses. This is why something said on a comical midnight show or late night show has been pulled. I want you to think about this for a second. We're talking about midnight or late night shows that's been around for years, right? That has never been touched, and they've said all kind of things in a comical or sarcastic way. It doesn't matter what it is. These types of shows, these types of things have never been touched. Okay, the only way it gets pulled is if the people say it, right? But unfortunately, a show that's been on for decades suddenly, right, pulled by a network because of a comment or a few comments or even a show of comments, which doesn't weigh. So there's that part. The other thing is when it comes to the president of the United States, we do know that the president has a certain power. They have the bully pulpit. So everything below the president is literally below them. It's beneath them. So they should not be, fear of things that are said about them. And you take Barack Obama as a perfect example. He's acknowledged that people have said things to him. He shrugs it off, or he battles at home, in his own mind. He just keeps on pushing and keep running the government. Unfortunately, this particular president, as we know from both administrations that he has, is very thin-skinned. So if you talk about him, suddenly there's again, or he's threatening people with lawsuits, or he's threatening to pull licenses. That's the problem with this president. He takes the bully pulpit and he goes the extra mile, knowing that if he was to do something like talk to a Jimmy Kimmel or directly, he knows that, he got freedom of speech. So he used those threats to his station, to his advantage. Like, this is pretty easy to figure out, in any tyrannical government. Pretty easy. I don't know why anybody's debating this. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why I asked if there was a release. If there was a release, an actual release, because I don't believe it really, to be honest.
In addition to the FCC, there were also several stations who said that they wouldn't air Jimmy Kimmel Tonight, and there's an article.
And on ABC.
Because the different local stations wouldn't air it. And there's an article that I put in a link in the chat.
Have y'all listened to it? Because he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. Everything he said was about Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, Kiana, because I really didn't hear much
much of anything instead of him calling out the hypocrisy on the right, trying to blame that the left is the one for violence. So I don't know. I don't see the issue, but I did also read somewhere that they said that that Jimmy Kimmel's contract was supposed to be up for renegotiation recently, and then apparently they weren't going to renegotiate. They hadn't planned to renegotiate because I guess the ratings hadn't been great in the last year or two. So there's a lot of other factors at play as well, but I definitely think they use this as a catalyst to, just like I think they're using Charlie Kirk's death in general to not only use censorship and do exactly what I think, honestly, Charlie Kirk didn't stand for, because Charlie Kirk was something that still, regardless of whether I agree with them or not, still believed in the First Amendment, still believed that you should be able to say what the fuck you want to say. So at the end of the day, whether I agree with some of the sentiments or not, that I don't think that's the call for a government to step in and say that you're then going to then censor everyone. And I think that's the difference in the energy in this in other firings. Yeah, we've seen other people be fired for their opinions and views, but the difference with this is we haven't really seen on this type of scale the government step in and say, okay, we're going to then dictate what you can and cannot say, and not just on air. You got people on TikTok and online saying that they're also losing their jobs just for saying something online. There's one woman that she didn't even say anything nefarious about Charlie Kirk. She just, I forget which her comment was, but it definitely wasn't anywhere near as disgusting as some of the other rhetoric, but she was still fired from her job. So it seems as if that, it's okay to fire people for their opinions about the death of Charlie Kirk. There hasn't been anything, I haven't heard anybody say they lost their job because they called war on the left, because they felt like this shooter was a leftist and that the left is the one that's invoking violence. I haven't heard any of those people say that they've lost their jobs for saying those things. So I don't know, it's just a little bit of hypocrisy and selective outrage to me.
Somebody said
the same thing to Kitover.
Somebody said that.
Of intelligent people, man.
Somebody said that Jimmy Charlie Kirk's name. Charlie Kirk's name in that comment. He said that we had some new love the weekend with the mega gang desperately trying to cast this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than him, and with everything he can to score political points. So he did say Charlie.
Did he say anything?
He just said his name. He was nothing.
But somebody said that he didn't.
Somebody said that we went to the church and they threw green Bibles in my yard. I'm the somebody, and I said he didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk.
Said he didn't mention Charlie Kirk at all, but he did mention Charlie Kirk. That's the point.
I say he didn't mention him at all?
That's pretty ridiculous.
What's the cue right now?
It wasn't Christine's turn. It wasn't Christine's turn. She just looked at little green Bible.
Okay, stop, Ray. Who's next? What's the cue? Okay, Royal, go ahead.
No, I think it's TC. I already went.
TC, go ahead.
Alpha is brilliant. Next speaker.
Okay, who's after TC? Kiana, you already went?
My main point was that he didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk that was negative. If y'all would like to actually listen to the clip, I could pull it up.
We heard it, and he didn't say anything, Kiana. You're right.
Yeah, Kiana said nothing negative about Charlie Kirk. He dragged Trump. He dragged Trump.
Hold up, we can't have everybody talking. Who's talking right now?
It's me and Brooklyn.
All right, Kiana, go, then Brooklyn, go.
It was supposed to be TC, I think.
TC already gave up his time. Hey, Brooklyn, do you have something to say?
Just let me get in here sometime.
Me and Kiana was having words together.
Okay.
We were both saying that he didn't say anything wrong. He basically just mentioned Charlie Kirk. And what he talked about MAGA's reason and blaming Democrats and liberals. And he played a clip of fucking J.D. Vance basically calling for violence on liberals. I'm canceling J.D. Vance. Like literally, they are really calling for violence on liberals and Democrats. They are saying this on every fucking out on Fox News. JD Vance did it on the podcast. All of these TikTok, all of these different outlets, and they're not getting canceled. This is violence they're calling for. Not just people being canceled, but actual violence. What the fuck is happening?
We should be very concerned, Brooklyn, because
I am concerned.
we just sitting back watching them shut down everything that they consider to be on the left. It's crazy.
Yes, that's what y'all didn't hear me crash out earlier. I crashed out. I need a black woman's love right now because I feel like I'm alone. What the fuck? This is crazy.
No, you're not.
We can't say nothing.
Brooklyn, I'll come over.
She said a black man's love? What are we doing? You don't need a black man's love? What's going on?
No, because black women make everything better.
You ever look a black woman with a big bosom? I mean, that is.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. You don't got to describe that. It feels like home.
The point that I was making was that black women is the reason why black men are through all of their trials and tribulations, and now we need them. They said they wasn't getting involved, but we need them to do something because this is crazy.
Before y'all start next, I wanted to say something. Did anybody
who wants to get in the queue? Who's this?
Brooklyn, aren't you done yet?
Can I get in the queue, please?
Yes, and the
Who said that? It's too many people. Who said they want to get in the queue?
Gemini, I would like the room to look at my PTR. Tell me if y'all like it.
Who said look at your video?
That's right.
Can I get in the queue?
Christine, please go ahead. One mic on you.
Okay. What I wanted to say is about this comment because it appears that some people, it appears that the way it's worded, it can be miscommunicated to some people or uncomprehensible. The reason that the comment is so negative and controversial is because of the insensitive timing. The time's done. Charlie Kirk had just been murdered. Just consider that, and emotions were raw. Instead of focusing on compassion and condolences, Jimmy Kimmel remark came across as political. And that's the reason why. Okay, I can get thumbs down all I want, but I hope y'all.
What are you reading? Can I respond?
That's the whole reason why Trump and that's why he got. That's the reason.
What article you just read?
How about that? No, I'm not gonna read the First Amendment. Okay, then
Please let her complete her sentence. Please let her, and then offer all the pushback y'all like. One mic on y'all right after I do the same for you.
I was trying to convey to the room why Jimmy Kimmel was canceled. Due to the comments that he made, they were negative and controversial because of the insensitive timing that he made those comments.
But Christine, the issue with that is,
Whoever's gonna respond, we gotta do one mic on them. Who's gonna respond? Sloan came off first, so Sloan, then whoever wants to come after her.
Okay, so Christine, I did not confusing. I find it ridiculous, with all due respect, that you said just 20 minutes ago, it was so bad that he needed to be removed from air. And feel like you've been fed more information. I don't know if you use ChatGPT, but now you're saying, well, it was the poor timing. And yeah, it could have been poor timing, but it wasn't that bad. So I don't understand a person like you that says that it's not that bad that he needs to be pulled off the air, yet you defend it.
No,
Let me just land.
Let her land. We gotta let people complete their thoughts.
I don't understand. Is that what you really do with your time? You defend things that you don't truly believe in?
No, what I was trying to make, I truly believe that he
Who's that? Anthony, okay.
pulled off the air unfairly. But I'm trying to make the room understand why they did it because of what Jimmy Kimmel did. It was insensitive to what he did at a time that someone was murdered, and everybody is all
emotional about this murder.
So
that's the reason I'm saying.
Please let her finish.
I'm not saying that I agree with it, no.
But Christine, my only thing is that we just had.
I'd like to speak, please. I'd like to speak. Yo, we heard you. Yo, I'd really like to speak, please.
I need to pay attention to who coming off mute.
Okay, Kiana, go on mute. You're not in the queue, ma'am.
Well, she was trying to clear for me, so respect to Kiana. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Christine, about why you think that might be the reason. I personally disagree with that. But the issue I think people are calling out is just the hypocrisy of it, because we just had I forget that guy's name on Fox News, Brian something. He literally just went on a whole rant about how he felt that homeless people should be injected and should be killed. So and yes, there was pushback, but you don't hear or have the call for the FCC. You don't hear the FCC calling and saying that he should be fired from Fox. He still has his job today. So that's what we're saying is like it needs to be equal smoke for everybody. If that's the case, if you're saying that you believe that Jimmy Kimmel was fired for whatever he said about Charlie Kirk, then cool. But then that same rule should still apply to Brian Kirk, who literally said that we should be injecting and giving a lethal injection to homeless people, and that we should just kill them. Like that to me is way more, in my opinion, worth more fireable offense than what Jimmy Kimmel ever said. That's just me. But y'all go on.
I agree with him.
Stop talking now. Christine, come on my mic. Can't come off the mic right now, Christine.
I said
Can't come off the mic right now, Christine.
it's literally
never I dropped her. Look, this is what we're doing. We gotta follow the queue or you're getting shot. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody, but we have to keep order in the room. We got a lot of people that want to get in the queue.
Could you put the Haitian in the queue?
he can't go in the queue.
Scared.
Check it, man. There's a lot of misinformation being stated. I hear people talking about FCC licenses. I hear people talking about, threatening to, just pull shit from the government being responsible for the shit. As TC clearly stated, ABC made a decision, and if we're being honest, a young lady tried to tell you there was companies, affiliates of ABC, that before ABC made that determination, they decided they were going to pull Jimmy Kimmel's content here. All right? ABC decided that. That's the words. And they're well within their rights. This is not a free speech issue.
Said it because of the FCC.
Yo, Brooklyn, is this Gemini? I thought you said something was gonna happen. Gemini, I thought you said something was gonna happen, bro. Mike, please go ahead. Yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, man, look, and I see this as one of them, but whatever, it's all good. Yeah. So ultimately, this is not the government making a decision. This is private entities making a decision. All right? This whole the whataboutism about what the Fox person said, and we need to have equal smoke. Who the fuck got equal smoke for anything? This is partisanship at its finest. The right is going to see it the way other people on the right see it. The left is going to see it the way the other people on the left see it. Nobody's going to just be called to strikes because people in this world don't even know what strikes are anymore. I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should have been taken off the air based on what I heard. I think it was bullshit. I think it was terrible. I think it was fucked up. All right? But, I'm not crying for Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, he's got bread. And he's got the ability to create his own platform if he's removed from ABC's platform. And that might be the best thing that ever happened to him. It may take a while for him to build his platform, but he's got the ability and he's got the resources to build the platform. We can't listen. That's all good. I expressed what I needed to. Thank you for taking the time to listen. God bless all of you.
Who was next in the queue?
Okay, so I just push back 1 second on that because there is Pam Bondi is the one who came out talking about anybody who says any hateful speech. Basically, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm looking for her exact quote and I'm scanning it right now, trying to find it. And I'll get the clip. If you guys don't believe my words, I'll get the clip. She's the one who started this, plus another person, because we have very short memories. They were letting us know if anything was said about this young man that they were going to lose their what? they were just going to be canceled. And I'm paraphrasing. So she's trying to say that hate speech is not protected, and she's a liar. So I've got to go find, because otherwise, then everyone who's outside been called a nigger, they should all be in jail.
Say that rap music.
Right
Can I respond to you, Lisa?
So
Is that okay with you, Lisa, for me to respond to what you just said?
You just told the speech
I'm asking Lisa. I'm asking Lisa.
Let you finish your statement before you respond. Relax.
Okay, what I was going to say is, I am paraphrasing. I'm currently looking for the exact thing that she said, so it won't be what I'm saying, it's what she said. So go ahead, Anthony, you can retort while I'm looking
There's no
for it.
retort. I just want to retort him first.
So,
Because wait a minute.
Lisa.
Wait, because Lisa didn't even finish. So it's nothing to respond to. Sorry. Hold on.
Lisa said I can respond to her.
But she didn't even finish. You can't respond to an incomplete fucking statement, nigga. Wait a minute. I want to respond to you. She didn't even finish.
Don't drop anybody off the stage. Okay?
Alright, but she didn't finish. So
Whoever dropped me. Whoever dropped me.
Anthony, cool it. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I just wanted to remind Anthony that. Hello?
I'm getting ready to go to
Somebody,
sleep.
can you hear me?
We gotta keep some order in the room. Right now, hey, come on, Anthony. I don't know who dropped you, but come on, bro. Brooklyn, one mic on you. Please keep going.
Anthony was incorrect, and TC and whoever else was incorrect when they said that it was because of, yes, Next Star did say that they weren't going to play any Jimmy Kimmel Live shows, but it came after the head of the FCC made a threat to them, basically saying that they will lose their licensing for it. So it was basically on the FCC, which is a government-operated fucking entity. Yes, it was very much so the government that stopped it. Thank you.
Yes, and like I said, I think the government.
Yo, Gemini, Lisa Vincent, you can respond. Somebody jumped in front of me, so I'm responding.
I'm just saying that the link that I put in the chat has the information about the FCC, and it spells out how it started with the FCC making the threat, then the 200 stations.
That's
So it
right.
started with the government first.
That's right.
And if you read the article, it spells out how it went down.
And please
There's
stop
a word.
fooling yourself to think.
There's a key word that we have to look for when certain people talk. All right? The key word is basically. When you hear them say the word basically, it basically means bullshit.
The word is please. Stop. The key word is read the article. Read the key word. Read the article.
One mic. You can't all come off the mic. One mic. One mic on Anthony. I'm about to shoot you. I don't want to shoot. Come on, y'all. Let it happen. Go ahead, Anthony.
Say you're gonna shoot me and then tell me to go ahead. Like I'm coming.
No, I said if they cut you off for you to finish what you're saying, keep going.
I appreciate it. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. So with that said, right? Listen, I'm responding to Lisa. We can get back to the other FCC stuff afterwards. All right. when Bondi said whatever she said about going after those groups because of hate speech, people on the right checked Bondi. Alright? They literally played and sent back to her post that Charlie Kirk made about hate speech. And she had to back down. They literally took Charlie Kirk's words and showed her the irony of her talking about hate speech. So this idea that, like Bondi's ideas represent the right and all of it, it's nonsense. All right? The people on the right are actually the ones that want to have the debate, like Charlie Kirk was trying to have. The people on the right are the ones that actually want to have the conversations, the hard conversations, like Charlie Kirk was trying to do. The people on the right aren't the ones trying to censor people and shut them the fuck up, like so many people we see in this fucking room. Thank you for listening.
The Haitian in the queue or y'all cowards like the Kirk shooter.
Nobody want to hear
Ain't
from
gonna beat
you.
me with debate.
Nobody want to hear from you.
No, I'm saying y'all scared. I get that y'all.
Wasn't you next? Wasn't you next?
Scared of what? You ain't gonna say shit.
No, I'm saying you ain't gonna beat me with logic though.
Yeah, we would.
Okay, I told you I'm shooting. Like, hey, left, go ahead.
Ain't gonna say nothing.
Left, I'm looking in the queue for you. What are you doing, brother? All right, who's going? The left is not coming off the mic. Who's going? We gotta keep it moving.
I was asking if I could go. I just want to point out a couple of things.
Yeah, I'm right here.
There's the article literally at the top.
Okay, he's there. Give him 1 second. Kiana, left was.
Just throw his ass away.
Okay, go ahead, Kiana. Go ahead. Fuck it.
I'm cackling. There's an article at the top that literally nobody read. Jimmy Kimmel has not been fired. He did not lose his job. The show is off of the air while they talk to him and tell him what to say when he comes back on the air. 1. 2, I found the clip of Pam Bondi saying that they will absolutely go after people if they say hate speech. If y'all want to hear that, or Patty, not Patty, my bad. Lisa, if you want, I dropped it. I could drop it again because it was like minutes ago. And 3, if y'all want to hear what Jimmy Kimmel actually said, I could play that too because we over here talking about, what he said was egregious. But how many of y'all actually listened to what he said? Because he didn't say nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. We played clips of Trump. Okay, and of the reporter asking Trump how is he doing, with the loss, and Trump.
Mind if she play it for me? Because I haven't heard it yet. Is it okay with y'all if she plays it?
Yeah, I would actually like to hear all of those. I want to hear the clip from that lady that said that they were going to go ahead and proceed and prosecute people who mentioned it, and the Jimmy Kimmel clip. Because I think a lot of
I'll forgive me 1 second. I'm asking other minds real quick if they are good with that.
We can just go through it again. Half the people who have got something to say about it hadn't heard it.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's why I haven't had my opinion. I don't like to have an informed opinion. I haven't heard it.
Did we just hear this clip, or were we playing something
But
different?
half the people in here, Lisa, that got an opinion don't know what they're saying. They ain't heard it.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Because the one Haitian played was way too long. It was like 13 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sure.
Jimmy Kimmel only talked about it for like 2 minutes, and then Pam Bondi's clip is like not even a whole minute.
Yeah, I have hers
Go
already
ahead,
keyed up. I already have hers keyed up to play. So if you have both of them, that'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, period. Let me switch over to the music mode.
After you, like a showdown, that's some action. Hate speech. Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action? We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle. The Attorney General later clarifying on social media that hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment, and that she describes as a crime.
That's the Pam Bondi. Let me switch over to Jimmy. Or do y'all want to talk about that?
No, go ahead and play the other one.
Yeah, I was going to say, go to the other one.
deadline to force the sale, and now it's rumored that TikTok's assets have been sold to 80-yard thoughts, interests, and personalize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of we can trust, though, right? We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and with everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism, but on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
Dr. Phillips, I'm along with your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up for the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief: construction, demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of somebody he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay? And it didn't just happen once.
I was in the midst of, building a great, for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom at the White House, right? They don't have a ballroom. They've used tents on the lawn for President Xi when he comes over. If it rains, it's a wipeout. And so I was with the architects that would design. It's going to be incredible. And they came in, they said, Charlie Kirk is dead. I didn't know what they meant. They said he was dead. Charlie Kirk was shot. And they thought he was dead because it was so horrific, And I said, dead.
And then we installed the most beautiful chandelier. That's nonsense. You wouldn't believe. There's something wrong with it. There really is. Who thinks like that? And why are we building a $200 million ballroom in the White House? Is it possible that he's doing it intentionally so he can be bad about that instead of the Epstein list? By the time he's out of office,
and the rest of them. So is it?
That was funny as hell. And it wasn't disrespectful to Kirk. I'm sorry.
And he literally was talking about the suspect. He said Charlie Kirk, the person that murdered Charlie Kirk. He wasn't talking about Kirk.
You were like beating a dead horse. So what do you think now?
I don't know what to think.
I think she was asking Christine, who was banging that drum earlier.
Okay.
For Christine, she's spoken several times.
Let me ask you in general.
I didn't know that was directed at me. After listening to the full tape, I think I really do believe it's just horrendous of how he mocked this man's death, and I still stand on what I said before. And after listening to it again, I really believe I think he should have been fired and thrown off of ABC. So
what did he say that? What verbatim did he say that actually mocked Charlie Kirk?
Everything that it was meant, all the comedy and all.
He said nothing that mocked him. She was listening. Something wrong with this lady. Something is really wrong with him. He was not sure. He literally didn't.
One mic on Brooklyn. Y'all can't just say Brooklyn started to speak. Let her respond. One mic on Brooklyn.
No, let me finish saying what I was saying.
That's how it's hold on real quick.
Well, I didn't say what I was saying.
I'm gonna let you finish. Whether we agree with her or not, whether we agree with her or not, she's an elder. Remember that. So I said,
since the question was directed at me, I think I should be able to speak. I feel like
I have not been able to say.
Hey, Brooklyn, let's do this. Let her finish her thought, and then the mic goes directly to you. Hey, Brooklyn, then the mic will be to you, and you won't be interrupted. Christine, go ahead.
Okay, since the question was directed at me, it appears that no one in this room has any compassionate or empathetic bone in their body.
If you don't think that that man was mocked, the whole murderous act that was brought upon, Charlie Kirk and all of that, that was out of place. Every bit of it. It was marking a man. Okay, I don't agree. Can I finish? Y'all stop calling her names so she won't have to respond anymore, please, y'all. Okay.
No, I'm gonna respond to her.
No, but this man, for y'all to see that this man was murdered, assassination, and you all can have any bit of compassionate or empathy for his death. I don't even know Charlie Kirk, but I don't even know what he stood for. But I still wouldn't want one to be murdered the way he was murdered. And then, but Jimmy.
All right. Now it's time to sit you down, OG.
No.
You need to go research who he is.
Well, first of all, I already know who he is. Why did you? Can you guys hear me? Since he's been in the spotlight,
Yes, who is that?
Researched and I know all about him, but I still don't think he should have been killed the way he was killed. And I believe what Jimmy Kimmel did on ABC, he should be fired. Yes, I agree, 100%.
Please land your plane. Brooklyn, go ahead. Brooklyn, please go.
Okay, let me go. Fuck
Brooklyn, it's Brooklyn turn. One mic on Brooklyn.
One mic on Brooklyn.
Let somebody else go after me. I'm getting I'll be right back. Oh, okay.
So basically, all right, hold on. What? I said when.
I said Royal.
I got breaking news about this y'all, real quick.
Okay, one mic on Just.
The ABC affiliate Sinclair says that Jimmy Kimmel, suspicion of, will air a Charlie Kirk remembrance special in the place of the show and wants Kimball to donate to Kirk's family.
Lord have mercy.
Y'all
in a new place right here. This is some book.
Okay,
so basically, Christine, I think what's happening is why everybody's getting on you is because if you listen to what Kimball said, he was basically mocking the President of the United States for not acknowledging Kirk's murder in the same way that like his family members were, his other friends. His other friends obviously were mourning his death, okay? And the president was just like kind of like flying past it like it didn't really happen. Like he acknowledged it happened, but it wasn't a true mourning. That's what you're missing. That's what everyone. That's what everyone. I'm still talking.
Let him finish, Christine. Oh shoot. Let him finish, please.
Okay. Yes, please. So what I'm saying is, this is what everybody on this stage have been hearing. There's no disrespect to Kurt. All the question marks are to the president. That's what Jimmy Kimmel, he was like, wait, what is this guy doing? Why is he not mourning him like a normal person? I don't understand what's going on. So this is, people don't understand on the stage why you're missing that.
Let me respond, please. If you
all don't mention her name, she won't have to respond. Just say it in general. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me just respond. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Sandra was waiting.
Yeah, Sandra tried to
every day.
No, Christine, you can't. No, I'm sorry.
One mic on Sandra. One mic on Andrea.
We got another auntie in the queue. Trump.
I drop it. Go ahead, auntie.
Thank you.
One mic on you, Sandra.
I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel should be getting screwed over. Trump is a horrible, horrible person. They asked him how he felt after his got murdered. And he started talking about the freaking ballroom. That man don't give a shit about nobody, including Miss Christine. So, whatever. Ain't nobody saying nothing nasty and dirty about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even watch the video because I'm glad I didn't see him die. But I do feel bad for his children and his wife. I did say that. But he was a nasty individual. He hated black people. He wanted us to be under his feet. And that's the truth. Just like Trump. So rest his soul, Lord, if it's possible. But and we got to deal with Trump until he goes to the great beyond.
Can we on the if it's possible? I want to just read something about Trump got asked a question. This was the correspondent for CBS News asked him this. Given all the moving ways that the White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff from Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well? President, I'm not familiar. The who? I mean, you talk about insensitive. Like, this was not long ago. Was it 2 months ago? Your Honor. Let me speak. Insane.
Your Honor, on that point, not only that, but he said, well, if they would have called me, I would have done it. You know, of course, a lot of people ask us to lower the flag. We can't do it all the time. The flag would never be raised. But sure, I would have considered it if they asked me. But not only that, when it happened, at the time, he said, they were like, are you going to call the governor of whatever? He's like, that would be a waste of time.
Right. So why would the governor call and ask him to lower the flag when he wouldn't even call him to give his condolences for what happened? But he would have done it. I would have done it had they called me.
They didn't say that.
This Trump's nasty, and he doesn't give a shit about Democrats, leftists, liberals, nothing. He don't give a fuck about us. All he cares about is his people.
The day after Charlie Kirk got killed, he was on Fox and Friends in the morning, and they said, how are you going to bring the people together? And he said, I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I don't really care about bringing the people together. And he said, then he started talking about, crazy leftists or whatever he said after that. I don't remember the next part. But he literally hates half of the country. He hates people who didn't vote. Violently hates them. Didn't know, he said so. He talked about shooting rhinos, about shooting Liz Cheney's daughter. He fantasized about shooting her in the face. That's who we're dealing with.
Are you sure, Roswell? I thought he was a good old Christian.
How long has Jimmy Kimmel been on air?
For a long time.
Of all the jokes that he's told, this was the one.
They're gonna do a lot of shit right now because the iron is hot. So they're gonna shut down as much Democratic shit as they can, and this is gonna be a very active time for them. This is all shit they've been wanting to do anyway. He said a few months ago that he wanted to shut down these late night comedians. So he's just acting while the iron's hot.
Now, I remember when Trump actually made fun of, I forget the lady's husband that was attacked at their home.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, so it was okay for them to make jokes when he was injured, right? And that was funny, and he did that publicly, not privately. He did that on his platform. He did that during speeches that he was giving to the nation, right? And what I heard, and I'm glad I waited until I heard the Jimmy Kimmel clip, because what I heard was him criticizing Trump for a lack of empathy, right? For a lack of mourning on his death, right? Because of the way that he responded to the question. Like he said, I'm all right, and then started talking about his ballroom. He didn't talk about his friend, he talked about his ballroom. And then we can put an exclamation point on that with the fact that he was in New York Yankee game the following day after Charlie was unfortunately murdered.
And not just there, like you and I might go to a game. He was dancing. He was doing that dance where he jerks off with both hands. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that little awkward dance. So yeah, he was doing it right. So when we see him doing that the following day, and then when he's asked empathy, why are we trying to frame that as Jimmy Kimmel being respectful to Charlie Kirk when he was actually highlighting the fact that Trump was being disrespectful, get empathy for a quote unquote friend.
And to me too, Jim and I think the piece that got them upset when Jimmy said that the shooter, they don't want to acknowledge that the shooter is one of them. That line right there is the main issue to me that I think they don't want to talk about. That's why you see the I don't know if it's the police chief in Utah, the one that's been giving the press conferences, but you notice how when he was talking about the shooter, when they discovered the identity of the shooter, he was like, "Oh, we were hoping that it wasn't one of our own." He said he was hoping his ass wasn't white. And that's what I'm saying. It's the same rhetoric when you see the right constantly. As soon as this happens, say it's the left, it's the left, it's the left, because you didn't want to, and you still don't want to acknowledge that this is not could have been, not should have been. It is one of your own, and you don't want to address that. So you rather just go ahead and gloss over it, and that's the part that Jimmy Kimmel really addressed. That I think that really sparked the issue they have. That's the thing they don't want to talk about.
Matter of fact,
Okay, so I need to play this. Go ahead.
And that's where we agree with you there, Alpha Glam. That's exactly why Jimmy Kimmel should be fired for spreading lies and telling the American people that's opposite of what the evidence says. How many times?
I'm pretty sure he said that for he said, go ahead.
You remember Dingle? When Trump said that after Arthur passed away, that I'm sure he's looking down right now? I mean, up, right? There was nothing wrong with that, right? Basically telling her husband's in hell. Y'all remember that? Notorious? No? You don't remember that?
Are you going to cut me off?
this is pretty. She's the queen of the whole round world.
How y'all are in this echo chamber. What was your question?
Go ahead, Notorious, finish. I hope you guys are not thinking this is an echo chamber.
But even an echo chamber denotes freedom of speech.
No, it's not echo chamber.
Hold on. An echo chamber, because y'all don't know the words that y'all use. Y'all talk about being able to speak free.
Maybe you rearrange her mind.
Rock, you hear what you hear talking.
It's an ESL like
stupid ass down there. Go ahead, Jess. Go ahead.
So like even an echo chamber, like y'all say that because y'all freedom of speech, diversity of speech. Y'all want to include it in the conversation. Do you understand what y'all say contradicts every fucking thing that y'all do? Oh yeah, that's all y'all say. That's everyone's talking point. Y'all want an echo chamber. So you know that denotes that you want to say something outside what we think, and you still want to be heard. But yet when these mother out something outside of what you think, you want them to be fired. Y'all are fucking stupid. Stupid.
See, that's the problem in this.
No, it's no problem, baby. I already got
you done?
You are done. No, I'm not done. I'm not done, bitch.
He'll let you know when he's done until then stand on you.
What's wrong with your dumb niggas? So, y'all get up here. I know how y'all are in this echo chamber. Y'all gonna cut me off. You know, politically correct. And Lisa's is an echo chamber. Because y'all want to be heard. Y'all want to say shit that's outside of the norm, and y'all want us to hear you. Right? That's exactly what the fuck that means. But when other people are saying what the fuck they want to say, that goes against what you and your regime or your administration thinks, then you don't want that to be heard. You want pockets to be tapped. You want people to be canceled. So please miss me. Y'all say shit because y'all don't. This is why we call y'all stupid, because you say things and then you like there's nothing really you can say to bend your way out of this. But go ahead, I'm done now.
Yeah, you about to
blow a fuse, ain't you? Yeah, this is the reason why it's an echo chamber. Like, whenever you disagree with Republicans,
I would like for you to address, sir, I don't need to know why you think it's an echo chamber. I want you to address, now I want you, yes, I'm going to interrupt you now because I'm not going to let you I'm not going to let you do this. You're not going to waste my time. You're not. So, sorry, so you're going to answer the question, I asked you, or we can just move on? Because you're not going to do it. You're not going to talk shit about the platform, man. Speak on it. You're not going to do it. So what I asked you was, why do you want to be heard with your dissenting opinion, but these other people, when you want them to be punished for their dissenting opinion? Don't tell me what an echo chamber. Don't tell me why this is an echo chamber. Answer what the fuck I just asked you. Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. This is what we're going to do. We're going to respect the forum. It's definitely not an echo chamber. We like hearing opposing points of view so we can debate. However, you're not going to come on the platform, talk shit about the platform, and then vent and give your opinion, right? Speak to the topic and personal attack or attacks on the platform. Simple.
I would like to reclaim my time when I get a chance, because I got a lot to say now.
You want to reclaim your time, Brooklyn? You're cute.
I would like
You
to
notice
reclaim
his
my
fuck
time.
y'all is never an answer. See, is because whenever you make a salient point and you don't let them off topic, I understand, to have the conversation or whatever, but whenever it's them and hard nail them to a point, they dip, and then it's fuck y'all, and then you want to spaz. Bitch, I got y'all bitches number. Y'all can never do it with me. So play with somebody else.
So I just want, because since y'all are so pro at this point, y'all pro.
1 second, Brooklyn. 1 second.
I was reclaiming my time, right? So you can mute up. Thank you. So no, 5 minutes is too much.
I'll give you 5 seconds. Let me just say
Yeah,
real quick.
that sounds more like it.
Rocky, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I'm talking to him now. Hey, man, we just set the rules again. You don't.
Oh shit.
Go ahead, bro.
What? I just feel like this at this point, since now all of a sudden the party of moving around, however the goalpost is, I want to now, since you all are okay with no freedom of speech, you want to censor everything that people are saying. I think that this is the time for you guys to definitely be censored in this room, especially. You get no freedom of speech, buddy. You're getting canceled. All of the things that you guys are advocating for, we're gonna do it. You know why? Because you said it's okay. See, I ain't never, in my whole entire life, I ain't never been that type of police ass bitch. I ain't never, ever. I ain't never called the police on people. I ain't never did none of that. But I think that it's time now, because see, everybody was against doxing, all of these people, all of these good Christian people, and politically correct, and 420 Lounge, they were all against all of the bad things. They was trying to save you, MAGA niggas, real bad. They saved you in so many different instances, and I think that if no time else, that you should have stood in the place of against what MAGA is doing would be now, and you should be wanting freedom of speech to be back. But since you don't, and since you want to placate and think that all of these things is fine, right? I think now is the time. We're doxing. Doxing is all on the table, guys. You want people to look and see one thing about it. You fucking with somebody that don't got shit to lose. I ain't got nothing to lose. So there's that. I ain't got no kids. I ain't got none of those things, right? So because you guys feel like this and you guys are pro, let's just make everything a dictatorship again. Where's the old lady Christine at? I'm speaking to her directly too. Because she thinks that with her black self, thinks that it's okay for black people to be in this position. So, yeah, she thinks it's okay for black people to be in this position, then okay, let's get this party started. Now, we're gonna do what you all want us to do. I think that it's now. All cards are off. Like, we can do whatever the fuck we want to do because MAGA said that it was okay. The law says, the new law of Trump says that it is okay if somebody does something that you don't like, they say things that you don't like, to dox them, I guess you could threaten violence, but I don't think we got it in us to just threaten violence or any of those things. But you could definitely dox them, and somebody might do it. So we don't know. But I just want you guys to never forget, because see, I've been holding you guys to the fucking fire this whole time, from the election to now. I remember everything. You niggas cannot take back none of the things that you say, and today is another day, right? So when that day comes, and all of this is on your fucking doorstep, right? And it ain't, you black, so self-defense ain't gonna be the same for you as a white person. Let's be very clear about that. Remember we had that conversation about self-defense when the boy stabbed the boy by mistake? You remember? I was like, oh no, it wasn't self-defense. Oh, guess what, black people? All of these things that y'all you rooted for is gonna come back to bite you niggas in the ass, and I'm gonna be one of the people that's gonna make sure it's there. Land. Thank you very much. Magda,
the Haitian in the queue.
You warned.
The Haitian in the queue.
No, there was somebody who was going after.
Yeah. Okay. Can I get after that person?
It was Rock. Go ahead, Rock.
Can I get after Rock?
I'm going after Rock. Then you go ahead, Rock.
All right, I'm going after Gemini.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
All right, Haitian going after Gemini.
Go ahead, Rock.
Hey, Brooklyn, I understand where you're coming from, but the same thing that you're saying been happening. Okay?
Has it?
It's been happening. Like I said, a lot more things is happening than things that you think is happening. That's the thing. We have a lack of jobs for the black people because, like I said, there's excessive of people that's here that's taking our job. And due to DEI, that your brother and your cousins and them who worked so hard at a job that wanted an upper position to get paid $50 an hour couldn't get that job because a family member of a Spanish person or a family member who had no experience of that job that you had that position. Surgery, you can say what you say.
What are you talking about,
places like New York and places like Miami, believe it or not.
Oh, because freedom of speech ain't freedom, my nigga. You can't say this shit to me.
You say whatever you just want to say.
No, freedom of speech ain't a thing. So every time you say freedom of speech ain't a thing. Guess what, Haitian?
Brooklyn, come on. I didn't let nobody cut you off.
Freedom of speech ain't a thing.
Brooklyn, come on, man. I didn't let nobody cut you off. You gotta give me the same respect with them, man.
Advocate for
I hear you, but you gotta let them finish.
Get to say stuff.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish.
Free and clear.
Brooklyn, you gotta let them finish. Go ahead, Rock.
Not respecting him, bro.
You lucky I'm not part of this dictatorship, nigga.
Brooklyn, come on, man.
I'm lucky I ain't got
I don't want to shoot you. Come on.
Again, I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna lay my plane. And thank you, Brooklyn, for opening up for me as you raise your mind. The only reason that you vote Democrat, Brooklyn, is for the welfare and the food stamp in the Section 8 house.
Oh, hell no.
Get the fuck up.
Mother did. Goodbye. My son did. Get to talk to me. Get to talk to me. I mean, I can't relate. I can't relate to a nigga that was in foster care his whole life and definitely did depend on welfare, Medicaid, and fucking food stamps. Are you retarded or something? You niggas are retarded. You. That's another one. This nigga, but wait a minute, because this one real bad with his big ass head want to get on here and talk bad. But he benefited from TPS. Nigga, you about to go. I am reporting you and your wife for harboring a fucking fugitive immigrant. Nigga, you going. I'm promising you that.
You know what, please don't do that in the 420. Don't do that. Please respect my space and not have me in my space.
When I swing back, y'all gonna say I went overboard.
Swing, better swing, bitch.
You know what? I'm not even gonna go. Just say shit.
Don't bring it back up.
President of the United States Donald Trump had a chilling reaction.
Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that.
They're next. I hear they're going to be going. Well, tonight an ABC spokesperson confirms that Jimmy Kimmel's Late Show has been preempted indefinitely. Now, it comes just hours after a large set of ABC affiliates announced they would refuse to air Kimmel's show. They say because of comments the late night host made on Monday night relating to the motives of the man that shot and killed Charlie Kirk, wrongly suggesting the killer was part of the MAGA movement. He was not. Nexstar, the largest owner of local stations in the country, came out and, quote, strongly objects to recent comments made by Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. And if that were the whole story, he said something, it was not correct, the affiliates pushed back, well, then that would be one story. But that, of course, is not the whole story. Okay? Because crucially, just hours before that statement, Trump's hand-picked FCC chairman went on a podcast and suggested ABC's broadcast license for affiliates could be at risk if they did not suspend or fire Kimmel, essentially issuing an order saying, and I quote him here, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." Well, hours later, ABC made the announcement that Kimmel would indeed be taken off the air indefinitely. And this is just the latest chapter in Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to crack down on free speech, dominate the media, and essentially render the First Amendment meaningless. An extreme campaign that has been on overdrive the past week. I mean, just yesterday, you had the Deputy Attorney General of these United States, the number 2 of the Department of Justice and the former criminal lawyer for the president, suggesting using criminal anti-racketeering laws, the kind of things used for mobsters, RICO statutes, to go after and prosecute protesters who heckled Donald Trump at a restaurant, who yelled at him. We're also...
Okay, so I just playing a little bit of clip of that. But you heard what that man just said. He said that the FCC told that what is it, Nexstar, that owns these stations. I didn't even know that there was a conglomerate that owned all these stations. That if they didn't get rid of Kimmel, they were going to have their license pulled. Now, who on here was talking about what?
Anthony,
how
that's what I'm saying.
what?
He's gone.
Christine and all them, they all gone, of course, now.
Who said that? No.
Y'all stop playing with my
She talking about
That was a bomb clip, Lisa.
dropping my food. Now I have nobody to talk to.
Lisa, who said that again, please?
Exactly what I've been trying to squeeze in for the last hour, sitting over here mute.
Damn.
I wanted them to hear this whole thing.
No, they're just on their own. I just figured
No,
you got.
I'm just saying because you keep, okay, I'm not saying nothing the fuck else. I'm over here going through all these fucking clips, investigating every fucking thing that's being said, so I can make sure I come back with facts for this.
It's
and I've been
Gemini
doing
fault.
this and waiting. So I went through 5, 6, 7 articles, 2 fucking computers,
I'm
and
teasing
an iPad and a phone.
Lisa,
That Emeryville slander, Gemini. You know what you did.
I was taking a shower. I was taking a shower, so I don't know. I hate with people who think that it's okay to lie about who the killer and the murderer is. Like, there's no debating this. Trump said it was the leftists even before they even had a criminal. Okay, even before they had a suspect, he automatically assumed it was leftist, and only to find out that it is not. It's the opposite.
What are you talking about, Juicy? He literally is a leftist. His parents literally said, yeah, he is in a relationship with a transgender woman who literally.
You do know there are gay trans people.
That does not mean
You do know they're also conservative. Like, what are you talking about?
Where can I get the mic? Because I was supposed to go after Gemini. I got shot. They said my wife was in shit, and then they put me in the group.
Lisa, can you put that link in the chat, please?
You going back to Haiti, that's what I said.
But I'm saying, like, when I'm swinging, listen.
Can't hold you here. That's what I said.
When I swing back, they just gonna move me to the group.
Bitch.
One mic on you, Haitian. Say what you're gonna say and quit arguing. Just say what you're gonna
To
say.
be honest with you, I think Gemini told you like 50 times to stay on mute, and you didn't know how to stay on mute.
You gotta be kidding me, man. It was my time to talk. She talking about my
on the
wife.
fucking stage to include Brooklyn, right? And she's like loyal.
She's been jumping off the mic and insulting people, talking about me going back to Haiti and my wife on
The
hostage.
Haitians, you have 30 seconds to make your point.
Make your point. Arguing with Patty is gonna waste your time and get you kicked off the stage. Trust me. Just go ahead
And then we're done.
there ain't no point in bro, you arguing with your own wife. Just say what you say. Speak, nigga.
Alright, I'm gonna speak. So, the fact that y'all saying that he's a MAGA Trump supporter, that just lets me know that y'all are really like warping y'all minds. Y'all want to believe that he would go against.
Say that.
Look,
We did not say
coming
that.
off the mic, right? But you
Yeah,
gonna say that?
everybody on mute.
Y'all want to echo chamber, man. It's all good. Man. Y'all tripping, man. I ain't tripping.
We'll have us 30 seconds, please, y'all. Go ahead, Haitian.
It's gonna be longer than 30 seconds.
Talk for like 10 minutes. All right, man. Listen. So, anyways, what sense do it make for him to have been a MAGA supporter and Charlie Kirk is pumping some MAGA shit? Like, do y'all have like critical thinking issues, man? He literally hates Trump. His dad already said that he hated Trump and Charlie Kirk, but he didn't think nothing of it. When asked, goddamn, 10 seconds.
Keep going.
This shit crazy. Again, the other aspect of it, once again, him using that language, fascist, him fucking the transgender, that's not something that Charlie Kirk was in favor of, right? He actually condemned that shit and called those people crazy for wanting to cut off their dick off. He felt some type of way, just like a lot of y'all feel some type of way, because what Charlie Kirk was saying, that shit was indisputable. You can't be around here trying to recreate reality, trying to cut off your dick, calling you a woman, and then he felt some type of way about it because at the end of the day, like, damn, I can't argue with him because I know how much time I stick my dick in this man, he ain't never gonna be no woman for me. So that's why he let me kill him because I can't.
Thank you for your submission.
I can't turn it.
Thank you for your submission, sir. Thank you for your submission. We appreciate you.
Just like thoughts that these people have.
Can I say something? I've been listening for a long time. And I'd really appreciate if people could respond to this point. Regardless of what he believed, right? It's like, oh, was he a, Groyper trans maxer, or did he fall in love with a trans person and now he wants to defend trans, whatever. We can't know for sure. He's not talking. What we do know, and I've said this before, but I really want to hear people actually respond to this. The environment that he grew up in, we know exactly the environment he was raised in. We know exactly what his family believed. We know exactly what that community is. We know exactly how we've seen the pictures of him 10 years old with a gun bigger than he is. So why is nobody talking about the kind of environments that raise up killers, whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, whatever you believe? What environments are producing these kind of people? I really want to hear somebody respond to that.
I'll respond. He belongs to Utah. He's one of theirs. He's raised by them. He's taught by them. He's a product of Utah 100%. Everything that he has become is because of the people who raised him. I don't know if he's ever left Utah. So that's what he is. He has nothing to do with anything but them.
Because Rosalind, even the people talking about, but he rebelled against that upbringing. He rebelled. So what if he was not going? He rebelled. No, here's the response, please. Here's the response. What did his upbringing teach him about the manner of rebellion? Because plenty of us have rebelled against our fucking parents. What do we fucking do? What? Fuck people of the same sex and dye our hair purple or whatever the fuck? Fucking move to Tahiti or whatever? People rebel in all manner of ways. His manner of rebellion was to pick up a gun and shoot somebody. Now, who taught him that kind of rebellion is acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think nobody taught him.
His family taught him.
He went against that shit. That was his middle finger to him. You want to teach me? Well, I thought I was answering. Yeah. So again, that was his response for having that standard placed on him. He resented having been brought up as a Mormon. He hated that shit because he had to follow the rules of not fucking a faggot, not fucking a transgender.
What's going on here? Why is he being homophobic on shit? Y'all homophobic?
Do y'all know that every single time, there's when there's an election, you know that there's Republican conventions and there's Democratic conventions, and they're aired on TV. They're huge deals. They draw thousands of people. We know this every 4 years. Every time whatever city the Republican convention is in, Grindr completely goes down. The fucking servers can't handle how much activity there is on the gay sex cruising website Grindr every time the Republican convention is down. Grindr doesn't go down any other time. Explain that to me.
I go like dick.
I don't think that matters. But, you know,
Well, you're using his gayness
I didn't use it.
supposedly
You got
as
the wrong person.
proof that he's
That's
not
somebody else.
MAGA.
So I'm gonna answer your question. From my understanding of this young man, he's never been in trouble before. If you look at the mother's Facebook, the Robinson lady Facebook, she posts a lot of pictures of her and her son. They had a really good relationship. He didn't really agree with his dad. He thought his dad was uber MAGA, and you know but he even in the text messages, he was disappointed he was gonna let his old man down, right? So he grew up. He went to college, had good grades. I don't know what happened to him. No one knows until he talks what happened to his young man.
Looking at him.
One second.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
1 second. So, but we do know, and Lisa, I sent you a clip. We know what the person who's going to be trying the case said based on his interviews, and I take what the police are saying and what the DA is saying over anybody because they have all the evidence. In 17 minutes and 15 seconds, between 7 minutes and 31 seconds, he talks about who the shooter was. And it was clear he was leftist. That was point blank, and there's no other evidence that point to him being MAGA. And so,
that's why I wanted to talk about
Lisa could play the clip where the DA, where just 2 days ago, he went on TV and he had that press conference where he read the charges off. He explained everything. I suggest everyone go back and actually listen.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me ask the question real quick.
Oh God!
How is it that? I'm sorry, just 1 second. How is it that the DA knows that he was MAGA and he hasn't spoken at all?
Exactly.
And they explained that he didn't speak. Where did you get your information from, Omari? Listen to what I'm saying to you. How does the DA know that he's a leftist if he's never spoke or testified or anything? He's not cooperating.
They interviewed the mom.
Saying that because
They interviewed the
He's
mom.
interviewed the mom.
They did
How
interview the
do
mom.
you know? And he interviewed the grandmother who also said that they was MAGA. So what are you saying?
So I'm gonna go with the clip. What the DA said in his press conference. It's a 30-minute clip. In 17 minutes, I'll give you the time. 17 minutes.
Listen to yourself. Listen to what you're saying. No, Omari.
I'm going by what they're saying.
No, but how are you going by what they're saying if they haven't even gotten testimony from the guy who actually did it? But wait a minute.
The DA, yes or no?
1 second. No. Omari, hold on 1 second. Because you said that there was no other evidence that would point to this kid being MAGA, but there is. There was the first thing they discovered on this guy's laptop was that he donated to Donald Trump's campaign. That's one. And two, they also found that he was on certain websites like Nick Fuentes. He was considered he had rhetoric even when they found the bullets that had the rhetoric on the bullets. It was very synonymous with the same rhetoric of what they call the Groypers online, the same followers that follow Nick Fuentes. So all of these people are right-wing conservative that carry that rhetoric on their podcast. He's following those people. That was found on his laptop. So we can't say that there's absolutely no evidence that points to him potentially being MAGA. That's not true.
Can I speak?
Can I just get 1 more second to respond? Just can I get 20 seconds?
In order to be with a trans person. So there's no Republicans that are gay or trans. It's only the people on the left.
So why are we going back to the trans thing? We're just talking about.
I'm just saying what you said.
There's so many Republicans. Like, this is the stupidest, dumb, black argument I've ever heard in my life. To hear that there are no Republicans that are gay.
Like, exactly, Bella. Thank you.
This is the dumbest fucking argument.
Dumb black argument? Is that what you said?
No, the gay argument. Go ahead, Bella.
Who's talking about?
let Bella finish. She was making a good point.
Yeah, so like, here's the thing: is that you want to come in and you want to make it racist. You want to make it about gay or trans or whatever.
You? I'm not. It's not me.
I'm not talking about you, Omari. I'm not talking to you, Omari. I actually support everything you're saying. I'm saying that the.
Oh, never mind. I thought you was on our side.
Okay.
Never mind.
Just let her speak.
Bella.
And she
Please, one mic on Bella.
You know what? I don't even think it's worth it.
Bella calls it a dumb black argument.
Great.
It is. It's a dumb black argument.
Wait, why
No, I'm gonna say it.
Hold on.
Yes,
she said she's gonna say it. Let her say it.
I'm gonna say it. Let me say it.
I was just saying what I was saying. No, let me reiterate what I said. They were saying that
we want to hear what she said about a black
she was
person.
talking about me.
Let's let it go real quick. About the black joke.
Yeah, it's a dumb black argument. See, everybody.
Let her say it.
Okay, go ahead. Record it.
Okay.
It's a dumb black argument to then claim that this is then a gay or trans argument to play into any of this shit. Like, it's so stupid. If you ever truly listened to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, he was not anti-gay, not anti-trans, not anti-black. He was not racist. Like, all of it is bullshit. Like, all of it. All of it. So when a black woman comes to bring in, like, oh, this is racist, like, this is trans shit, this is anti-trans, anti-gay, anti-all the rest of it, and that apparently this kid was MAGA, is crazy. It's nuts. Go walk, like, I mean, look at the evidence. Open up your eyes.
We're talking about the evidence. What evidence are you talking about?
Am I allowed? Am I allowed to land?
So wait,
Am I allowed to land?
Let her finish her statement. Let her get some self-restraint. Respond afterwards.
Land? Yeah, nobody wants to let me land.
I'll let you land.
No. Let her land. Rebuttal comes afterwards, and y'all get the same respect.
Gemini, I need that mic you got, boy. Woo.
At the end of the day, we are all part of the human race, and we are all in this game together. And what is going on right now? Oh, we're not. Okay, so we're against each other. So
Just
you
go
want
ahead, please.
all right, fine. Exactly. Like, that's the reason that it's not even worth me to stare at right now.
Please. 2 more sentences.
Y'all are prolonging it every time y'all interrupt her. There's a reason why we're trying to let her
Yeah,
talk.
come on, y'all. Please. Just
Respect the stage. If y'all respect Lisa, respect the stage. Please mute up and let her conclude her thought. Please. The rebuttals come afterwards, and you will get the same grace. Keep going.
Can I just say something real quick? If you guys
I'm done.
hold on, Bella. No, Bella.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Bella. You have the mic. Go ahead, Bella, because it's nothing that. Just go ahead and finish what you're gonna say. There's like 5 people talking. I don't know what you said before that. I'm still trying to figure it out. Go ahead, Bella. Could you just finish out what you were saying?
I don't even think it matters. I don't even think it
It
matters.
does. We like to hear opposing voices. Please keep going.
No, honestly, if you're not willing to listen, it's not even opposing. It's uniting. That's the difference, Gemini.
Okay, then uniting. Just don't keep
A
going, please.
woman said, instead of saying a black woman said. That's what you said. And all I did was answer him. Wait a minute. All I did was answer him because they were talking about, well, he's trans, so he had to be leftist. And I said, so that means that there's no Republican leftist. And you came on the stage and said, a black woman said that there's no gay or trans Republicans. That's not what I said. And you didn't hear what he said before you gonna come in and try to address me. So that's bullshit.
Get to the part. See, y'all been interrupt that so much. You're trying to let her get to the part where she was calling it a dumb black. Yeah, I wanted to hear that part. What was the dumb black argument? Dumb black argument. What black guy?
Y'all
she didn't address the whole thing though. She sounded like she's gonna go deeper into it, but people keep interrupting. So if we don't agree, it's better to get the full picture and get context. That way you can have a full rebuttal. You can't give a full rebuttal.
No, let her know.
I've been trying to. I keep telling everybody to let her finish.
Hello?
Bella, are you complete?
Hello?
Bella, are you complete with your statement?
I don't believe that on this stage I can get my complete
You can get it
sentence
out.
Right now, I am telling you, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you.
Please.
Bella, I will shoot anybody that interrupts you. Please conclude your thought and we'll then have a response.
Please. Okay, so my entire complete thought is that if you ever listen to anything that Charlie Kirk had to say, if you were listening to his movement as to what he was doing with the youth, he was definitely not racist, definitely not anti-gay or anti-trans. He always welcomed those people into the discussion. He was always welcoming people into a discussion to have a discussion about where we were going together as humans. And so when people cut people off and they just say, well, you're racist or what have you. But yes, I got cut off by a black woman who's like, well, all of a sudden, their opinion is more important than what has happened. But what has happened here is an assassination. And what people are failing to acknowledge during this is that this is truly the first.
That's what they're
Okay,
saying. Acknowledge
okay,
on
all
this
right.
stage.
Goo.
Nope.
This is the
Let me
first.
tell you something.
Okay.
Scotty,
No,
come on, bro.
no. I was told no. This is the thing. This is what you guys are all racist.
And she's a fucking liar.
Okay.
How much longer do we have to have her explain why it's a
You all have to interrupt.
Y'all gotta stop interrupting. Come on, man. This is getting on my fucking nerves. Y'all lucky my mic was cut. Please, Scotty. Please, Scotty. Scotty.
What the fuck are we doing here?
For real, I feel like this is abuse now. This enough is got a headache.
It's not enough. You have to show self-control here.
But she's giving her, she said what she needed to say. Now she's running us down, and we don't have to listen to that.
No.
Well, she's gonna get run down too, trust me.
Right.
Okay, because the clap back that I got, baby, okay?
Bella, were you complete? One mic. Bella, were you complete?
I was not complete. How the fuck?
I just did. I don't want to shoot, but I don't got an option at this point because we can't hear. Bella, go ahead.
There's a difference between an assassination and a murder. And what we witnessed was the first assassination of a political figure that we've seen since the 1960s.
Minnesota.
No, that is not an assassination. That was a political.
You got shot. Keep going, Bella.
Yeah, that was a murder. An assassination is a murder of a person in a public space who is meant to be taken out. We haven't seen that since the 1960s. I'm sorry, but everybody who's claiming any differently is wrong. And there's a reason that he got assassinated, and everybody needs to take a deep fucking breath and take race out of it and go back and listen to what he was saying, because none of it was racial, none of it was anti-gay or anti-trans or any of the rest of it. The only thing he had to say was that we had to take back America and protect our younger generation, and I agree with him on that. Now, if you all want to come at me, and now I land.
We are. Okay, so
Everybody come on, mic on the response.
let me just
One mic on something. One mic on something.
Okay, Robert, you gotta wait, Robert.
please just hold on.
One mic on bro.
What's wrong with you, Spence?
Y'all making me sure people I actually like, but I don't have an option because it's going to be everybody getting shot. Robert, I shot.
I just want to say,
go ahead.
nobody's on our side. I just wanted to hear the whole racist thing that she had to say. And what I'll say to you, and because I'll let Black woman address this, but for you to talk, for you to come up here and say it's a dumb black opinion, or a woman, a black woman, and she's all like, all of those things are microaggressions, and the way they're about to treat you is how you deserve to be treated, because you came up here doing that shit. You know exactly. You can go on mute. You can go on mute because I made a way for you. You can go on mute, and I'll wait till you do that. Please don't reply anything to me. Thank you. So you came up here. You did all the dog whistles. You performed. You lied, and you disrespected black women. You didn't have to do any of that to say your opinion. So the reason I let you speak is because I wanted everybody to hear an example of how if you let people talk, they will reveal exactly how racist they are. Now, y'all can get her.
Hey,
One mic. We're going to have a queue. We're going to have a queue. Robert, go ahead.
Haitian next.
No, let Sandra respond. Let Sandra respond.
No, you
Sandra, okay, Sandra. One mic on Sandra then. Where's Haitian? Where's Haitian?
You don't wanna.
No,
You already
who said put Haitian
crucified us
next?
it was a mass murder thing.
You know what? No, she should have. If we're being fair, she should have a chance to respond. This should be a squabble.
Yeah, let Sandra respond.
Nobody said anything disrespectful about CK. We have never, in this room or the rooms, said anything disrespectful or celebrated his death. All I said was they went to the transgender boyfriend that he supposedly had. I don't care about that because I'm not sleeping with them. I'm not in their bedroom. That has nothing to do with me. But just because if he did have a transgender boyfriend does not mean he was leftist. It just means he fell in love with a boy. What the hell? Y'all are tripping. Y'all are really tripping. Y'all grasping at straws because y'all didn't want it to be no Utah white boy born and raised in a damn family of Mormons that shot that man. That's not our fault. That's not a black woman's fault. So get off my dick.
Definitely not. Okay, definitely not the black culture's fault that Charlie Kirk got shot. Never said that. Never even implied that.
Do y'all know there's a I Am Charlie Kirk movement? You guys are fucked. They got black
You
people.
out of here.
Okay, you know what? You're done.
You're out.
You're not gonna talk out of turn and say stupid shit.
So Bella, I wanted to correct you about assassinations because you said that in order for something to be considered an assassination, it has to be outside of public. That's not true. I looked it up. The definition says that murder by sudden or secret attack, often for political reasons, the act or an instance of assassinating someone such as a prominent political leader. So that doesn't mean that by that definition, Charlie Kirk is not the one person that's been assassinated since the 60s. That's not true. And we just seen 2 senators in Minnesota get assassinated. That would be considered an assassination. Those were 2 political figures. So we can't say that. And furthermore, I for me personally, I don't have a problem with people who did were a fan of Charlie Kirk, honoring him in their own way or whatever they want to do. But it just baffles me how it's the circumstance around it for me. The way that this man is considered a martyr, and the fact that we're even having conversations about him being compared to MLK and Malcolm X. Because at the end of the day, you may not think that his speech was hateful or rhetoric, but no offense, you may not be in those set groups that might find offense to what he said. So that probably might be the reason why you don't feel that way. But for some of us who are in those set groups, some of the things that Charlie Kirk did say were offensive. And so it is equally offensive to me to even hear that now, even in death, that y'all would compare him to somebody of a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King, and then turn around and say that we as black people are the ones having a dumb argument. But you go off.
No, I'm really curious. What are you offended about what he said? Amber. Or Alpha, sorry.
It's okay. The fact that he said that black women, the thing he said about the congresswomen and the women in Congress being incompetent, those statements about black women not having full brain capacity, those implicating that we don't have the same intelligence.
his stance about DEI, not acknowledging the fact that the majority of DEI was benefited white women, but still continued to use black men as an example to say that he questions their intelligence or their skill set level because they were a DEI hire. Those things are offensive. So yes, now does that mean that I think that he should have been killed? No, absolutely not. But to say that he said nothing offensive is a farce.
I mean, okay. I get how to take specific things that he said out of context in clips and get offended by them. But when you listen to his entire arguments, especially the arguments that he had against anyone of any race, he always said, like, we're all one human race. He was
When
always
did he
putting
say
that.
When did he say, quote, we're all one human race? And
multiple times, with all due respect.
Quote it.
Oh my God. Okay.
Just like we found all the racist
It's
clips
not
under the
that.
sun.
If you look at his work, it's not that.
Find a clip.
Oh my God. There's so many.
Since y'all are
Like,
liars.
honestly.
I dare you
yes.
will not find a clip where Charlie Kirk says we are all equal.
He actually does. He actually goes back to.
Then why does he have so much hate for? I just put a bunch of clips in the chat.
Many of them.
What is it? Show me a clip where he says he's equal to a Trump. Show me that clip.
No. He was very clear in that the fact that us being humans are part of society.
What speech? What conference?
I'll get it for you, Bella. Just stand by.
Hillary's got me. That's the thing. It's like this is the thing.
He's not gonna find it.
I don't care enough to prove to you people.
I can say clearly, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He is not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. So
yeah. Can I say something about what he would do?
He said, hold on, I just wanted to let's let that marinate for a second, if you don't mind. He said once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. And he doubled down on that, right? And said that we acted better. The blacks were, the crime rates of the blacks, they had it better underneath slavery.
man, that's
Prior to 1964. Right? So when people start trying to, let me land. I've been moderating, not speaking very much, and I'm about to go back to moderating. But look, when you have someone that's consistent with this type of rhetoric, there is an underlying hate. There is an underlying racism theme that binds the rhetoric.
Charlie Kirk Struggle Session. Episode number 265 by candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District, bringing your daily dosage of racial identity politics to you.
And go back and forth with them. Try to see it from their vantage point. Now, I've been grifting through these MAGA groups for about the last 4 days. The posts that have the most likes and comments, right? This is not how I feel. This is just how it is. Are always racially motivated. It will be a black person saying something anti-Kirk that will generate the most comments. And when you read through the comments dehumanize us, right? They'll say things like, find it. Not find him. Be careful on how I said what I said, because I'm saying it verbatim. Find it. And this is what I would expect. Stereotypical. You'll die in a gang war soon. You understand? This is a sentiment that you're trying to reason with. So just take that into consideration when you hear them try to spin the rhetoric and spin the narrative in their favor, although they know, truthfully deep in their soul, they know that this is a racially based and racially motivated speaker. They know that there's
projection alert! Projection number 1!
Telling them something that they don't already internally know. They're just in denial and want to try to see if they can recruit a couple more or change a couple more minds. Are you?
Yeah, the idea that this man was some, paragon of public discourse and he just, was speaking for the youth and all this stuff. I mean, he spoke for a certain type of reactionary right youth. People who wanted, women to be baby makers and not much else, and a whole bunch of other, very retrograde opinions. Like, yes, he spoke for those people. That's true. That's real. And, he didn't speak for most people. He was hateful towards lots of people. There's a reason why he didn't have a reputation for being some great uniter in life. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that people try to say this kind of stuff, like, to sort of completely change who he was after the fact. He was who he was. Like, he was not a great uniter. He said all kinds of terrible things. He had the professor watch list to try to intimidate professors. He would put people on the watch list for, basically just saying any opinion that he didn't like. That's not pro-free speech. It's intimidation.
Bill Nye doesn't do that.
This idea that
Bill Nye, the nice guy.
Just because he had some campus debates, or I don't know if they were debates necessarily. Sometimes they were debates. He'd have these discussions that he would host. Does not mean that he was some incredible champion for free speech. And most of what he said was just fucking terrible. Terrible. The idea that he was an anti-gay, while at the same time he was constantly spouting off about his vision of what family should look like that obviously doesn't include gay people. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The fact that he just randomly, apparently, would talk shit about Ketanji Brown Jackson and Kamala Harris and all kinds of black women would come up in his speech all the time, where like black men were always prowling the streets to try to kill white men. I think that was something he said in the last week of his life. Like, this is not it's just ridiculous to say these things. And like, again, didn't deserve to be shot, but just a piece of shit in life.
To take it a step further, one of the things I keep seeing, right, is the fight back theme, right? That when I'm seeing I'm talking about as I grift through the MAGA groups, right? Is the fight back theme. But this is the weird part for me. All the violence and all the insinuations of violence are coming from the right side. When I'm seeing different posts inside these MAGA groups, like, let us go door to door, declare civil war, we'll cleanse, we'll do a righteous cleansing, right? That's coming from the right side. That's insinuating violence and death. When they're marching at Huntington Beach Pier, white man fight back, and then some of them are carrying arms. That's insinuating violence. It's illegal. I don't understand how the cops are allowing that. And they're not even naming who their threat is against, because they can't. It's an open-ended sentence. White men fight back against who?
Hello?
The African American community has nothing to do with it. The left has nothing to do with it. Is this about to be more MAGA on MAGA? Because that's what the violence is right now. All right? So when you keep hearing this theme of being marginalized, and another thing I keep hearing them say is, we've had enough. It's time for us to take a stand. We're not going to accept it anymore. Accept what? We're not advocating for violence. We're not celebrating violence. We're adverse to violence, but you guys are pro-violence, and you're trying to justify it. There's nothing scarier than the wrath of the love of a Christian. They will give you a righteous death, a righteous, violent death, right? You don't hear the left side saying, we have to fight back, get our guns together, let's go shoot them, let's go be proactive because we know they're coming after. You don't hear that. You don't hear the violence. You don't hear the mob mentality. That is only coming from the right. So how can you fight back when nobody's fighting you?
I would say it's not just the right, because I've been on Blue Sky and seeing some of the things that are coming is actually pretty despicable. That's one. Two, we can actually go and take a look. There was just a study. There was just a study done where they asked both the left and the right if it's okay for killing President Trump. And guess who the left came back and scored, saying yes, it is justified for killing the president of the United States. This is not fair, right? And what most people don't talk about too.
Is that research? Is that actual
Yes.
research?
Yes, I'll post the survey.
That's super interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So again, and there was people, not anyone on the stage. And I gotta preference that because there was no one on the stage, but there were people on Clubhouse saying that he had ketchup on his hair when he got shot. Was laughing, joking about that. We're talking about the president last year. And then we can go back to 2016, where you were seeing Trump supporters get their ass whooped on every single rally that was happening. Coming out, you had a lady named Evelyn Beatty who was stabbed by Black Lives Matter, right? You have people getting their ass beat in 2020. I mean, so again, we know the ADL numbers. We know how they picked them.
What, like the movement got together and decided to stand?
She was in D.C. and she got Beverly, Betty, I don't know if you know her, Beverly Beatty, whatever how you pronounce her name, who spent prison time, right? Who spent prison time for being at an abortion clinic. We're talking about cancel culture. She was stabbed as well. So let's not pretend that it's only one side. I'm not denying the fact that the right does have these violent KKK, neo-Nazis. But you have neo-fascists who are violent on the left. You have neo-cons.
Did the left kill somebody though?
Yeah, you can say that when Antifa, who's been rioting for the last 2 months in Portland, right? You can say they're the cause of what happened in 2020. They popped it off after. You can say that the 20 or so people who have been killed.
You talking about J6, the Antifa?
No, J6 was one day. If you look at riots overall, if you look at burning, if you, I'm not finished. You guys gotta give me a chance to land. We just gotta mean, you guys get a chance to speak. I mean, let someone else talk. So you have.
Omari, I just want you to think about this for a second. I'm gonna give the mic right to you. Okay. This is how it feels, except for people who are losing their jobs for trying to voice their opinion, right?
This is
you guys are pro, but you guys are pro that. You know, if you say you're against it, you're an outlier. Because when I'm in there, when I see people saying, "Well, he lost his life," fuck them if they lose their job. That's the general sentiment, right? And that will get thousands of likes and thousands of replies, and people sending screenshots of all the people that they actually were able to document and disrupt their lives, right? So when you see that, I want you to think about that. Everybody's fighting for a mic in here, but they don't want anybody to be able to express themselves unless it's Republican. Anytime a left or a Democrat or even the independent says anything that can be remotely construed as anti-Charlie, find them. And that's the sentiment right now. Let's dox them. Let's create the website, Charlie's Murderers. Let's dox them. Let's see if we can fuck their life in it.
And that's wrong.
So how can you advocate for freedom of speech while suppressing it at the same time?
So Jim, I said you get back.
It goes back to Omari because I took it from him and interrupted him. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I definitely
go after Malak.
And it's wrong, right? And you can look at people like Megyn Kelly and others who, as soon as the Attorney General made that stupid ass statement, which is dumb, the dumbest statement ever you can make, and she should have been fired after the First Amendment. Many of us thought that was dumb. Many of us don't believe that. I think I heard Anthony earlier indicate that he doesn't believe that he should have been fired. I'm telling you, I don't think he should have been fired.
Are you trying to have these people not be fired? Or you just saying it to yourself?
Yeah, or do you want? No, I think it's stupid. And I thought it was bad when I also heard that we were going against each other on this stage where we're taking something that's happening in DC and internalize it and going against each other, which we should not. It's not me versus Jim, me versus anyone, even me versus Kosher. It doesn't matter. I'm not against you guys. I'm not here trying to cancel anyone.
It's a misinformation
I'm about to say, Omari, because I'm
freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
The thing is, Omari, when it comes to political violence, though, what I'm reading statistically is saying that even though, of course, they're saying that political violence in general has been on the rise since 2020. But it says the available research from I can put posts in the chat. This is coming from MSNBC.com. It says the available research from recent years makes clear that right-wing violence has been more dangerous in the U.S. than left-wing violence. As the New York Times' David Leonberg explained in 2022, the American right has a violence problem that has no equivalent on the left. The New Republic noted in the response to Vance, just J.D. Vance, one study published by the Libertarian Institute found that since 2020, right-wingers have accounted for over half of terror-related deaths in the United States, with left-wingers at 22%. The New York Times also said this week examined the latest evidence pointing to the Nonpartisan Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Where'd Omari go?
Oh, he left.
I'm here. Sure. Why did say I'm here?
Okay, my bad.
Okay. International Studies Global Terrorist Threat Assessment in 2024, which found most of the U.S. terrorist attacks in recent years were committed by violent far-right perpetrators, such as white supremacists, anti-government extremists, and violent misogynists. So that's what they're saying. The research says is that, yes, there's political violence on both sides, but it's still coming more from one side than the other.
Did you read who they killed? Did you read the actual people that were actually killed? So if someone had, let's say, a Nazi, symbol on their arm, and then they killed like maybe a loved one, a family member, they actually counted that as political violence. You look at the actual people that's being killed, there's no politicians.
Okay, that happened in
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And I went through the cases because I knew y'all was gonna do that. And see, this is the problem I have with you because you're sitting up here lying. When I went in here the other day, you talking about, oh, it's not me against you, but you sat up here and lied and said that I was making fun of his death, knowing I didn't. You sat up here and lied, trying to be funny. And see, this is what y'all do. Y'all want somebody to be civil with y'all, but y'all get mad when y'all getting ate up or somebody is fucking y'all up in a verbal combat, and then y'all want to make up shit like you did last night, knowing what they're saying the repercussions are. You did that, so I would never trust you, and I wouldn't tell anyone to trust you because you lied. You sat up here. I'm not done talking. You're right. When you lie on me, I'm going to talk about everybody. And it's always up for me and you. So I mean, that's it's one real like that for you.
Right. Yeah.
And here you go again, trying to your white shit. I said it's always up with me and you. If I wouldn't want to say anything violent, I would be. You can say whatever you want to say.
So, can I jump in?
But you are. I'm not done. Yo, all that cutting off shit. I don't know why y'all be doing that. But that shit is corny. You sat up here live in a room and you tried to frame it like somebody was doing it, trying to put people's livelihood in danger. That's late, lame, and that's fucking corny. So you're exactly right. I'm never gonna fuck with you, and that's the shit that you do. And they're gonna get in here and talk about, I don't agree with this. I agree with free speech. I agree. I just cited the Supreme Court cases that included hate speech and said that's included in free speech. But you sit up here and play with two people's livelihood because you did it to somebody else, and that's not funny. That's where you cross the line. That's lame and that's corny, and I will always hate you, bitch.
I was there when it happened. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. I was there when it happened, and you absolutely accused Just of celebrating Charlie Kirk's death when that was not true. You did that, brother. You gotta own it. I was there.
Okay. Jim, I said he was.
Hold on, one mic on Patty. What you say, Patty?
I want to say something. When you try to say that the stats on political violence, there's actually a definition for it. And you know what's crazy about it? Like the Department of Defense, if you're in the military and you're an officer, we got to go to these things like the Naval Academy, or naval officers, they go to Naval War College. For us, we go to U.S. Army War College, or we go to National Defense University. When we go to these schools, they teach us about political violence. And I'm telling you that even with the people that we study, a lot of them, it has to do with, and this is within the last 20 years, right, or from 2000. If we're talking about domestic political violence, a lot of it is coming from the right side. So.
Just to further,
Thank you, Patty.
I want to be real brief, but I've been researching the hell out of this because I really want to be accurate in my submission. And I started looking at the FBI and the DOJ because Homeland Security assess what they call domestic terrorists, right? Which is Trump is really worried and concerned and sending the National Guard to deal with all these urban threats. Wouldn't you want to deal with the domestic terrorists that are terrorizing and causing violence and death throughout the United States, according to the FBI and DOJ? It says the FBI and Department of Homeland Security have repeatedly assessed that racially motivated violent extremists, particularly white supremacists and militia-type extremists, are the most persistent and lethal domestic threat to the U.S. The FBI Director, Christopher Wray, testified to Congress that the majority of domestic terrorism cases involve right-wing or white supremacist actors. The annual FBI hate crimes report shows steady increases in politically charged hate crimes, often linked to right-wing extremist ideologies. The National Institute of Justice, the DOJ, study in 2025, this year, found far-right extremists responsible for a much higher share of fatal attacks compared to far-left actors. Now, this is from the FBI and the DOJ. It is not coming from the left side. The stats and facts do not lie. Do the research.
Okay, Omari, please.
Can I just get 1 second because there's a lot.
You spoke about Bevel and Beatty, and I want to respond to that piece. I've been waiting.
Okay, good. Then can I go after Malik Young, please?
That's not my call, but so the Bevel and Beatty story, I just looked this up, and first of all, it's on the New York Post, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch and is a notorious propaganda wreck. But let's leave that to the side. So apparently, 2020, she claimed she was with some Proud Boys, and then they said they were stabbed, and they said that it was by Black Lives Matter DC activists. A DC spokesman, Lieutenant Ralph Neal, initially told local media that the suspects were members of Black Lives Matter, repeating what the Proud Boys had told them. The DC branch group called Alive. The protest group tweeted they had nothing to do with these stabbings. Shame on Chief Police Peter Newsom and the DC police for sharing false information, the group said. The force, this is the police force now, the police force changed its account and told WUSA 9 that it could no longer confirm the suspects were affiliated to BLM, the station said. A press release from the police station later also stressed that officers, quote, cannot verify any specific affiliation of the suspects, end quote. So that's the story about Black Lives Matter stabbed somebody. It's not fucking true.
Okay, cool. Can I just go ahead and I'll say something real quick? So did you lie? So okay, I didn't lie. It's an article and it said that Black Lives Matter. So they came back later and then changed the story. Okay, cool. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Story.
So
it's straight, Jagga.
That's changing the story. They got it straight. There you go. Whatever how you want to word it.
And you repeated
with that being said,
but then you repeated that irresponsibly. Why don't you ever just?
Because I don't believe it. I believe that.
So Omari, I swear we have made an agreement.
Jesus, Omari, you gotta
before you open your mouth,
bro.
Didn't we make an agreement earlier?
I'm sorry.
Didn't we make an agreement earlier before you open your mouth, you'll Google?
I know Beverly, and she still says that she is Black Lives Matter. She was talking shit. So.
You can't have a conversation without integrity and facts, man. Like it is. I don't want to have an opinion. I don't want to have an opinion versus opinion conversation. Let's stick to the facts.
So you don't believe the police? So you don't believe the police?
And we had her on Clubhouse when she went in her church.
That's the one time he believes him.
So we had her on Clubhouse and when we in one of her houses, and she said it was 100% Black Lives Matter because she was trying to paint. Okay, I get. I'm gonna go by what I believe the woman, right? I believe the young lady.
Oh, now you believe women.
Over law enforcement agency.
Over a law enforcement agency that was accused of actually lying on data. But I don't want to get sidetracked.
Are you doing a bit right now?
So, anyways, let's talk about. You said political. If you look at the people, again. Political violence. So look at the people who got killed, who are actually politicians.
There's an actual definition on how they define what is political violence.
Right, but we got so what happened to Charlie Kirk?
We just come up with names and say this is political violence thing.
So if you look at the ADL, you look at the Cato Institute stats, and you look at who they claim that these white nationalists killed, their definition of political violence.
The Cato Institute is, bro.
If you look at what they claim as political violence, it doesn't match, right? Because political violence is what happened to Charlie Kirk. Political violence is what's going to happen to Jeff Kavanaugh when they was going to shoot him. That's political violence. Violence is what happened to President Trump. Political violence is what happened to Trump. So they have to reach rally.
You know, senators in Minnesota who were killed in their beds with their husbands.
By someone who was appointed by a Democrat governor. Look that up.
Do you know that you're crazy?
Everybody be quiet. No, I want to say this. I am a liberal. Everybody. No, hello.
I was saying, Spirit's been waiting to speak for a while.
Thank you. I want to point, well, he just said, I was going to say something else, which I'll get to in a second. But he also said that he's talking about the Democratic governor appointed this guy. And if you know anything about that specific story, okay, this is not political appointees. So that fact check wouldn't matter to him because he just repeated that lie. And then part two, he couldn't even say who the fucking Cato Institute is. He thinks it's some lefty tanky fucking think tank. He doesn't understand.
Do you know who it is? I know who Cato is. I brought it up. I've seen all the stats that's been posted from the. Do you know who the Cato Institute is? It doesn't matter. I'm disputing I'm disputing their numbers, and I just gave you like Steve Scalise, who leftist tried to kill the entire Republican Party. You can so there you go. You have the numbers too. You can cherry pick the 20%, and you're still going to be wrong. Because I'm going to pick the politicians almost like you. No, you're going to cherry pick to create this narrative that it's the left. Are you going to keep interrupting me or what? There you go. You're going to keep interrupting me? No, you're going to cherry pick the 20. Thank you. So he's been caught in multiple lies. He won't stand on business, on the truth, even when presented to him. He doesn't know who the fuck the Cato Institute is. He may know who the ADL is, but he doesn't trust their numbers either. The Cato Institute is not fucking left. It is a libertarian freedom party that typically sides with the Republicans and the right. So you don't believe them either. So you're going to wait until there's an organization where you can believe their stats and then you're going to run behind them? That is fucking phony. And it lacks integrity. And you should do a little bit better on these stages.
Scotty, this is what we're going to do right here, right? We're going to define political violence so there's no way to use a workaround and say, I'm just going to show when politicians are harmed. Because that is not what political violence is. Political violence is defined as the use of physical force by individuals or groups to achieve political goals or express political grievances, right? That has nothing to do with if a politician was killed or not. If you're using that as your measuring stick, it shows that you don't even understand the basis of the argument. So you can't even enter the argument because you don't understand it. Their key element, hold on 1 second. Their key elements for political violence has to be politically motivated, has to have the use of threat or violence, and the actors involved have to have state actors, governments, police, military, non-state actors, terrorist groups, militias, protesters, or revolutionaries, right? So you have to be able to define it. What you're trying to say is, I'm going to find when politicians are killed. It's far broader than that. You don't even understand what you're trying to define or what you're trying to find stats for. I yield.
And this is an easy combo. So look, check this out real quick. So it's when you go to other countries and continents and shit, you see that they don't have as many guns. They don't have as many murders and violence and all that other shit. In the U.S., we got all type of shit going on every day. The people with the most guns are the Republicans. The people that's supporting the 2A, the fucking gun owners. Like, I mean, it's simple. It's not even close on either side. The people that's teaching their kids how to shoot in the backyard. Them the motherfuckers that commit the most violence. The ones that and all, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. The ones with the Confederate flag in the back of their trucks and shit. Those are the ones committing the political violence and all the other violence and snipers and shit. Anybody knowing how to snipe at 19? Unless you served, he ain't even served. He just know how to shoot. A lot of them know how to shoot. We know how to play dominoes and shit. We be playing basketball, shooting free throws. They be shooting in the backyard. Shit crazy. Go ahead.
Well, you guys don't even look to see what these studies show. They don't even look at if they actually voted. That's why I know your stats are super ass. They're ass. Plain ass. Frankly ass. They don't even know. So for example, they don't even use, like, let's say someone in the hood kills 400 people in 1 year. That's not including political violence. But if a white person with a swastika on his neck kills someone, regardless, it could have been over meth, right? That is actually counted in their political violence.
That is not true. That's not true.
You can look
That's not true. That's not true. I literally just read you. Okay, hold on. I literally just read you the stats and facts that they use for them to define. Listen, it has to be politically motivated, right? And we're political grievance. It can't be just because you have a swastika and you wouldn't kill some people. That is not the measuring right now. We can do victim for victim. You can't because you don't even know how to define a political violence victim. You already defined it for everybody. So why don't you start bringing up the victims that have been killed and name them, and then actually put the political.
No, why don't you tie it
like it's a constellation? Let's tie them together for the people in the audience.
As soon as I'm done driving, I'll be happy to oblige you. It won't be long.
Let's do that. Because I think that will relieve some of the stress on people. If we can start connecting this.
You know what you guys do, right?
Sean,
before
this is
Scalise? Do you know who got shot before Scalise did? Do you know who was shot before Scalise?
No, I don't. See, I'm
I know you don't.
So who was shot
What's
before
Mark Kelly's wife's name, y'all?
Yeah.
You dumbass.
Yeah, well, why would
It happened to her first, dumbass.
Okay, you talking about
you talking about you knew about Steve Scalise though. You knew about him, but it happened to her first, dummy. So when you come out talking about people, bringing them up one at a time, why don't you do more than just bring up why don't you do more research, boy? And shut your mouth and listen. Learn something.
Boy.
That's what I said. Nigga, boy.
Nigga boy.
Here's the thing about this whole thing. Here's the thing. The whole thing. When this man was assassinated, the first thing out of y'all's mouth, who is that? Who is that? Shut up.
I shot him. Go ahead.
The first thing out of y'all's mouth was it was from the left. Somebody on the left did it. That's dumb. They didn't even have a suspect, and it was from the left. Then they get a suspect, and it's still from the left. Before the man opened his mouth, before they have any information, it happened on the left. That's why y'all are not credible. You have no credibility. It's hard to take you seriously because you can't even admit that it happens on both sides.
It happens on both
Y'all
sides.
can't
I
even
just did
say
it.
that.
You happy?
I'm still talking though. It happens on both sides. And so there's not even a place that we can't even have a starting point for a real debate because y'all tell the truth at the beginning of it that it happens on both sides. We can't never get to which side it happens on more because we can't even agree that it happens on both sides. Do you know how dumb y'all sound to keep repeating that? When everybody knows, including y'all, when you open your mouth, the goddamn lie, that it happens. You know when you say you lying. That's what gets me. I can't understand. Y'all know y'all lying.
That's fair.
Because it just happened in Minnesota. Now, just because Donald Trump want to pretend he didn't know who it was, when he was probably the second person that knew who it was before they put it out on the media, because they called the president and told him. Somebody did, because that's how it works. But then he gets to get in the open and pretend he don't even know who it is. Something is wrong with y'all.
He get briefed every morning.
Exactly. Something is terribly wrong with y'all. Because we know why he's doing what he's doing. It's you dummies. Or we trying to figure out what do you have to gain? What do you stand to gain from continuing to promote this bullshit?
That's a great question.
Just like Nancy, wasn't that Representative Nancy Mace that got into it with the reporter when this first happened? Like it was like
CNN, I saw it.
And she was saying that she was talking about the left and this and she's done and all this other mess and that reporter called her ass out quickly and said there's political violence on both sides. And I think that it. You hit the nail on the head, Ms. Deborah, when you said that be the issue in these conversations. Most of the time is that we can't even have a real conversation without it being like, oh, it's always the left, because you think that something happened to somebody that you consider on the right. Now it's the conversation is shifted to it's only the left. When we see the stats are showing that the political violence for the majority has come from the right. And so even in this situation, once again, this conversation still deflects from the fact that this shooter is one of your own. Just like with Jimmy Kimmel, you don't want to address the fact that he said that's your main problem. You have to address the fact that it's one of your own. And white people are just not ready
anybody who is not, mourning that man's death. Nobody, we didn't do it. Not do it. So what? Why y'all mad at us?
I agree with you, Dave.
But I heard that I have interviewed too, and that reporter gave Nancy Mace a chance to. Would you like to speak to it? And can you at least admit that? And that what you're saying right now is not helping the situation because you steady, blaming the other side when both sides do it. And she wouldn't even take. She doubled down on this the left. And it's crazy. It makes no sense.
And you know what else? Miss Lisa, could you play the clip that I sent you, please? Can I talk, please?
I have to get somebody else to play the clip. Let them know when I can get the clip.
Yeah, I wonder why nobody ever talks about Officer David Rose. That person was a victim of political violence. Do we even remember that? Or is that too long ago? Because that was back fucking last month. And he was killed by somebody who shot up EDC. But nobody wants to talk about that violence. Was that from the left? Was it? Also, you know what else part of the problem that nobody's going to admit on the right? We all know who Dylan Roof was, right? Surely we all do.
You mean the one that's killed 9 people in church?
Sure, we all know that. But you know who doesn't know who Dylan Roof is? Cash Patel. Cash Patel at the hearing today. Are we going to hold any smoke for him?
No.
On the right?
I did. And I held smoke for Linda McMahon, who didn't even understand, anything about education. So.
Well, Amari, you're one of one. You're one of one, babe.
Also, can we talk about the fact that, when Melissa Hortman got murdered, there was a lot of silence on the Republican side. A lot of silence. A lot of people who didn't talk about it, who didn't decry political violence or anything like that. The situation with Charlie Kirk getting killed, despite him being someone who, let's just say, the entire Democratic Party disagreed with vehemently. Every single statement was decrying political violence, that he should have been murdered. The reaction, the move towards violence, is on one side of the aisle. It just is. There's only one side of the aisle that pardoned, hundreds of people, including people who were on camera beating the shit out of cops on January 6th, which was absolutely an act of political violence. That was one side. How many Republicans have said it was a miscarriage of justice that Donald Trump pardoned violent criminals who were were beating up cops? I don't think I've heard of any. And a lot of them were the people who were saying, well, he's not talking about pardoning all of the J6ers. He's only talking about the non-violent ones. And then when the violent ones got pardoned, they didn't have shit to say. And this has been I don't stop. I haven't talked that much. We're good. So the idea that there's some kind of equivalence on each side is just not borne out by the facts. And probably more importantly, there is a role that leaders have when they choose to be a leader. And that's to diffuse violence and to call on our better angels, as they say, right? There are very few who are doing that. Very, very few. There has been a rush to use this for whatever political momentum, political advantage that they possibly can find to do things that are completely unrelated, that have nothing to do with anything. They're collectivizing responsibility for the murder of Charlie Kirk when it was one crazy-ass dude out of St. George who we still don't totally understand and may never. This is what the right has chosen to do. The left has not chosen to do that. When Steve Scalise got shot, it was a widespread condemnation, both sides of the aisle. And so we just need to remember, not just what have people done in the past, but also what are they setting up for the future. And Donald Trump has been the most irresponsible president I can possibly imagine in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting. I'm done.
I speak. I'm gonna go back down after I speak. I think April was before you. Okay.
At least I was just agreeing with Aram. Those January 6ers that have been released, pardoned, whatever you call it, have gone out and committed more violent crime and got arrested again, which is just it's amazing and it's crazy all at the same time. When you can't sit and call what's going on, you can't tell the truth of it. Say, oh, January 6th, that was just one day. My God, my God. Had any Democrat or left-leaning person tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power just one day, as he calls it, just one fucking day. See, this is why we can never get to a point where we're all together, because one person can just call that was just one day that they did that. They set up a gallows out there. That's just one day. Y'all, come on. It was one day.
Well, how easy is it to just admit it happens on both sides? Like, it don't get any easier than that. Put the onus on both sides. They can't even do that. How can you start a real conversation when we can't agree on a basic fact? Because Donald Trump is a liar, and he figures if he can tell us 100 times over that it was the left, then we're gonna believe him. That's what they don't believe that shit. They just believe in sticking. They don't believe it. They just stick together.
So even if it comes out, right, that he's like...
Brooklyn was in the queue. Oh, go ahead, Your Honor, finish your thought.
Let me just say this briefly. Even if it turns out that the shooter was, like, on the left, they are still a single person. That's it. I am not responsible for that person's actions, regardless. Just as someone on the right wouldn't be responsible if it turns out that he would, or whatever else there's been, rumors of. Like, it's still one person who's responsible for their own actions. This is a conspiracy of multitudes of people, as far as we can tell.
That's it right there.
Amen. I can agree with that, but I will have to still extend that, we still can't negate influences, right? So I do agree that, yes, the onus of one person's action shouldn't be put on one set party or community, but at the same time, we can still point towards influences of that said person and say that they were influenced by certain communities. We can definitely do that.
I agree with that. I mean, especially if they're fomenting violence like the president is right now.
Right, exactly.
So the message are we are brothers keepers in every situation. There's no.
Did you guys not hear me that Brooklyn was after Your Honor? Brooklyn, where you at? What you doing downstairs? Brooklyn? Yo, why is Brooklyn in the goo?
Come on, Brooklyn, come back up. I like when Brooklyn talk.
I invited her. Get up here, Brooklyn.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
And I don't feel like being overly modded and getting kicked in the audience thanks to Gemini lame ass. But anyway,
oops, let me go look in the
I just wanted to say that
She lying.
in the audience. Or whatever.
About 10 fucking times, and I kicked you. If I kicked you, I would say that's my footprint on your back. I didn't do it.
You kicked when you and that white bitch was talking.
No, I didn't. That's on my daughter. You're wrong.
What's up?
You owe me an apology. I did not do that shit.
I don't owe anybody an apology.
Yeah, the fuck you do, because you blame me for some shit I didn't do.
Anyway, like I was saying, so since I was in the audience, I decided to go on the Tickety Talk and go down a little rabbit hole and then, Google some stuff too. And come to find out, it was first of all, nobody is addressing the fact that this Ben Carr man is a Trump appointee. Okay, so the FCC has been infiltrated, and it's the FCC section of Project 2025, guys. They spoke this shit into existence. It was people back in November 24 that was talking about this Ben Carr guy that's the head of the FCC and how he is, the plans that they have to basically take over and censor television and kind of shift it to their own liking. And if this isn't an example of the shit that they were talking about, I don't know
what the fuck is? Do you hear me? Like, it was, this shit was already written, y'all. It was written. They said this was gonna happen. So for all of those who do not believe the internet, I'm gonna tell you how to start believing the internet, because the motherfuckers be on point. You better believe the internet. They said that they was gonna infiltrate the FCC and do things such as what they did to Jimmy Kimmel and whoever else says anything out of pocket. They are in control. It's in Project 2025, guys. Okay, thank you.
Project 25 is real.
Thanks for bringing that up. I remember hearing that before. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right, can I get a cue now?
Well, it's your room, I guess. Yes, Lisa.
I know when to be quiet. All right, so this is what we're gonna do here.
Just a minute.
Who is it?
It better be y'all.
It's Domino's.
Okay,
Oh,
you guys.
You better tip them.
Hands or
Tiffany cash.
You guys are funny as hell.
You're safe, though.
Okay, so welcome to the part 20, guys. I've enjoyed this, the part that I've actually got a chance to listen to. You guys have been well behaved and done all the right things and, let everybody speak. What I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to give you guys another program. What the hell is this? I know the thing kind of like went to a different thing. It's not even, we didn't even get to the title, actually, but we are going to get to the title. I'm just going to give you guys, why did I miss an echo? I'm going to give you guys the breaking news here, and then we'll move on to the title. If you guys are good, if we can stay on this, if you want to, but we can also find out what happened with the police shooting, and I think it's still 3 people dead. So, let's see.
And I did have a little fun fact I wanted to throw at y'all, if you're open to it. It's kind of useless information, but it's kind of, at the same time, interesting, kind of ironic.
Hold on, Lisa, were you done?
I haven't seen it.
Well, I thought she was about to break the headline, so
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just, I just found, like I said, this is useless information, but Charlie Kirk and George Floyd have the same birthday.
October 14th?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Have mercy. That is crazy. That's a damn shame. That was pretty useful information.
I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with that information. I just thought it was interesting. Kind of ironic.
Yeah, useful is the wrong word, but that's definitely a fun fact.
Well, thank you for that.
Wait, I missed it. Say it one more time.
You said to repeat it one more time?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed it.
No, you good. I was just saying George Floyd and Charlie Kirk have the same birthday.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
That must be where I keep seeing these memes of, like I seen a meme the other day of like the floodgates of heaven, and it was like George Floyd and Charlie Kirk with wings, and they were shaking hands. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna finish talking and saying what we gotta say, but we're gonna let Lisa finish. Nobody else come off the mic until Lisa finish. Go ahead, Lisa.
I appreciate that, Alex. Okay, so here we go. Breaking news today, we already know about Jimmy Kimmel, and next, Trump has been barred from the UK conference after the clash that he had with that Australian journalist. Remember that? When the journalist was asking a question, and he goes, well, maybe we should investigate you. Did y'all hear that? Remember that? I have to play it because y'all don't either didn't know it or didn't remember it. Well, now he's been barred. He's over in the UK right now, and the network has barred him from the press conference after that particular clash. So people not over there, they're doing the real work. They're going to see had the picture
picture, his mugshot. They were projecting it onto the Windsor Castle before he got there, and then Kinko's had I don't know where they got this from. The picture of him and Epstein was as large or as long as a football field. I don't know how that was gangster. And then they had on a news station, they did I'm rounding up to 3,000 lies he's told since he has been in office this term. They had it on the news station to tell all the lies that he's told, and plus they fact checked them, and it literally stayed on for 24 hours straight. Hold on. Now, the Federal Reserve is going to cut the U.S. interest rates for the first time since December. That's going to happen.
It just happened.
Oh, it already happened?
Yeah, today.
Okay. Let's see. One more, you guys. The family of the black student found hanging from a tree on the campus has hired Ben Crump. Trump says he plans to designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization. And then we're going to talk about the 3 officers fatally shot and 2 injured in Pennsylvania. Unless that's changed since we started this room, I think that's correct. Is it correct still, you guys? Or do you know? No one knows?
Antifa like a faceless organization. Like, it's not even an organization, it's just an ideology. It's not even an organization.
Yeah, and Antifa doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a leader.
It doesn't even really exist. That's what I'm saying.
They're punching up the air.
Are they gonna do like they did communists? They just put the communist mark on people and started arresting people? That's what's gonna happen.
That's probably right, but you know, when Joe McCarthy did his...
Wait. One more thing so y'all can go run. I'm going to go back on mute.
Go.
And one last thing. The U.S. Justice Department removed study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. Same thing you guys just we're talking about. They're going to remove that study. All right?
Wait.
So these are...
Lisa, why would you remove a study, you know, if it favors your side? Oh, wait a second.
Okay, the Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. It's going to vanish from the DOJ website. They are rewriting history in your face.
You know what, Lisa? I think they already scrubbed it because literally when I was having this conversation in another room just a few days ago, I pulled that link, and when Omari was talking, I tried to pull that link again tonight, and it is gone.
I see what
and
I'm
that was
saying.
a .gov link, so you're right, they did scrub it.
You think I'll be over here just moisturizing and hydrating, don't you? I be looking up everything. I look up every time you guys have a subject and I don't know, I go and I look it up, and that's what's going on, you guys. So I had to jump in and do it before it gets too late.
Lisa, isn't it?
This is a total infringement on freedom of speech.
Yeah, isn't it poetic, Lisa, that the country that we fought and so many people died for our own revolution against the United Kingdom, they are now fighting harder for our freedoms than the Republican Party is in our own country. I think that's very poetic.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So I just have that, and you guys can proceed on with the debate or the discussion, or we can pivot. I know somebody was just saying something before I said, "Give me a moment." I think it was you, Scotty, right?
When you finish, I wanted to say something really shortly. So, the other boy in Mississippi was mixed.
Oh, like mixed how?
Black and white.
Oh,
Oh, so he was. Okay.
Both of them
So
was
he
black.
was black.
Yeah.
So that's two. That makes two
Black men.
black men hung in. Both were in Mississippi, right?
Right, and you know, there's a group with two guys. They came out with a song today that they are allowed to be played on the radio, and the title is "Hang 'Em High at Sundown."
Oh, come on, Alexander. For real?
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Somebody put that in the chat earlier, and I forgot to go get it. Who was that? Was it King?
I don't know.
Earlier today, she was talking about a song, but hers was a rap song. Are you talking rap, Alexander?
He's talking, you know, actually, if you want to call that rap.
It was a black group. Is it yours a black?
No, this is a white group.
Okay, I think this was a black group, and they were rapping. Okay.
Lisa, I have a clip to play also.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Scott.
It's really short. This is just the congressional hearing with our dear friend Kash Patel, which, by the way, you know, was a podcaster, as is his associate running the place, appointed by Trump. So I just want to play this little clip here.
9 black
Sorry.
Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry, Dylan Ruth? Roof, can you give me some more information?
If you're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine.
Okay, you can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news.
That's all. That's the government.
Jesus Christ. And he knows.
That's who's running shit. That's who's running this shit.
He thought it was cute to pretend he don't know, because he damn sure knows.
What if he really doesn't know?
If he really doesn't know, it's worth it.
Yeah, it sounds like he dead ass didn't know. I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, first of all,
If he doesn't know, that even worse. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it sounds like he didn't know, which that is terrifying.
just remember that he was a lawyer, so for him to not know that, that's disqualifying.
Wait, that was Kash Patel speaking, right?
Yeah.
He was a lawyer.
Remember his interview in the Senate when he had to answer to the Senate?
Is he incompetent or a liar?
He is totally incompetent. Are you fucking kidding me?
And then she threw him a bone, and he talking about, "Can you give me a refresher?" She said,
Yeah, I think he knows.
The parishioner.
He sounds just as slow as that dude that was running FEMA during the Bush administration. What was his name? And he was like, "You're doing a fine job during Hurricane Katrina," and was doing a horrible job. What was that guy's name, y'all? Michael Brown. Mike Brown. Yes, Michael Brown.
Good job, Brownie.
I just want to say that Cricket Eye Patel is a disgrace.
Well, did you guys see that clip? Where was the secretary, the education secretary, McMahon? She didn't know who Ruby Bridges was.
Oh wow! Who didn't know?
Believe it or not, there's a lot of people who don't.
Who didn't know that?
Not McMahon. I forgot her first. What's her?
Linda.
Linda McMahon. I want to say Stephanie all the
Linda
time.
McMahon, yeah.
She didn't know who Ruby Bridges was. That was the most embarrassing thing I've ever.
Well, Donald Trump probably don't know either.
I mean, she's white. I mean,
Donald Trump don't know who
Ruby Bridges is important. Like that's his.
She is. I agree.
Donald Trump, I guarantee you, he don't know for real.
But there are people that don't know because that's never been part of their teaching. That there's never been that. I'm serious.
And thanks to Donald
I
Trump,
believe you.
anyone who goes to the Smithsonian won't need to know that either.
But can I say something real quick?
Ramona and April.
Hi, baby. We're what? Ramona or April, what would we do?
wanted to say something because I've been listening to this shit for a couple hours now. And out of anybody in this nation that should understand political violence more than anyone else, it should be the Black community. And the fact that there are people here that don't understand that everything that's ever been done, every body that's been hung, every cross that's been burnt, every body that's been buried or left in the ditch was political violence. And that's what the Civil War was fought over. And even if somebody did it because they thought it was their divine right as some fucking whatever, it was still political violence because it was their political view that also led them to believe that that was the right thing to do. And so, if anybody needs to know what political violence or should know what political violence is, it would be the Black community. And that's what I mean by gaps and lacking in education as far as what is real. Like Miss Ruby. So that's how I feel about it, and I may be wrong, and I might be out my lane, but that's something that everybody should know and think about and digest and understand, because it's coming again if we let it. And I don't think people are understanding the clarity of that, and understand it really can happen. It may not happen the same, but it will happen. And it's not just going to be the Black community.
Well, it's happening the way that they predicted, Ramona.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And it's the young Black men and young Black women, the young folk who don't understand what you're saying, Ramona. Because you know what? It's one thing for you not to agree with the left. You ain't gotta agree with the Democrats. For whatever your reason is. But open your eyes and understand the bigger picture and see what's happening to America and pay attention to how people of color are being treated. And, that part. And stop participating by agreeing and not being able to see the other side of what your political belief might be. Look at the country. Look at the things that are happening and how people are being treated. And understand you could be next. That's all.
Good point. Is Gemini there? I want to ask him a question.
Those farmers honestly thought that Black people were going to sign up to take those jobs on those farms for $11 an hour. And they were literally pissed off that none of the Black people were coming to take those freaking jobs. And now they're ass out. They had to plow over their fields again, and they've lost everything. And I mean, I watched video after video of these white farmers going, well, we raised the pay to $11 an hour. How come none of the Black people are putting in for these jobs? They are serious. It wasn't no way in hell they was gonna do that shit. So, whatever. Miss me with that shit.
So, the Gemini, so
I know we'll get our editors back.
Gemini.
Racism only exists unless you're being specifically called to some of these people.
So
That's a fact right there. What do you want to add, Norman?
So the other day you made a statement. You saying that some of the, why people might be emotional about certain things is because of their livelihood. And I pondered on it for a couple of days, and I have to say I disagree because
you gotta give me context because there's so many conversations.
Yeah, I think it was a conversation about why people get so angry at me with the things I say because they feel threatened, their lives, their livelihood and stuff like that. Do you remember that? And if you don't, that's fine.
Michael, go ahead.
So yeah, right. That's that part. So if people really were truly scared, as they say they are, they would be hiding, right? They wouldn't be on these apps. They wouldn't be living life, because sometimes I
I hear people, you know, do the whole Chicken Little, the sky's falling thing, and then when I hear another conversation like, man, y'all popping bottles, things are going great, y'all breaking bread, money's great, everything is all, you know, not Gucci, but y'all like basically Prada, right? So which one is it? Are y'all living a life fair, or y'all living the good life? In my Kanye voice.
Okay, can I respond to that?
But you asked me a question, I need to respond to it directly, then I hand it right to you.
I'll tell you this much. There are both ends of the spectrum, right? There are some people that are stressed out and struggling, and that goes across the board because the economy is not very good right now. The job market is not doing very well right now, so of course people are feeling the impact of that. Also, we already know that prices are going up, so people are feeling the impact of that. And there are people that have found their niche, found their market, found their way, found their career, found their lane, found their entrepreneurial spirit, however it might construe itself. And they're doing okay. But that doesn't mean that they're still not going to be feeling the pressure of what's happening overall in society. They're not feeling a heightened awareness of racial tension. They're not seeing the political tension and political violence and the potential for it to go even further. They're not seeing the agenda of the current administration. So there's not yes or no to that. That goes across the board.
Okay.
So people are genuinely trying their best to fight those who want to fight. And the reason why is because, I don't know if you know, but there is such a thing as being suppressed to the point where you're just silenced. You do know that that's a thing that happens, right? Like, people are suppressed to the point where they're silenced, meaning you scare them with doxing, potentially getting them fired from a very needed job, right? And at the end of the day, that's completely unfair. So, but there are people who's like, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go all in. Okay, I will be, silenced, just so the person who's scaring me to death with things like doxing could just win. Not because they made a good argument, but because they hung something over my head that is just threatening. So people are just like fed up. Like they're taking it. I know I'm taking it. Please, people could probably dox me all day long, right? I mean, it is what it is at this point, right? Am I afraid? Not really afraid. I think that it's I'm just taking it. It's pretty dangerous. But I'm not going to be silenced. Period. Because if you're not right, then I'm not going to just let you run over me. And there are plenty of people, and I've spoken to them, who are just like, have the same sentiment as I do. We're not going to let people just run over us. No. Okay? Even though the things that you stated, right, could possibly happen. And the fact that you even brought up that in the question is kind of interesting.
The fact of the matter is, people are getting ran over and they ain't doing shit about it. Let's just be honest, because ain't nobody doing that. Like, yeah, but before our very eyes, all our rights is being stripped away, and all niggas is doing is like, oh, well, it's me, oh, well, I'm gonna leave, or I'm just gonna sit here in the house. I can't lose my job. Even though you still might lose your job anyway, it's like everybody is super scared. I don't blame nobody for being super scared, but I don't see nobody fighting back, to be honest with you. They just complying. Like, even the people that got doxxed and fucking got fired, they kind of dialing back the things that they're saying as well. They like, well, I really wasn't trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit really got people frightened. And I don't think this is not fair at all. By no means is this even, like, this is crazy as fuck. But it's happening, and I don't see nobody. Like, I'm going through social media as we speak. And I'm just watching the news, too. Ain't nobody like pushing back. This Jimmy Kimmel shit is crazy. This Jimmy Kimmel shit is crazy. But
Wouldn't you agree that this has been happening
this
Yeah,
is not happening.
Yeah,
What
it's
I'm
the
shocked
second-
about is that men aren't pushing back at this. Like the men folks do we have any male allies? Because I'm shocked that there isn't a man on either side, liberal and conservative, that's like, yeah, this is going too far.
Well, I think it just happened though. I don't think it's going to go.
I hope so.
I mean, it just happened. So
listen, I'm keeping my ears open, Deborah, because ain't nobody saying nothing about this.
It's got to be. But I mean, we know this administration will push all the. They'll go to the hill because that just gives them time to fuck up shit, and they know they're gonna end up in court. That's the whole purpose, is to tear it up. That's what
the FCC. How can the FCC be sued? Something got to happen. This ain't.
Something has to happen.
This right here, this is going too far. I ain't never in my life thought that this type of shit was really gonna happen.
It's the flip-flopping too, because when Pam Bondi came out and said we will go after anybody who says any hate speech, they literally had to reel it back because they are the main ones that be doing hate speech. And they was like, Pam, you going too far now, they had to play her a clip of Charlie Kirk talking about, freedom of speech. And so she was like, yeah, well, we're talking about, she cleaned it up with saying, I'm talking specifically about hate speech that results in violence or, is planning violence, et cetera, right? Mm-hmm. Fast forward the very next day, the ABC talking about ABC needs to figure something out with Kimmel. There's an easy way and a hard way to do this. This is what the guy from the FCC said on a podcast. And that's what cued everything. The fact that the FCC person
on
can be talking shit on a can be talking shit on a podcast, and then that translates to people actually making actions and moving because they've taken it as a real threat is really crazy. We about to turn into communist China.
And the fact is that podcast clear without showing a conflict of interest, and they're not even addressing that conflict of interest is crazy too, yeah.
Right.
Did you guys hear about
systematically messing with the airways anyway, because that's why they went after the NPR and all of that. So
what the fuck is Congressman?
So Brooklyn, did you hear about?
Crazy.
Did you hear about the Biden
I don't want to
administration?
hear nothing else.
Did you hear about they had
I don't care.
Operation Arctic Frost? No, did you hear about that? Yeah, that's a question. Have you heard about Arctic Frost?
No.
Anybody in the state heard about Arctic Frost?
Obviously not, but is it in comparison to
Arctic Frost, yes.
Well, put something in the
show me
chat.
how.
I got you. Arctic Frost, y'all. That's crazy. It should upset everybody in the state.
Yeah,
We'll see. We'll see.
You can post it. Why are you even bringing it up if you're not going to explain it? What the fuck?
They want in their chat. I'm trying to explain it.
Because you being Omari, you are a black man that present is black. Stupid. You get on my nerves so bad because you can't even hide unless you fucking start bleaching your skin today. You cannot hide your blackness. I don't give a fuck how much like Urkel you sound.
You took your blackness
What
away.
the fuck is you talking about?
Whenever you start going against your own kind, you take your
This
blackness
shit is
away, right?
nigga, you and even if you're not just like, hold
Yeah, I hear you, Sandra. What's
on,
up?
Sandra. Hold on. Even if you just not.
Can I talk to Janai for a second?
Real quick, Sandra, let me just finish what I was saying.
For 5 minutes, Sandra.
Okay, well, go ahead. Just y'all go.
What's up, Sandra?
She was cooking.
What'd you say?
You don't stop now, Sandra. Go ahead.
Can I get a word in?
Sandra, you
I'm just feeling really conflicted right now because of this situation. And my dumb ass raised my sons. My sons never even had fucking water guns. They are 34 and 35, never had a real gun in their lives. Their father was a fucking gun fanatic. He almost killed me one time while he was cleaning one of his fucking guns. He had fucking guns in his gun safe, big enough to kill a fucking elephant. So I never let my sons But now I'm worried about my sons because once I divorced their fucking stupid ass gun toting father, they have never been around him. So I'm freaking the fuck out, Gemini, because this shit is fucked up. These hunkies are tripping. I'm so glad I don't have to get up and go to work no more. I don't have to drive. I don't have to go nowhere I don't want to be. Only white people I have to be around are the ones that I love, and I do love many. But those are the only white people I have to be around. But I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for my sons.
I would tell them
We gotta be around Amari and Manfinity on this album. Besides that,
Man, why y'all put me in this? Come on now, stop.
I was about to say
That's
this
crazy.
bro, like trying to learn at a late age in your 30s. Like, do they have a passion for it at all? Is this something that they're interested in on their own accord, or is it something that you want to suggest to them? Have they expressed any interest?
I just want them to be able to protect themselves.
The reason why I'm asking is like guns. Like, you don't want to somebody like me and my guns are one. They're an extension of my body, every single one. You know what I mean? Like, I know exactly what I would use.
So you did that when you were in your teens?
My dad had me.
Or your teens?
Yeah, my dad had me from. I don't even remember how young I was when he started. I don't. Like.
Oh well, I divorced their damn daddy because he liked white girls. He's on wife number 6 now. So.
Oh shit. He is serial. But no. One thing I will say, and this is not gonna sound good, but it's accurate. If you're not really prepared, you actually increase the chances of you dying. I've had 2 die by their own gun. 2. Right? You pull it and you hesitate. Right? If you have that there's a moment of truth. Right? And when that moment of truth comes, a lot of people that think they would shoot don't. But you just up the whole level to a life and death situation. You escalated it when you introduce that weapon, because that's a life or death weapon. You're not supposed to shoot to injure, right? And I get a lot of flack for that, but I'm not shooting to injure. I want to down a lethal threat, right? So I'm going to squeeze multiple times, center mass, every time. That's just me. If my finger enters the trigger guard, I'm definitely squeezing 3 times, minimum, right? So.
Okay, I was gonna say to Brooklyn, Brooklyn, you're 100% right. Because I didn't see this type of thing happening when Martin Luther King died. They were mocking his death, and I didn't see anybody getting fired from their jobs then. You know, this is it. I don't know what this is that we got to be so suppressed that we can't even say this man's name. This is terrible.
So I wasn't finished.
100% right. No, but I let Sandra go. I told Sandra to go before me. I was after Sandra.
Right, I should be able to give a full response, which I'm going to do respectfully. I was about to land anyway. Sandra,
okay.
Sandra, what I was about to finish saying was this. I would tell them to get some, if they have any interest in weapons, I would tell them to pursue it. If not, at least have them get bear spray, at least have them get a stun baton, at least have them get a Ring doorbell or cameras on their home. You know what I mean? At least have them do the minimum as far as defense goes. At least advocate for that.
It was mentioned about an interview. It was mentioned about an interview with TMZ and Pam Bondi, and the first thing that came to my mind is like, wait, Harvey Levine, he's a lawyer, she's a lawyer, I guess. What was his response on what she said?
Did you guys cut off Alexander?
No.
Alexander, were you speaking at all?
I was trying to get into it for a long time, a couple of hours now.
Wow. No, hold on. No. I'm in the, sorry you guys, the phone is on the computer stand and I'm over here on the other side. Can you guys, I haven't had Alexander speak. Aleph said he's been waiting for 2 hours.
That part is not true. I've heard Aleph in the last 30 minutes at least.
No, you haven't.
He ain't waited no 2 hours.
You haven't heard me. I have not spoken at all.
Okay. That's not true though, but okay.
I've spoken.
If you wanted to speak for Aleph, then wait 2 hours.
Stop lying.
That's crazy.
Okay, I've been
Then
speaking
wait
all
2
night.
hours.
Who said that?
Gemini said that. Gemini said that, not me.
Okay.
somebody just throw me under the bus. That shit crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I know one time earlier you were at, they tried to get you to speak and you weren't at the mic.
Yeah, I did call for you at the mic. You weren't there.
I wanted to speak, and somebody said his fucking ass was late. Too late. And then I tried
Okay, so Alex would like to speak, and then I left you next.
No, I'm going.
I don't need to speak. I don't think I'm allowed here.
Mark has been trying to talk.
Okay, huh? What you say?
Somebody else cut me off. I said, Doc has been trying to talk for a while. I'm watching this page. He came up his mic a couple of times.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You guys got it. Now I'm at the phone now. I was trying to get ready to work.
Go ahead, y'all. Is he on stage? I don't see Dark. Where you don't see Dark at?
He's dark. He's too dark. You can't see him.
Here am I. What's
Here
up?
about me. They said you were coming off your mic. Go ahead, Dark. Speak up.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, it is incredible to me that Republicans choose to look backward when they refuse to take responsibility for things that are happening right now. It's always, what about Biden? What about Obama? Not what's happening right now. Trump can incite violence right now, and they're like, oh, well, what about when Biden was investigating these other Republican groups that were also inciting violence? For example, Charlie Kirk had a list of professors that he encouraged his groupies to go target. So yeah, maybe they should investigate it. But that's all they got. Oh, what about, shouldn't this be this, that? It's cowardly. And I don't understand how they can be so cowardly about this. That's what Omari tries to do. Omari tries to go and shine his cowardice on all of us. I don't understand it. It's strange to me.
I want to answer somebody in the chat. Omari, hold on. I let you go. I want to answer somebody in the chat. They wanted to know if I was around when Martin Luther King got killed. I was a teenager when Martin Luther King got killed. Come on.
Rest in peace, MLK.
Hey, period on Alexander. Period. Well, I was gonna ask her a follow-up on that. Are you up for a follow-up, Alexander?
Go ahead.
Do you remember the climate after? Like, I know black people were angry. Were white people angry? Were they talking? I mean, were they making fun of what happened? Can you recall any?
Yes, they were laughing about it. Black folk took to the street. I mean, they took to the street marching before anybody, because we were in Atlanta, and that's where he lived. So, yeah, they were laughing about it. They thought it was funny. They thought he got what he deserved.
Not the same people that try to quote him every time they get a chance. The same people. I'm not saying all, but every time some girl got not the content or the character, but the color, not the color skin, but the content, the character. I've been to the mountaintop. Oh my God, they love them some Martin Luther King. Oh my God. Yep. And it took how long to get a holiday? But you can't beat these mofos quoting them. Yep. Gotta be like Dr. Martin Luther King. So now Charlie Kirk is Martin Luther Kirk. And then his wife is
Not Martin Luther Kirk.
There's something wrong with you. I got a problem. I'll be at the Apollo tomorrow.
Alexander, I said that.
It is time for you to go to sleep. You need to. Martin Luther Kirk is the craziest shit I heard all day.
That's wild, ain't it?
Martin Luther Kirk Now they're about to say that. Why? They somebody about to use that somewhere.
She was about to look credit, and I know she was tight.
Yeah, I know. Who said that the other day? I was with that everybody questioned me because I'm not old enough to have experienced or been here. Not that I got 80-year-old uncles and aunts that told me that these things were occurring during that time. They were literally making fun of Martin Luther King and celebrating his death. They were doing it. And now in 2025, we can't do it. So there's that.
And they keep trying to equate the two. What Martin Luther King did was try to bring people together. He was trying to, talk to blacks and trying to, keep them calm and trying to, talk to them before they went out and did stupid stuff. And when they did act, they did it in a nonviolent way, right? And it seemed like that made them even madder. Like they were trying to push them to have violence so they could have a reason to start shooting and killing people, which is what I believe they're trying to do now, is to make people so mad that they will jump first so they can have a reason to kill them. That's why they infiltrating these black cities so they can be in position
and hanging black men,
killing folk whenever they get ready. And why these black men in these rooms can't at least understand that, see that for what it is. I don't know what's wrong with Notorious, his booty clapping ass, and
why don't you guys go for this up?
Huh?
When they get ready to start hanging people, excuse me, Lord, I'm not.
Oh shit, y'all.
When they start, hanging people on a regular, we need to gather them up and offer them up first.
No. We're not gonna offer up our own. We can't do that. We can't offer nobody that look like us. We can't do that.
Whoa, wait, back up.
What are we doing?
Look, I said what I want to say now. Okay, y'all been excoriating these people all night, and then as soon as I said, then we need to come on now. Everybody. I'm with you when you're right, Lisa. And you're right. And you, girl, everybody can't
smoke signal when they lock you up. I'll try to come put some on your book.
I'm definitely gonna put some money on her book. So she can get some hot Cheetos and Oreos and some honey buns.
Hey, I need to work on my fucking abs. I'll be working on my abs. I'll be working on my glutes, my poops, and everything else.
Big Birds, they're gonna be telling you look hot.
Working on more than that. You need to be working on locking your legs.
Big Bertha don't ask. Big Bertha demands.
She might be looking cute too about that time.
Who's Big Bertha? Big Bertha demands.
But I was gonna tell you guys also, thank you for handling Bad Bunny. I'm following her, the Caucasian lady who had the rabbit in her picture.
Bad Bunny
is Bella?
Her name is Bad Bunny. I will be following her and inviting her in on a regular, so get ready. I've already back channeled. I said, Bad Bunny, you gotta come back.
She's got a righteous ending.
Wait a minute, you back channeled up, but you can't respond to my message. What's going on?
I got your message. Have you heard me come off mic?
Wait, who's that Bad Bunny?
The one that you didn't like.
The one that you came up on.
Bella Ciao.
It's one thing to have this it's another thing to have somebody like her gaslighting and then being racist in everybody's face here. That's a line that we shouldn't allow.
Scotty, these black people don't need your protection.
What did you say now?
Shut up, Amari. What you talking about? Hush.
What you talking about, Willis? Amari sent me this.
That's not why I'm making this.
You don't have to read the back channel.
I did read that. Amari, calm down.
I'm talking about to the audience.
No, I'm not gonna read the
Read
back
it to the
channel,
audience.
but
I want to hear that hot.
I sent the clip to Telegram, and all of you guys who are members, card carrying members of 420, please join Telegram so I don't have to be going to every single solitary site to get you guys to see something. But our 420 Telegram, please join that. Go through Haitian, so then that way you guys can see, what's published and what needs to be played and what's going on for the day. And
when the rooms
Are
are
you
gonna
talking
open.
about the mods?
Not just the mods.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to leave. All my shit's got to be
Oh
deleted
Lord,
from there.
what stuff do you
No,
have in there?
no.
Just talk to me later. This not the place. Talk to me at Telegram.
Yeah, I won't. They don't have to worry about me.
You need to make a,
You
you
can
need
go
to
to
make a
Telegram
hold on.
website
You need a 420 mil
Can I finish my
telegram
statement?
for the
Yes,
room
you can,
and for the
Scotty.
mods. Don't make the mod telegram.
Oh well, we can all
Give them
do
their
that.
own telegram.
That's what most of the
that.
groups
Listen.
that most of the clubs in the houses do. They have a private one for the mods, and they have one that's
We can do that. We do have a house chat. Maybe we can put it in that. I've never activated the 420 clubhouse chat at all. But anyway, yeah, we could do that. We'll start another one because it's really tiresome to go to all these different places to place information. I don't have the time to do that. Okay, so wait a minute. Go ahead, Scotty. I apologize.
right.
Most of them chapters ain't gonna read.
Scotty, can you give me 1 second? I just gotta say one thing, real briefly. Lisa, this is gonna be the first episode that goes up on your YouTube. So there you go.
Oh no, not really.
Really.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, I just wanted to finish my statement just before I was rudely cut off. Somebody like her, that person that you want to.
Bad Bunny.
It's very different from some of the other regular people who align with MAGA that come in here. She is somebody to be very careful about because she is the type of person that will dock somebody. But worse than that, she comes on stage, she gaslights the entire stage and all the audience listening. She talked down to a black woman in here and was so disrespectful. She was spewing racist lies in here. And she got away with it for a very long time. And she is, if I were to run a room, that would be the red line. Some other people, they're making their arguments and whatever, and sometimes they're funny. This was not funny. To me, it was very dangerous what she was doing. So I don't know if there is a line or there's not a line, but she would not be one that I would ever want to see or share a stage with again. If she does come, I'm not going to be here because I will crash out on her because she's lying, deceitful, a gaslighter, and racist. And I'm sure she's also homophobe and other things, but I don't need to get into that. Thank you. I'm done.
So I heard her, and I will go back and listen to it again because once again, I know you guys have very busy lives, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you coming to the 420 as always. But I also have a busy life, and I know I was been instructed that because this is my room, I'm the face of the room, and I'm the top left of the room, that I have to bear all responsibility of whatever is said on my stage by whomever says it on my stage. So I've been told. But I think it's ludicrous to think that somebody who opens up a room can control anything that anyone says coming out of grown people's mouth. I would have to be a mind reader, Miss Cleo, Houdini, and damn near Jesus to know what you guys are going to say before you say it. So I will go back and listen to what she said. I heard some of it. She was actually talking to somebody, and I didn't even realize it was a female at the time because I was passing through and heard you go, and I heard you come up. That's what really got me to listening because you came up. You weren't on the stage the last time I looked on the phone, Scotty. And then when I come through into the ensuite, I heard you, and I said, "Well, welcome to what Scotty's up for." And then I heard her speaking. So I don't know what came before the part that I heard, nor did I hear when she absolutely disappeared off the stage. So if you guys agree with Scotty, you know where to put the information so I can read it. I will go back and also listen to the clip. But that's where I stand on the 420. I do my best to make sure there's no hate speech, no homophobic speech, none of that. But you guys also have to monitor your tongues. I cannot do that, and I won't do it. And please do not put the responsibility of it on me, male or female. I have enough to deal with. So police yourselves. You're grown, and I
I would just be here to provide the space so you guys would be able to have these important dialogues and discussions because they're very interesting and you guys are very intelligent. You know how to, you know what to say before I do. Y'all in 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 season here.
Yeah, Lisa, that's fine. I was just giving my opinion that if I was mind the space, this is why I don't mind the space. And what I thought crossed the line into an egregious territory that shouldn't be tolerated, in my opinion, where other people who disagree with us come up here and we have the conversations and it gets heated, whatever. This felt to me very, very different.
Yeah, and I agree with Scotty. But it's not on just you, Lisa. I mean, it shouldn't be. The rest of us have
Certainly not
up here. But she did. What she did was so Gemini at that point was modding the space, doing a very great job, excellent job, and he was giving her. He was trying to give her space to say what he wanted to say. But she kept. Well, people were trying to let her say it and she was going kind of too far. So people were coming off mic, interrupting her, which then was giving her more time to land, so to speak. But she misrepresented what Sandra had said and called her. She came up and started with black women, something about black women and the black lives.
That's a stupid black argument, is what she said.
Stupid black argument. There you go.
It was after I was talking, actually.
She started out disrespectful. At one point, she then gave her, said what she wanted to say, and then she started to like scold us, and that's when I had enough too. It was time for her to shut up. But I agree that while she was getting away with it because Gemini was trying to give her her time. Yeah, so then she started to get kind of belligerent and stuff, and he knocked her down. It was time for her to get knocked down. But we did agree that we would not allow misinformation. You can say what you want to say, but when it starts to go into misinformation and disinformation, it needs to stop. And that's what she was doing. She said Charlie Kirk loved people. He was not a racist. All the things that he is, she said he wasn't.
That's the part that I came in on. I heard her going over that, and I thought she was challenging you guys as far as, because that's the whole problem, is that they are stopping anyone from saying anything that is counter to what she's saying. So I said, okay, well, now we're getting it in real time, because that's when I came in, when she was talking about how he was not racist, he was not the divisionist, and da-da-da-da. I said, well, god dang, we got somebody in the room saying this in real time, as opposed to Christine, when she's Trumper. She's a Trumper. She's a female Trumper. And there are several on this app who are African American, but she's the only one now has decided that she would like to come in here and argue with you guys in 420 because she already knows what this room is about. So she knows what she's getting into when she comes in here. That's why I don't say nothing when she's on the stage because she knows that. She's very clear.
Oh, Miss Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just say something real quick to Miss Lisa? Because
oh, now Miss Lisa.
Now somebody else. I always call her Miss Lisa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to. I just want to tell Lisa that she came in after I started talking. So if you go back, you can see, and then she was responding to something after I said.
Are you trying to speak?
I think I was.
You see this?
Be quiet, sir. It was a woman trying to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're going to play Amari's clip at 17 minutes and something seconds where the clip starts. Okay, go ahead.
Miss Lisa, I was saying that you came in after the first half of her submission, where she so very boldly, with 10 toes and all, was very fucking rude and insulting with the things that she was saying about black women. And the way she said the word made me want to turn into AT&T and get on the punch that bitch.
Really?
No,
got,
no,
okay,
no.
okay.
But that's why people were upset because she was trying.
I was letting her go, and I kept blocking people and letting her go.
And
Like I let her get her ball
I
out.
heard you guys saying that, and I'm like, I'm moving around, you know, because I have to be at work really early. So
Lisa, they're over exaggerating. Trust me.
No, we're not.
I'm gonna listen to it, Amari. Trust me. I'm gonna listen to
Lisa,
it.
I've been working all night and I was sitting in the audience all night. I was not going to come up for any reason tonight at all. I was gonna go about my work, do my business, and go away. But the shit she was saying, I could not in good faith, if had I a few moments, I had to raise my hand and come up and say what I said. I was shot and brought down because I interrupted. That was fine. I get it. You want to run a room. But I couldn't tolerate it. Eventually, I came back up, and said what I needed to say. But the point is, it was that egregious that I felt I had to come up. I would not have done that if it was any one of the other regular cast of characters that come in, and say shit and argue with you guys. This just to me crossed the line, and that was all.
Who was that speaking as this person?
And you know what else happened was I think it was
And I
Alpha
respect
Glam.
that, Scotty. I respect that because that's what I was heard. Like, hold on, that's who I heard. Be honest with you. I'm telling you, when I was living about and watching the machine was on, and I heard Scotty, and I knew Scotty was in the office because when I was sitting at the computer doing the research and stuff, I start reading the chat and stuff now, and I saw Scotty down there. So when he started talking, and I heard the tone of his voice, I came back into the bedroom to the computer, and I was like, "What the heck?" And I heard her saying this stuff about CK and how he's this, he's that, he's this, and I was like, "Oh wow, we got somebody in the room who's actually saying the things that they want us to actually say," and I could tell she was Caucasian because I heard you guys had said it. So I just said, okay. So I turned my back. I took a screenshot of it so I can. I guess I won't be reaching out to her. I took a screenshot of the stage.
Yeah, I thought
and
she
I
was
said,
black.
okay.
She white.
No, she's Caucasian.
You could hear the Valley Girl in her voice. I mean, that's the reason why she.
She literally said you black people. I was gonna say you didn't hear the way she said the word black.
Well, I mean, I keep getting caught up and I'm asking who this person is, and ain't nobody answering who the person is. Who's this person?
Her name is Bella. Bella something.
Bella.
Her name is Bad Bunny, Sugar Bunny, a little cute bunny. And I'm gonna call her Bella. Her name is Bella, Bella.
I just came off of the grind. I was on and off the stage, but I know who you guys are referring to.
Oh, okay.
So the way she said black, she used she sounded like maybe like Carlton. That was a problem. I mean, she didn't say the N word. I mean, she said black.
What is the need to defend her?
She said this is what she said. Hold up. What she said is this is a black problem. And she said it with emphasis, like black.
She said this is a spit black argument. One. So like those were her words verbatim.
Because somebody said that dating a trans person doesn't inherently make you gay, and or make you leftist, make you a liberal, and that there's lots of gay Republicans. And she said that is a stupid black argument made by a black woman. That's what the fuck came out of her mouth.
I thought she was talking about me at first, right? Because I was like, why?
Amari, I thought she was protecting you too. The way the
Yeah, I was confused at the whole conversation.
And
It felt like she was talking to
told
me.
you to be quiet because she was on your side. So those are the parts and pieces that I picked up on, and that's when I said.
I might have missed that part. Okay, so yeah, so
Yeah, you heard a lot. But Alpha Glam was trying to make room for her too. They were talking over her, and Alpha Glam said, "Wait, let her talk." And when she started talking, Alpha Glam said, "Oh, she on that side."
yeah, I thought she was on your side. I thought she was going up against me. I was about to go in on her.
No.
I mean, she is against you, Amari. She is. She doesn't like black people, so that includes you too. As a matter of fact, I don't think much of MAGA thinks kindly to one, the gays, and two, the blacks. So how you feel about that? You're not one of the two.
But I got a lecture all day today. Well, not they weren't really lecturing me, but I was just jumping in. I kind of like lost my cool on one particular part of the conversation about the they were talking about, and I was told that these particular subset of a subset are basically right and wingers, somebody can correct me, who are pseudo trans people. They say they're trans, they want to be trans because they said the women have the soft life, so, but they don't transition, but they call themselves trans. That's what we're trying to say that this, don't mention any names because we have people on the stage who can't have a connection to the conversation that Kimmel had today. I'll just put it that way. But yeah, it's just too much. And I've been trying to figure out all day today. So I was getting the business. So I'm just trying to go back and research that particular topic. But they're supposed to be on the left, these trends, if I got it right. And I probably don't have it right.
Yeah, let me just explain. Like, there is a percentage that is not small of the LGBT community, which includes trans, that are MAGA or right wing or radicalized in some way, and they have nothing to do with the left. They don't want anything to do with the left. So that's the reality of it. But what I find really fascinating is you have a grown man who assassinated this person in a very disgusting way and a wrong thing to do. And it's his responsibility. It's nobody else. It's not the person he talked to. It's not his family. It's not anything else. It is him that is solely responsible. And yet, because of a roommate who may be trans, I don't fucking know, whose ideology we don't know, now that person is directly responsible for all of this hate, and not the white Christian boy who grew up in a MAGA household, running with firearms since he was 10 years old in that kind of culture. He cannot be held responsible. It has to be the person who's the roommate, who he has known for, a short amount of time, who is trans, who is also not left wing. So I don't understand why that responsibility can't just fall on him and him alone.
Because they need the boogeyman. Without the boogeyman,
And that's rhetorical. That's rhetorical. We know the answer.
He didn't know that. I knew that though.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. So do we have any more information on the person or persons responsible for killing 3 police officers and injured? I have the clip from my favorite, Shapiro, favorite of all, well, my second favorite of all time governors, and he's speaking on the situation. Are you guys interested, or you just want to?
Yes, I've been wanting to hear that. I heard it was a good speech.
Oh, is the actual speech?
That's it.
He's like he's speaking to people and he's talking about the violence, and he reminds me of Barack Obama.
Why does he remind you of Barack Obama?
If you just look at the way he speaks his hands, the way he pauses, you could tell like he had the whole Toastmaster Barack Obama probably teaching.
Well, that's why he
emulates Obama, and then he's like fooling Obama, and then other people.
I knew you were going to say
Obama
that.
because he's a great.
See, that's why they were hating on him when I was trying to say, oh, please don't choose Timmy. Please choose Joshi for vice president. And everybody was like, oh, he's trying to be like Obama. He's like the white fake Obama. I was like, what? The Jews are... To me, I thought if I'm going to emulate anyone, it's very much will be the Obamas. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I mean, we all do here love the Obamas, so you think that's an issue? That he would want to be like a great leader and a very intelligent man?
I would vote Democrat if Westmore or Shapiro's on the ticket. There's nobody else. Those are the only 2 Democrats I would vote.
Kamala would have chosen Shapiro. You would have cast her vote.
No.
At that point.
They have to be the head. So that.
I mean, Westmore has to be the nominee. He has to be a Democrat or Shapiro. Those two, I'll jump back. I'll jump back.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable? Do you not feel like a
Real quick, what did he say? I'm sorry.
Do you not feel like a woman is capable for the job as president?
What is your name? Juicy. Hi, Juicy. I do believe a woman is capable, like a Condoleezza Rice, but not the woman that is in Kiana's picture.
Condoleezza Rice. Wow. That's interesting. I am too. I'm just whoa.
More.
And another thing I want to do before I play.
That's why he would vote for her.
No, I think Lisa, did y'all talk about Jasmine Crockett's Senate hearing with Cashman Town?
I didn't even know she got a chance to speak. Oh,
I just posted it in the chat.
Oh my God!
If you want to see it.
Okay. I think we should play it. Who has it?
It's a TikTok though. I know you don't got TikTok.
No, I don't.
Are you gonna play Shapiro too, Lisa?
I'm gonna play both before it gets really late. So so go ahead and play I love me some Jasmine. I want to hear her first.
I can't play it. Somebody else will have to play it. But I posted it.
You got it, Scotty?
Yeah, Lisa, they're upset with her because she paying for the boy's funeral. The boy that got hung.
Wait. She's what?
Yeah, so they upset with her so much.
Because she's paying for the funeral.
You know who.
Issue with the number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the
Hold on for just a second, Scotty. Hold 1 second.
you definitely take issue.
Did you guys just hear what Alexander just said?
Yeah, they're upset that she's paying for the funeral.
The kid that got hung in the who and why?
You know who.
But why do they
get involved?
Why do they care?
Exactly.
Who is paying for this young man's funeral? We need to be holding vigils and maybe fill up the stadiums like Beyonce. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. We can't do shit anymore. Not even pay for our own fucking funerals. There's a black woman paying for a black young man who was in college funerals. I was waiting for the GoFundMe because I was going to contribute. I was going to know the parents. Has anybody seen any GoFundMes for him? Because I haven't.
They have one too. Yeah, they have a GoFundMe too.
Okay, so I'm going to look it up in the morning.
Yeah.
They've hired Ben Crump. I told you guys that. They've hired Ben Crump. So they think there is why would they hire him? Because they think there's some foul play going on. If it was a suicide, why would you hire a lawyer?
Because the parents said that when the police knocked on their door to tell them about it, the police told them that he was found in his bed dead. Yeah.
No.
But it was somebody that worked for the college that discovered his body. So, you know.
How do you mix up somebody hanging from a tree to laying down deceased in their bed? How do you get that fucked up as a police officer? I don't get that part.
That's why the parents hired Ben Crump to get to the bottom of it.
Wow. Okay.
When they supposed to have found him on a pickleball court?
That's the other one. Wasn't that the other one?
He was supposedly hanging from a tree out of the pickleball court. Yes.
Okay.
That's not what
These guys won't understand. If you are an anti-Semitic individual.
No,
Here.
it's not
Just
only that.
Just ask me.
Well, that's the question.
Describe yourself
No one
to
cares.
AI and
No one
ask
cares.
AI if that qualifies you as a hater of Jews.
What does that
You can
mean?
do that. Just type in the details that describe you, Miguel, and then you will understand that you are an anti-Semitic individual.
So what
They
are
don't want to know who you are. Just find out. Find out how much you hate Jews.
You cry,
You know
cry
that
hard.
Jews.
Maybe go to the
Can't
way
deny
and
it.
cry there.
Can't really
Go,
call
go,
them
go.
Jews. I don't. It's so weird that he's just like, we're a discontinuation of a 3,000 year tradition. I don't know what this guy is talking about. There is no such thing as a 3,000 year tradition, nor is there an archive that
You hate Jews. That's what I'm saying. Can you respond? Respond to what I'm saying, Miguel.
Santa Claus isn't real. You hate Christmas.
You hate.
No,
You
but
are an
Santa Claus isn't
anti-Semitic
real. And then
individual.
you're just like, you hate Christmas.
You had Muslims too.
And you're not even responding.
You hate
to
Muslims.
it.
Listen, I believe
You
I'm
hate
actually
Jews, Miguel.
You hate
Just
Muslims.
repeat after me, and you will be
just
telling
like how
the
the
truth.
DHI. I think you're.
Go
I
ahead.
think if you guys.
You can do it. Admit that you hate Jews.
Admit you hate
You will
Muslims.
see that you're no
Admit
different than
that
the
you
DHI.
are the anti-Semitic individual
You're
that you are.
anti-Semitic, Devin.
You
You
will
hate
see that you're no
Muslims.
different than the
Okay,
DHI.
we got that straight.
Oh, you
Thank
hate
you.
Muslims, Devin? Are you in
for
Islam as well?
admitting that you hate the
I
Jewish people.
fear
And
the
Gail,
irony of
you
God.
sound like you're on the same wavelength.
Dude, we don't care. You don't matter. Nothing about that. Behind the neighborhood.
Is that we are having a conversation with two Jew haters. Two Jew haters who want to demonize Jews, who want to paint Jews in a bad light. That makes you an anti-Semitic individual.
Why do we hate Jews since you know so much?
Why? Go ahead, tell me.
You tell me. I know since you know so much.
You're the one who hates Jews. You know yourself.
I'm
Do you not?
curious because you're telling
You
me
don't
stuff
know
about
yourself? So you don't know why you hate Jews, is that it?
but you should know since
You
know
don't
so
know
much about
why. Isn't that curious?
I'm curious as
You
to
hate
why not.
Jews, but you don't know why. That's great. Hey, you're both doing great. You both hate Jews. You both have no idea why.
You tell us, because you know everything.
I can't wait till like after
Okay,
AI
thank you for
becomes
conceding that you are an anti-Semitic individual,
media
but
platform.
the question remains,
Moses
why? Why are you as anti-Semitic as you are?
I swear,
Please explain.
I have moments where I feel like, even in the past, and I don't know, I guess this is deja vu, right? This is what they call deja vu, but it feels like the more I experience deja vu, it feels like some sort of like connection of like oh, I just remembered before I had a dream or some sort of like like just imagination moment where I saw a moment of the world ahead of that one. And I believe that's like what deja vu is. You remember that you remembered prior to a moment that you remembered. I know it's weird.
Yeah, very weird. You are the weirdest anti-Semitic individual around. That's great. You qualify for the Jew hater of the
literally Semitic, like the irony of
You're a Jew hater.
The English language.
You're a Holocaust denier. You're all those great things. You're the lowest of the low, man.
English.
You're just the lowest of the low. You are a slimy individual who crawls along on his belly like a worm.
It's weird.
Who hates Jews simply because Jews are Jews, and you hate those people who are called Jews, and you can run your diarrhea mouth all you like. I'm telling you the truth about you. You should just shut the fuck up and understand who you are. You're the Jew hater.
Okay, what do you want me to do, Devin?
Everybody knows that you're an anti-Semitic individual. Have fun. Enjoy your identity.
Okay, sure. YouTube. Something is wrong with these guys. Like I think I don't blame you. Like okay, let me be honest. I'm gonna be straight up, real honest. Jews are just niggers. Like y'all know different than them, and you see
the BHI and stuff, like when you have an identity disconnect, and you're like trying to like lie to yourself, like you end up, you expose yourself, and this is what you see. So when I'm talking to the BHI, I'm like bringing them like the DNA evidence, and I'm like, here's AI, here's what do you want? Let's do this, like, you hear all kinds of gaslighting and they ad hominems or try to like like act like they don't see the logic or whatever, or like AI is conspiring against them.
It's just denial and indoctrination.
I'm as realistic. I pride myself by logic and reason. Like I'm literally a pursuer of truth by all means. Like I'm one of those guys. I believe in that. I believe in knowledge and science. Like I totally believe in that. These are the pillars. And in Islam, anybody who has made their path the path of pursuing knowledge is literally on a path that is the same path as like prophets and martyrs. So I'm just saying. So I've committed to something like this a long time ago. So I'm completely committed to knowledge and truth and logic and reason. And if I believed my religion was illogical in any fundamental way, I wouldn't believe in it. I just wish people like would give me the benefit of the doubt. Like I believe I sound reasonable enough. Like I know I can get down to the dirt with someone or troll someone. I get that. I'm human. At the end of the day, I get angry too, and God gets angry. So it's just like, it is what it is. It's their fault. The one who starts is the one you should condemn, not the one who responds. But do give me the benefit of the doubt that I can look from it within your paradigm and see whether there can be a logic found, like in a fundamental way. I'm not even going to criticize you on the secondary stuff, but literally your fundamental stuff doesn't make any sense. And so someone who's truly committed to God and someone who's committed to knowledge and truth, who is a Jew, like I just don't believe these people don't exist at this point, or they're hiding or something. And the closest we've seen to something like this, like Tovia Singer, and he keeps it pretty strict to Christianity, or Pauline Christian. So clearly there's a vacuum. Unfortunate. I mean, Judaism does have a way to vindicate itself. Like, if Jews really want to be, you could be a rising phoenix and like the name of Israel. Like, take it as a, Israel's it's a universal name. Like, it's not. We're all Israel. Like, it's a faith thing. Like, it's never meant to be a national. Yes, Israel, Jacob, all that. I understand that too, but Israel is a faith, is a nation of faith. It's the kingdom of God. That's what it is. It's just so all believers in God should share within this kingdom. Our loyalty should be to this hierarchy. And with Jews, you never feel it. It's weird. Like sometimes I'll feel it from a Christian, but I won't feel it from a Jew. Rarely, and literally, one of the only Jews that I've really like, other than Yoshi, if you guys remember, and I forgot what his name, who's trolling on YouTube these days. I forgot. No, can't remember. Yeah, but he converted to Islam. So literally one of the most knowledgeable Jews, I believe, who were on this app, along, the Orthodox Jews like Yoshi and Julian. Yeah, they're on the younger side, but I still believe they were more knowledgeable than even people like, Caleb. I think Yoshi would have just slapped. Yeah, and he has, like, many times. I mean, some people don't know who Yoshi is. Orthodox Jewish kid, like on speed. Yeah, he did. He did. He converted to Islam. And I had these discussions with him, and I was like, since you're Jew, like you're into philosophy and all that, and philosophy is like this pursuit of like knowledge and truth and reason. So you would commit to that, regardless of like the tradition. If it has to, if the ship is gonna scuttle, it's gonna scuttle, dude. Like that's it. Let's not lie to the people and tell them the Titanic isn't sinking. Like let's tell them as soon as possible, so there isn't a freak out at the end. And unfortunately, Judaism is this, this wreck, this wreckage that is like floating in a sea that belonged to a ship, a great ship, and that ship is gone. It's over. There was a nation of Israel, a nation of believers that we celebrate and we hold as our idols and as our examples. But that nation is gone. Um, the prophecies have come true. Jews just need to accept that like Jesus is the Messiah, and there's a lot of evidence for this, and within rabbinic Jewish tradition, and it's just like learning these things is what scares Jews, I believe. Yeah, so Jews don't like it when you learn their shit, because then you realize how fragile it all is, and I thought it was because it's some sort of cryptic Da Vinci Code, like it's hidden in there in Gemara and stuff. No. They don't want you reading it because it is that incoherent. It is that contradictory. It is that fluid. There's a logos that governs like rabbinic Judaism that people don't catch on to. And it's just that there is this group of people within even Israel, within every people, that think they're the wealthiest and the most intelligent and the most strategic, and they just got a chip on their shoulder. They're blue blood. They just see themselves that way. Why? Depends on the society, but they exist everywhere. They're just blue blood. Maybe even some of us at some points might end up expressing that. Rabbinic Judaism is this blue blood thing, but presented as a deed to God that, it's like somehow God, you need to like pay for this. It's just crazy. But that's pretty much kind of what Judaism is. And I just find that silly. Like you would even be like, I don't know, like this. I don't think the ancients knew that this, billion, what even a billion looks like or sounds like, or it's just completely. We're on a different scale. Like I don't know how they would have seen it. was like, it's this elitism, it's this ego, which we believe rejected the Messiah, Jesus. Yeah. And we saw this ego, the Quran talks about it, like in Saul. So, and so, when the Israelites, convened to, like, have a king, they went to the prophet, we want a king. And he's like, all right, so if God chooses a king, you guys would all accept God's choice. And they're like, yeah, we'll accept God's choice. And when he chose Saul, they all, started bitching. So they all started complaining. And so that's the story in the Quran. Not the Hebrew Bible that tries to depict Saul as some, loser douchebag, fall from grace, kind of, I don't, which is a common theme in the Hebrew Bible. And it's just like this depiction of these revered figures, like these, divine act individuals, God touched by God individuals, and the way they're being described. I mean, clearly you have to see that there's an agenda. Like, this can't be. It's all part of testing. There we go. I don't know why, like, so weird when that bubble doesn't show up when you're talking, or that vibration or something. Where was there's just this notion, if you look at it, one could describe the Hebrew Bible as some sort of conspiracy of the kingdom of Judah, some sort of like state propaganda. Honestly, I think this is what the Hebrew Bible is. I think it's like state level, state-sponsored propaganda, Hellenized, definitely Hellenistic. I mean, I just don't believe the God of Abraham would, or our God, would use terms like son of God or, this language. This is Greco language. This is Roman Greco, clearly. Like, this isn't just some coincidence. It's not a coincidence that these Greco-Romans have sons of God and all that. That idolatry, that paganism. No descendant of Abraham, no one not following the tradition of Abraham would be ever fooled by something like that. But again, like, this is what makes a lot of Jews truly just goy. Like, you're just like goy. It's just like, people don't have no spirit. No spirit breathed into you. There's no covenant binded in your blood. You're not adhering to no covenant standard. Like, it's like, just want to fool ourselves. And like, in a world where identity is fluid and one can just make shit up, I can make shit up, and as long as there's coherency to it, like, why not? And then let me compare myself to a bunch of other shitty, like, cults around the world. Proof. So stupid. I don't know why anybody would run with rabbinic Judaism. Straight up, I would not trust the, blue blood of Kingdom of Judea and whatever cult that continues to, like, like a weed, every time, like, the whole, castle's about to fall. Something about rabbinic Judaism, it's just like a rat that continues to survive. It's Satan. It's the hops of Satan throughout, like, the human time continuum. That's what it is. It is. Like, I'm a Muslim. You guys know it, right? Like, I'm straight up. I'm on team, one God. I'm with the Orthodox Jews on this one. Like, I completely accept their positions for the most part. I believe Islam should model itself after the halakha when it comes down to dealing with Christians. I mean, obviously with some, no commitment to violence or meaning, but an overall commitment to destructure idolatry. And I believe that's probably where Islam went wrong, and that's why we're suffering the current negative slope, which hopefully on our bounce up we'll learn. And so it won't be a repetitive, we won't look insane in the history books. Yeah. But I do that synagogue of Satan, like Jews who are not really Jews, but synagogue of Satan, like, I'm sorry, like, I would hate Jesus too. I mean, talk about a guy who is either been crucified for 2,000 years or, gone up to the heavens, whatever, or boiling in feces, whatever. This guy, like, who apparently is a Jew, gave the biggest FU, across centuries, 20 centuries, to, and you really believe there's a God at that point? Like, I mean, I would disbelieve too, right? If I believed in that stuff, if you really think about it, like Jesus, even if Jesus is false, he won at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, we could be cynical about it, but then what does that mean about your God? Like, one of the biggest problems with Judaism is accounting for God failing at critical moments, even though the Jews are the only monotheists, as in they are what the nation of believers or representatives or the Khalifa or the Caliphate would have been on earth, the Kingdom of Solomon. Like, and God had no problem, bringing down, completely just, the Hebrew Bible just, like, God's not, either he's distracted or clearly callous or something, or just stingy, like, I don't know, man. Even gets beaten by a foreign god, God of Moab. Oh, it's like, it's clearly state propaganda. Like, there's no way you would believe that this is divinely revealed. It's just absolute insanity. Hebrew Bible. Like, the story of, like, Jacob and Esau alone, if you had true belief in God, and I mean the belief of an innocent, like, I don't mean, so, I'm sorry, there are people who don't understand that there's a price you pay when you live life without faith in the true God. God is forgiving, but the past is the past. And the past can't be changed. And there are consequences, iniquities. And, you will never have the same frequency as a human who's lived their whole life, their whole awareness is connected to God, or understands that there's a God, or acknowledges a God, or orbits with God as the supreme. Like, that's a different frequency, man. That's a different mindset. That's a different human. it's not the same. That's the human, like, that's, you see that mindset a lot in Gaza, like in places like that, but it's rare around the world, especially in, Judeo-Christian communities. It's just, no faith, no commitment, nothing even close to Islam. Like Muslims, the way they commit to faith. I'm objectively speaking, as someone who's seen like both sides, I've gone to synagogue, gone to churches. I've been the fly on the wall. I'm not gonna say I've been to a lot. No, like 3. To Catholic church. I go. I try to. If I'm invited, if someone will go with me. No, I'll never. I don't go alone. I don't go anywhere traveling or new alone. Just like, why go alone and look dumb on your own? It don't make any sense. Anyways. If that all, doesn't make you, like, second guess, like, at this point, it would just be stubbornness. Like, if you just because you're stubborn, that's all it is. Like, it's fundamentally, Zionism fundamentally changed what it means to be a Jew. And yet there's this commitment. Like, even if you don't believe in God, I'm still committed to this narrative. Like, the narrative is their God, like, in a way. And that explains a lot, right? Like, I believe that explains a lot. The Jews believe that the rabbinic Judaism believes they're the authors of what God actualizes, or what, like, the book of, like, destiny or fate, whatever they call it, the book of life. They think they're the scribes, unless their pens hit paper and the ink dries and they codify it. That is when it is accepted. That's when it's divine. That's when it's godly. That's when it's taken into reverence. It's not going to slide. I don't know why you would even revere the rabbis. What have the rabbis done for the Jewish people, quote unquote? What have they done? Seriously. If I'm just saying, because, this isn't an obsession, because it is the history of this region, just from that region. So I honestly believe this history relates way more to me. I'm actually, there's a part of me a long time ago, like, who's been baffled on why so many people around the world are interested in the place that I'm in, even though I hated the place I'm in, and I was willing to go back to the United States at any moment. It's weird how we grow up and perspectives change. But yeah, it was always weird looking at, like, Palestine and just like, all these people care about this. There are better places in America. Like, shit, there's Nintendo in America. Y'all couldn't leave America alone, could you? Like, whenever humanism wants to make a leap, you see Jews sabotaging, like, dragging that foot, like, 2 steps back. Like, but, maybe that is has the enforcement of the decree. Like, maybe he uses the Jews somehow. I mean, there's nothing inherent about Jews that makes them like bad. Clearly, I mean, there's nothing genetic because they're genetically diverse, different lineages. You can't like stereotype based on lineages. It's not publicly or popularly known. So what is it really? That's, it's an association, right? It's a members only club. Where, it's like Freemasonry. It's pretty much what Judaism is at this point. And or rabbinic Judaism, and you know what? They made different themes. They told them that's what Freemasons, Illuminati, the orders, like all this stuff. It's all replicas of like rabbinic Jewish like bureaucracy or structures or laws. That's all it is. Just like the Kabbalah is just Platonism with Jewish painting, right? Jewish themes. Like this is, this happened before. This happens a lot actually. But yeah, maybe though it is true. Like the people might not like this, but God has destined the world and the presence of humanity on this earth to be a volatile with animosity. So it will have animosity. There will always be animosity. There will always be enemies. Right? So that's just the rule. It's the name of the game. That's just the mechanics of the game. There has to be tribulation. That's the whole point. Tribulation brings a decision, facing a choice and a dichotomy, good, bad, dark way. If I was just completely, which they already paid the price, but like they all got killed anyways. Like honestly, why would you like when you see rabbinic Judaism and this like over glorification of like Akiva or Mir, Hanasi, it's like isn't this the crowd or the chain of transmission into the future that originates from the very shit show that brought or endorsed the Bar Kokhba revolt? I'm sorry, it seems like Jesus's way ended up being much more influential, and one could say maybe even fractured internally the Roman Empire, which left it susceptible or vulnerable to the rise of Islam. One could say or explain divine providence that way. Just rabbinic Judaism has like this collapse in divine providence. You don't know what God is doing. Hundreds of years, void, gaps, no prophets, and nothing. Like what's going on? What's God doing? Is God like dark matter? We just can't figure it out, or like quantum mechanics, like some lineup of planets or galaxies need to happen. What is it about God and rabbinic Judaism, the tradition? What is God doing? That's a question. Like if if the narrative is true, like you have this like chosen people and they're chosen to hold, carry the burden of like the law and being a standard and light to the nations and humanity, Benny Adam and all that, like, and this is what it's supposed to be. This is the divine, interaction with humanity. This is a shit show. 4 exiles later, this is a shit show. Like, what is this? Like, you really gotta be sincerely asking yourself this question. Like, first time, it's on me. So, yeah, second time it's on, or what? Is it first time it's on you? Second time it's on, it's on me? Or third time is the charm? Or what are we doing here, man? 4 times is what? Oh, but there's a 5th time too. Like apparently there's like a 5th exile. Oh shit! Like, which might end up somehow in a weird a branch of time, assuming this multiverse shit is real. It is very much possible that it could be the BHI in the future who see these problems relating to them in some sort of like dystopian reality where, BHI now carry the mantle of who gets to identify as Jewish, which right now is the Ashkenaz, due to numbers and wealth and influence. But that's Israel, they got like a Mizrahi rabbi and they got an Ashkenazi rabbi. So you can see there's contention on this one. Like the Arab Jews are like, yeah, you guys are useful, but yeah, fuck no. If we're gonna give you the keys to the car of religion, you snow bunnies, yeah, we wouldn't trust you with the keys to the temple. You call yourself Jude, but we're not giving you the keys. So I'm glad that's there. Obviously. I mean, it's kind of hard to see like a Semite, like kind of unified identity. And I guess. I mean, Arab world, right? That's it. Yeah, I would not be following any of these rabbis, bro. I wouldn't follow this tradition of failures. Like, what are you keeping record of? Like, how many failures in a row? Like, how long is this streak supposed to be? Oh, did the streak end with the rise of the secular national state? The ethno, eugenic, injected false deity. Like that's when the streak ended. Like, this can't be divine providence. You understand that Israel can't be divine providence. And the orthodox logic, or this like, Hadim logic of testing. Testing. This testing. I don't know. I'm just gonna disconnecting. shit you could have set up a contingency for. Like the goddamn Essenes were doing it. They had like these like doomsday libraries out there in the middle of nowhere. Clearly they saw that there was going to be, how did it that these clowns prophesized that there was going to be a doomsday scenario? So, you know, the story of Judaism is not taught, shouldn't be seen from the rabbinic Jewish lens. It definitely should be within weight, but you know, take that all the historic evidence we have, like especially with the Essenes, what they believed, and then connect that with Christianity. I'm just saying, it seems like they saw that there was going to be this collapse, and they were preparing for a collapse. And you see this records, and you see this notion of maintaining cleanliness. You know, at first it seems like maybe they're just being like hyper religious or something, but when you think about it in a scenario of like where there's like for example in Gaza, like civil collapse in civil society, like cleanliness, that level of cleanliness, which might have been something you scuffed at, becomes essential and necessary, and a necessary guideline. And as long as that's kicked into memory and people practice it over and over again, they do it subconsciously, right? Yeah. The more you learn, the more you live life, the more, you know, what seems silly to you maybe as a kid seems, you know, you start understanding the wisdom of things. You know, God is preparing us for the worst and preparing us for the best. I think if you, the Essenes are, the historic evidence is clear. They existed before Jesus. This can't be disputed. Did the Essenes prophecy, like they just magically came true? Is it a coincidence? Like, how did they anticipate the fall of like, you know, Jewish, like, I guess you could say the kingdom, the fall of like a civil order, or civil government, or central government, or I don't know, classes, I guess you could say, maybe classes. So that's a miracle on its own. That's a prophecy that came true. I don't know. Clearly, there has to be a connection. It's not a coincidence. Oh my God, this mic thing. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Test. Test. Tick. Tock. Now I'm alone. I need some. Okay. Nope. Still not working. This app has some sort of delay. I'm just gonna keep going. Maybe it'll just fix itself. Yeah, like if your government, any government in the world, you go to war several times, and you're just losing every single time. The people are gonna topple you. They're gonna overthrow you, kick you to the side. I mean, that's what the West did with the Catholic Church, right? That's what they did. It's can you hear me? Just real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. if there is this so-called Jewish consciousness or Jewish people or national, community, which come on, like no way this could have existed, but hey, you do you, boo. Whatever, believe in it. It would make sense to rebel against these guys. Honestly, what the Zionists did is just like should have happened like a long time ago. But it seems like only in the West was what Zionism is actually a creation of another body of government. It isn't the Rabbanut. So that's actually what happened. And so you can count on the Rabbanut to be a failure because they're always failures. And so, the rats are, all the mice are going to jump ship anyways. So that is literally what happened. They all just jumped ship and they went to the Zionist ship. It's ironic. Yeah, a lot of people be saying Zionism and Judaism are two different things. Okay. I mean, one is the projection of the other. One is a cause, the other one is an effect. Like, sure. I mean, you gotta take the good with the bad. So, and they don't learn either. So, continues, and how you know they don't learn. The theme repeats itself. So, false messiahs show up, and you see the theme, and you see Shabtai Tzvi, and you see Frank, and it's just like, and Kabbalism, it's like the infiltrations, and they don't learn. They don't learn, and I'm confused. It's weird. Why is it that if you believe in God, you genuinely believe in God, why the necessity of like this shadow dagger shit? What is this? And if this shadow dagger shit is valid, then what do you have against terrorism? You don't. It's so. This is why I always roll my eyes, and I found it always, and I believe will be the best talking point, and should always be the only talking point, is, why the hell why are you Jews? Why are you calling yourself Jews? I honestly don't understand why all these people are calling themselves Jews. Like, just, you're a godless atheist. Even if your parents were pious Muslims, okay, you have special status now. You're an apostate, so, okay, cool. So because he has special status now under an Islamic framework or paradigm, or related to like a specific spectrum of ethnic people, like what? Like there must be some sort of universal Jewish identity that transcends like adhering to axiomatic truths that you don't really believe in. I don't know. It's a joke. It's seriously a joke. I don't know if it was an ego thing, or God meant this to be some sort of reflection, or God saw this the best way or the most efficient, the, the least action. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be just because Sarah threw a hissy fit, right? It can't be. It can't be that God meant for it, like, to be this way, a determined way. It can't be. It's it would be stupid to believe so. A moral disaster to believe so. I just think if anybody who's left surprised on why half the Jews are atheists, are people who are just ignorant of Rabbinic Judaism and the Hebrew Bible. I honestly don't like the cognitive dissonance of people like Rohan when they throw rocks and they literally living in like not even a glass house, a nylon homeless guys attempt to like shelter from rain. It's like nothing. You got nothing, bro. Like, why is this guy bringing like a Nerf gun to a gunfight? Hopefully, I don't age to a point where my mind becomes that rigid and static. Hopefully not. But it's usually, you get that boomer vibe. It's like they're just stuck. They're just a model. They're just like, they don't have that much processing power. All the processing power is dedicated to like making bitcoins. The bitcoins that they have that make them feel like they got something, some pseudo identity. It doesn't matter. Ties it all back to the blacks and the Jews and the ADOS or the Negro, or whatever you want to call it. I honestly don't see. Just like with the Jew, like you could say Jew, and the Jew is more sophisticated, and they have to be, because like I said, they're spectrum, and they hold themselves to high standards. But even with that, a Jew, you could say it in a specific tone, and that could be an insult, and an insult will be usually received and will be noticed. And the same thing is with black people. The N-word. The N-word is the same thing in a way. Just correlation should show you there's there's some sort of symmetry in the pattern that these two demographics are following, the trajectory that they're in, or the graph, you could say, the symmetry. It's clearly the symptoms of a people who are like remnants, gypsies in a way. It's a gypsy ideology, on the move, ragtag, maintaining of some sort of like traditional memory, that kind of thing. Special privileges, secret handshakes, and like, we'll probably hire you over that German guy. stuff like that. It's it's so bad. It's so bad. This is what happens when tolerance is made. And again, another irony. Honestly, this stuff really, at the end of the day, you go crazy because it's so like it's so stupid. If the example of Jews and even Christians is David and Solomon and the kingdom of Solomon, Solomon was literally a Nazi. Like he was Hitler. Like in the sense that he was an authoritarian iron fist of divine power. Like you know, at least in Islam, like that kingdom, those people they're worshiping fire. Dude, ultimatum, just like Muslims in the 7th century with like Heraclius, like and Kisra, like of the Sassanids, like bro, like you either tribute, you convert, or I send you to meet God. Like that's the if that is the ideal, and what like if you guys all want the Messiah so bad, and you want the Messianic kingdom so bad, and the recipe is that the law of God will be, enforced in an iron fist, what the fuck is preventing you from doing it right now? Hey, this is when you realize that Christians and Jews, they got nothing. When the Quran says they are literally upon nothing. It's true. Literally upon nothing. You just like the Jews have found a tradition. They have found a tradition in gaslighting themselves, or scholars, or nerds. I'm sorry, or I mean, so many ways to look at it. Judaism as a body, with the rising of Christianity, because of Islam, created a dynamics, especially in that regional world. And your religion, your affiliation with theology was necessary as a collective for you to survive in that jungle. So Judaism became a practical thing to keep around as a body that, collectives would use when they don't want to put themselves in a polar position or a bipolar position, aligned with one of two warring camps. That's where you see Judaism. It's usually adopted by, you see kingdoms like Hegiar, Khazar, for political reasons. So you see now, like Judaism ended a long time ago. Rabbinic Judaism was just a stubborn man. Whoever Hagnasi is, I just don't believe one guy could revive a whole thing. Clearly, there was some other intelligentsia body or something, which, I mean, Jews weren't wiped out of Palestine either, so I'm sure there were people, good people who had some, intuitive, honest, objective understanding of tradition that might have, been critical to the Pharisees. I mean, it could be. But like, the Mishnah is something. I don't really believe it's a one-man effort, but whatever. Let's say it is. Like that's it. got to show for anything other than this like one man effort, like that isn't much. That apparently like leads to some sort of collective effort that culminates, I guess, in the Babylonian temple. And then you see the Masoretic text. I mean, no thanks to Jews, right? Like that would be, thank you, Muslims. It would be, thank you. I think Christianity is just a sabotage, anyways. Or Pauline Christianity, which, by the way, I've heard from rabbis. You can ChatGPT it as well. It's not like binding or something. It's there though, but within, so that Paul was this like infiltrator, like he was a spy, or Peter, actually it's Peter, yeah. So there are rabbis who would tell you that they have a tradition where Peter is an infiltrating spy. This figure that Christians call Peter is actually a spy. And the whole purpose of this was to detach Christianity as a messianic Jewish movement from Judaism. That's what the objective was. And so Peter goes to like Rome, the seat of the empire, and coordinates at a state level, a way of like tackling this messianic movement as some sort of like common enemy. So it's always weird when you're like, how did it get out of hand to this point? There's still a lot of Jews, this whole narrative that they taught us from like maybe a decade ago. I don't know, some people are still in the dark. Still Plato's cave shit going on. Humans don't change. I believe Paul is also an infiltrator or I believe he's an agent of the state, Rome itself. So I believe he's an agent. He's just like the guy in the government that he's a Zionist, like, and he's Jewish, so he's connected. But he's still a Fed, right? Like, same thing. That's what Paul was. Paul was a Fed. And, Paul did the whole investigation, snooping around. He like, acted like someone who received, like, a vision of clarity and a radical transformation. So, he used his reputation as someone who was an agent of the state, as a trampoline to credibility. So, very, very smart guy, Paul. If he's even real, honestly, if he's not just like these Romans were very sophisticated. They had if the Jews were running something like the Sicarii. You know, these like assassins who run around just shagging people, kind of similar to how Palestinians are doing in Jerusalem, for example. It's weird, like when I tell you know, when you look at things, it's just Palestinians look very similar to ancient Israelites. The very conditions, the geography even is very similar. It's literally makes you wonder. Personally, crazy. Maybe you could say it's crazy. Whatever. I always think about divine providence. Always like, what's the next chess piece that God is gonna move? Oh yeah, the I think it's gonna. It seems like it's the setting up of the stage to look very similar to the times of Jesus, and as the moment that brought Jesus, you know, like into presenting himself to the public, you know, there was a reason. Yeah, Christians don't really know the reason. Like they just say like, oh, that he was supposed to start his, you know, predestined 3 year whatever nonsense. But whatever that factor is, most likely is a setting, and I think it's replicating itself. I think it's forming itself right now. I think if you look at it, isn't it ironic that the very West Bank, which is pretty much the main representation of any sort of like functioning Palestinian society at this point, is in Judea and Samaria, the very lands that the people, you know, this mob who calls themselves, you know, Israel now, you know, is claiming, you know, deeds to. It's very ironic, dude. It is very ironic. And you have Rome, and what does Rome do? They have like a vassal king, Herod, which is just Abu Mazen. That's pretty much it. Abu Mazen is literally our vassal king. He's the vassal king of Judea. It's fucking ridiculous, man. And guess what? We're facing the threat of incurring the ire of Rome, Israel, that might lead to the destruction of our temple mosque. Goodness, how times back then are very similar to times right now. So our Pharisees are practically the PA. You know, listen to what they say, but don't do what they do because they're hypocrites, right? Well, exactly. Exactly. I'd say the PA probably are closer to Jews than a lot of the people call themselves Jews. Definitely heading on in the same trajectory, aren't they? I mean, what happens in the common era? There's eventually, and I've said this before, whoever's hearing, remember this very well. There will be a third intifada. It will be in the West Bank. It will happen. This war is not going to come to an end. This will escalate. It will go through changes and stages. It's a domino effect. That's it. Someone called Leif and Sinwar lit the keg. They lit it up. So it's set to blow. Everybody knows it's gonna blow, dude. this point, I believe everybody is waking up. At least all the Arabs are waking up. So the Arabs are like, like the United States, just let that shit happen against Qatar. So Israel just is doing shit unchecked. This means someone else could do shit unchecked against us. Doesn't necessarily warrant an American response. So why the fuck are we paying these people at this point? Did they just flip the whole petrodollar dynamic on us? Did this motherfucking Trump guy just European us? Is that what he just did? Because this is what he did to the Europeans, with NATO. He tried to flip the cost of NATO and the maintenance and the very stand-up of NATO on the Europeans. As now American presence becomes a privilege, not a conqueror or a victor of World War II that's holding territory. Anyways, I think there's going to be probably, because there was like 2 Jewish revolts. Right? First Jewish revolt, second Jewish revolt. I guess Bar Chochmah, I mean, hey, technically, if God is being fair, Jesus should show up, and we should have the opportunity. I mean, our tradition says we're not going to have issues. No one's going to reject him. I mean, I think the Mahdi figure is supposed to guarantee that we accept him. Interesting. Might be explained. Side note. We Muslims won't have contentions with Jesus. I mean, his arrival will be just a divine act on its own. No one would be able to deny it anyways. So Jesus can't even be denied. Just his very presence, anything that is literally antagonistic towards him just ends up decomposing or dissolving. So Jesus is coming with like absolute authority. Like it's not, the guy's radiating divine, authority. Coming with angels, bro. It doesn't matter if hopefully before Palestinians get to, or maybe the Arab world, I believe Palestinians, because the more I've learned about like Jewish history and like teachings and eschatology and like Christianity and their teachings and the more I've like been connecting the dots and like blueprint, like see, the wave, the spectrum of like God's divine, providence, like how he's playing chess in the history of humanity. Like, where is it all? Because I think one of the things that prove that you're not connected with God, you're no sons of God, is that God doesn't even reveal anything to you, doesn't speak to you, nor are you on a trajectory that's already been set by a prophet. Jews are lost. They're mimicking that they have prophecies or that God is behind them. They're artificially creating it. And it's weird because like the Zohar definitely shows up after Islam, after Hadith. I believe the coincidences with the Zohar clearly have to mean that the Zohar is coming from our tradition at this point. Or it could be just a manipulation, which also could be. It's just we don't really, the Arab world, the Muslim world, literally has no interest in studying on rabbinic Judaism. I don't, which is extremely interesting on its own. Until I realized, like, rabbinic Judaism is just like hot air. They literally got nothing. Like, Maimonides, like, it's like, they almost want to, like, scream him out of the grave. What the fuck did Maimonides do? I guess acting like Maimonides is Einstein. Like, guy didn't come up with no theory of relativity. He didn't change the equations of physics. Like, the fuck? Like, Maimonides is literally someone who took something that was trending in the Muslim world at the time and gave it a Jewish spin. And then you claim like he's literally like a reviver or some like head honcho authority, like shit, like Moses almost. And you should always be careful when like rabbis call someone Moses. When you see rabbi run away from that guy, whoever they, you see some sort of consensus on a guy they call like a second or a third Moses or whatever, just run. Like, if it puts things into perspective, and because they act like they actually cared about the lineages and the maternal and they actually were like very nuanced about it, even before like rabbinic Judaism, during the times of the Temple Judaism. Explain Akiva. It's like this guy's a convert, and he's like the second most. Like, he's a convert. It's just like a goy. He's not even a seed of Abraham. And rabbinic Jews like they're about to like circumcise him like for the second time, like if they could, orally. It's just the way they speak about Akiva. Like it's like almost like a giveaway. Like I mean, you can't prove anything absolutely, but like it's like, is it a coincidence that one of the most revered figure in like rabbinic Judaism is like this convert? It's kind of weird. Not only that, this convert leads to the trajectory of events. Yeah, Bar Kokhba, military leader, blah blah blah, but he must have had a religious consensus behind him. There's no way the people would have followed him in accordance to the numbers apparently that fucking Josephus talks about. It's like outrageous, grossly exaggerated. Whatever. I mean, the potential Josephus could have had if the motherfucker just stayed objective to the facts. Jews, man. Jews, bro. Can't. No integrity, is there? It's just like zero integrity. I mean, fuck humanity. Like, at the end of the day, I don't blame you when you allow this ideology in your midst, or even if you don't believe it yourself, and have your community orbiting this ideology. It's still an idol. It's still there. You know, you still have this ideology that's built around like God sending a revelation to a select elect, an elect. Like, and for some reason, only this group, the mighty cosmos creator, God. You understand God? A billion years. You understand what a billion years is? Older than that. Something that makes that look like a millimeter on a ruler, or a fraction of a millimeter. Dude, bro, Jesus Christ, the more I realize, like, dude, we're playing, we're beyond. I think when like it's really shown to us like reality, I think humanity is gonna suffer, two, psychologically catastrophic moments. It will come in the dunya where there will be some discovery, some revelation by nature, not necessarily angel or supernatural, that will literally, break everything. So in this world, so we'll walk around like zombies practically, just from the realization. And then the second one is going to be Judgment Day. How horrific it's going to be. I think these two events are going to leave like an imprint in human consciousness, like in the forever from now. But this God, the one who is literally left us with this paradox universe, like he's trolling us. God literally is trolling us with this universe. And he got set up right now. We're like poking and measuring and like surprise. This is what God is like. Here, it's black hole right here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, you thought you were tripping. You thought it was you thought I was done here. Quantum mechanics. Oh, here's a black hole. Black holes are real. Yeah, but yeah. By the way, all this physics crap you guys spent like jerking yourselves off and like building these nukes and shit. Yeah, by the way, this shit ain't even fundamental. It's not even fundamental. It's it's actually information. it's oh my good God. Other than that, we are experiencing change and temporality. Logically, it shouldn't exist. Honestly, this shouldn't exist. We are literally witnessing a miracle. I sometimes I thought like certain verses in the Quran might be obsolete, like in the sense like, oh, the we this is a work of witchcraft, or we're under the effect of like sorcery, to imply like whatever this revelation that this prophet is preaching, the effect that you see in the masses clearly is induced. It's sorcery, it's trickery, it's an illusion. And even if they see the miracle itself, they're under an illusion, witchcraft, comico. So you would think that this is obsolete, like miracles, the age of miracles is over. In a way, the age of miracles has started. It started when we realized, like, maybe even since Newton, if you want to go. But sure, Einstein, theory of relativity. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, at least based on it seems like, yeah. But even Einstein got it wrong. Like a lot of people act like Einstein was this slam dunk kind of guy. No, he wasn't. It was definitely a group effort. Which I don't know why isn't highlighted enough. Might be, for side panel, someone put that in some sort of notes for when we have our anti-Jew mash kind of get-togethers. Maybe we can put that in the minutes somewhere. But it just started, and the physics and the way the which I don't think people it's dawned on them yet, or people just don't give a shit. Like I don't know how other people live their lives. I don't know. I got a tether considering God. I got a field. I'm connected. Some people live like they're a needle in a haystack. It's just fucking weird. Like no, depth. Like no global. They don't see themselves as a global citizen. Some part of something divine. I don't know. Again, Plato's kid. But when a lot of the initial expectations of Einstein, they turned out to be wrong, and even right now, these fundamental what these scientists, physicists thought was intuitive and should be the case actually is the opposite, and this continues to happen. So and quantum mechanics and even with black holes now. So the physics seems to be pouring out a fountain of just error, smiley face, troll. This is what the universe is doing right now. So this is what physics is telling us about the universe. The universe is trolling us. God is trolling us. You got dark matter, you got black holes, you got the quantum, you got awareness. It's inside out, outside in. Reality is this Teteract. It wouldn't even be. I think it's definitely beyond that, but it's there, but it's not there. It's crazy. That's where physics is at. So I think we're gonna be the days of rapid discovery. Those days of Einstein, 1920s, or I think that era is ended. We're going into uncharted territories. I don't know. I believe there's going to be a long-term impact because of this. Just in academia, research and stuff. It might lead to a renaissance in a way, maybe for philosophy, or just a new way of approaching science, like logic and reason. Because just we're not going to have the technology or the energy to observe things with our senses. We're just not. It's all being done mainly by math. It's we're being trolled, dude, and the way with the time dilation works. what is death?
Time dilation.
What is time? Like, bro, like, you could be, from the moment you're dying, if the scales, if we're looking at the quantum scale, if you truly understand, I can't even wrap my head, but I've used some examples, like, as I've been looking into this stuff, like help me, like, have some sort of mental image. The scale between you and that critical point, like quantum mechanics, that in scale is greater than the scale between you and the expanding universe. And I'm just let that. I don't know what. I'm still processing that, but kind of a mind fuck. I mean, would you? What would the difference for you be living on a planet like Earth, the size of Earth, that is hospitable, versus a planet like, if possible, physics, Saturn, something just bigger, where you would scale up in size? Like, what does it matter if you have like, what was that movie where they shrink everybody down and they live in like this ecosystem pod, and like it's like a utopia because like food supply is just like endless because like a can of tuna can feed like a whole community because of the scale, right?
What movie was that?
What's that movie where they shrink people down? There's like,
it's not the superhero one, right? Or Little S2.
Yeah, it's like they discover technology, and then there's like human migration into these like very small cities. Is it I Shrunk the Kids? No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. Shrink people.
Someone said downsizing. We're all set downsizing.
I think that's what it is, downsizing. Yep. That's that rang a bell. But see, what would the difference be, really? Like, does it really change your experience? Like, if no one ever told you, like we didn't even know these scales existed, anyways. I'm just recently become familiar with like a Planck scale and what this means, and still processing it. But I'm just saying, there's like, if what it is, it's all just geometry. What's really the difference between a triangle the size of Empire State and a triangle the size of an atom? Yes, there's really no difference. So it might not be the case. I don't know. Maybe there's something that prevents it from happening. But why couldn't God just put a universe right now between you and whatever, the closest thing, the wall, I guess? A whole universe, a civilization, a thing, in like a quantum scaling. What would, I'm just saying, at that point, it's just like, what is it to be the size of a galaxy versus to be the size of an electron? What is it? Nothing.
You mean like, what would it do for you?
The problem, this is, giving me something like an angst, because I can't, because I feel like my which it's not something I was necessarily conscious of, but my intuitive understanding of like the seven heavens, something that would include scale and like an alignment and an above, it's kind of forcing me to like try to come up with a secondary theory on what like 7 heavens actually means.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, 7 heavens.
It's just like scale, like, oh, why is it like in our way of thinking, like God has to be like the biggest man on the block? Why? Like, where does that come from? I mean, clearly it comes from like a history of paganism that shit like corrupted the way we think. But if we fundamentally think about God the way at least the Christians kind of got to, but I don't know why, for some reason, awareness is like this word they tried to, I don't know. I mean, clearly
I put it in the ChatGPT, and it said in ancient physiological thought, it says ancient Mesopotamian and Greek cosmologies also imagined 7 layers of heaven/sky, often linked to the 7 visible celestial bodies: the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because you see atheists or even academia obviously has to entertain the theory, but maybe it was the Greeks that started all this and we're simply copying their shit. That is plausible. I mean, might not be plausible because we're believers in a way. I'm not saying confirmation bias, but
or that maybe they've they tapped into something that we didn't get to later, right? Like we got this through revelation, but maybe they learned
exactly. That's the Islamic. So that's the internal explanation how we justify these things or these similarities. We just say, well, it could be that there was a tradition or a revelation that came within that nation that is what led to these similarities. So, or they're just natural truths that they discovered, which resonate with the natural truths, revealed. Something like that is.
Yeah, that's a
it is interesting. I do believe there's something more behind like the Greek gods. I think Zeus, and I think there's like these are like somehow representative real people or figures or something. Maybe angels even. I don't know. Just deified. And if according to the Quran, the angels would absolutely despise even coming close to somewhere like that. So if I was an angel called Zeus, and I had an experience on Earth where people have worshipped me as God, I wouldn't even show my face around.
Why is that?
Just even though they understand like free will and humans and God did this, like it's just to them, it's like still God. Like this guy is insulting you in my name, and to them it would be just like extremely like humbling, or like they would just that's how they are. Like God is absolute to the angels, and he's just like he's present, and I mean both in an awareness, a consciousness, but also in a fundamental like gravity kind of way. Like it's just God is he's connected. He's plugged into the grid, and it's only him. he's got the codes to the grid. Honestly, like I do believe in the Quran and all that stuff, but even even as a kid, like I've always like again because I'm like someone who just grew up believing in God, and like believed that of course there's this I don't know, as a child it didn't seem even something that deserved even a question back, or like questioning, a line of questioning. Oh, God, yeah, that makes sense. Wasn't even, I don't know why. It's just like, yeah, of course. I remember like maybe like a few like trying to just think about it, but like I don't know. As a kid, for some reason, it clicked. Like maybe influenced by movies or something, but I always felt I don't know. As a kid, when you like develop like conscious, that you become like aware of yourself. I don't know. You start like staring in the mirror or something. Like I don't know if you had that experience as a kid, or you remember that.
Staring in the mirror, or
yeah,
like
you ever
conscious
remember
of.
as that moment as a kid when you like finally look in the mirror and you're like me, and you start like truly like kind of like analyzing the geometry that is your face and who you are.
Oh, and also even relatives. I actually remember the distinct moment I came to terms with as a child that my mom was my mother, and not just like this person that like has been nurturing for me and caring for me, right? But like they're my parent and I came at it. You know what I mean? Like that I remember that.
Oh, understanding like what a mother or father like.
Yeah, like even outside of myself, it was like it was yeah. Like I think I went up to my mom and I was just like looking at her like, wow, like I don't know, it blew my mind.
I don't know. For some reason, to me, like asking those questions was always done within like the inner consciousness, like inner dwelling, like within my mind, or you know contemplation. It was never like professed out loud, like kind of thing. I don't know why. Is it like why? I don't know. Why did I see it as something too complex? I don't know. But yeah, you couldn't remember. I don't know. A lot of people don't remember, but I do remember glimpses of recognizing myself, or trying, or contemplating myself or my parent, or just like what is going on, what I've been told, kind of like registering, like I don't know if you ever study for an exam, like maybe before you go to sleep, like you just like kind of run through the information. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
It helps it stick. Like it's just like
it's like a refresh. You read like the outlines of it. But memory is another crazy concept. Like sometimes you really unlock memories.
Dude, I can't. I don't know what is. I thought I could make sense of it all. Like I thought if I could just like, like logic, reason, like I'm the guy. I believe I can see stuff too. Like, and I feel like, and then when you try to like awareness and try to like theory of everything, this whole thing, and it's just like, nah, dude, this we're so clueless. This is freaking. I don't think we'll ever figure this out. It's not. We're not gonna figure it out in this life. Definitely not.
Yeah, I think that's by design. I think too. Like
I think we're very clueless. I think we're so clueless that the ancients, when we all resurrected, and we might be talking, I don't know if we'll even have the time to like side chat. You guys were like all cavemen, context, bitch. We had like shit, Lamborghinis.